This is the story of how a rainy island at the edge of Europe changed the world. On this island, power has always been a matter of who can hold the line and who can break it. We begin with the Saxons. Warriors behind wooden shields, kings forged in small halls of timber and smoke. They carve England out of chaos until sails appear on the horizon and everything changes. Across the Channel, French-speaking Normans sharpen their swords. They bring stone castles, new laws, a new language of power. On the ridgeline at Hastings, Saxon shield wall faces Norman charge, and the fate of England tilts in a single, brutal day. From that collision rises a new elite, and in time, a new dynasty, the Tudors, a Welsh family that seizes the English crown, breaks with Rome, and turns wooden ships into the teeth of an empire. Under the Tudors, England learns to look outward, toward oceans, colonies, and distant harbors like Hong Kong. Centuries later, the empire that grew from those choices begins to unravel. Flags come down in faraway cities. In Hong Kong's harbor, as the Union Jack is lowered, fireworks light the sky. A final echo of an age when decisions in London reached every corner of the map. At home, a different symbol of the kingdom falls. In 1997, millions watched the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. Flowers pile up at palace gates, and a country built on ceremony and control suddenly looks unsure of itself. This is England, kings, crowns, and empire, the full history. Let's begin.
Welcome to our epic adventure through the centuries, the complete history of the Saxons. In this video, we will take you on a journey through time to uncover the origins, power, and influence of this fascinating people. From the mist-covered forests of northern Germany to stormy seas leading to new lands, and through great conflicts and cultural transformations. The story of the Saxons is key to understanding the development of Europe. Who were the Saxons really? How did they shape the world? And why are their achievements still significant today? We will explore the myths and legends, follow the footsteps of warriors and explorers, and delve deep into the political and religious upheavals that shaped the Saxon people. Each chapter brings new perspectives, captivating stories, and insights to bring the world of the Saxons closer to you. Get ready for a unique journey with our tireless narrator, Phileas Kronos, who will guide us safely through the secrets and wonders of the past. Let us begin. The story of the Saxons begins in the misty forests and river valleys of northern Germany, where their identity as a people took shape. In this chapter, we explore their early history, societal structure, and the cultural elements that defined them. Our story begins in the heartlands of northern Germany, a region marked by its dense forests, rolling hills, and winding rivers. This was the cradle of Saxon culture, where their identity as a people was forged. The Saxons lived along the Elbe, Weser, and Ems rivers, lifelines that sustained their communities. These waterways were essential, serving as veins of communication and trade, connecting villages, and ensuring the survival of their people. Fishing in these rivers provided food, while the fertile floodplains allowed for robust agricultural practices, including the cultivation of grains and the raising of livestock. The rivers also acted as boundaries and pathways, shaping the territorial organization of early Saxon settlements. The land itself was abundant. Dense forests of oak and beech offered timber for construction, firewood, and materials for tools and weaponry. Hunting these woodlands provided not only meat, but also furs, an essential resource for clothing and trade. Wild berries, nuts, and herbs supplemented their diets and were sometimes used in rituals or traditional medicine. But beyond resources, the land held a spiritual significance. The forests were seen as sacred places, home to spirits and gods that watched over the Saxon people. These groves were often the sites of tribal gatherings and ceremonies, where they would honor their deities and ancestors. The connection to nature was profound and shaped their identity, fostering a sense of unity and resilience in a sometimes harsh environment. In the heartland, Saxon communities were tightly knit, centered around clans and villages. Their wooden longhouses, built to endure the elements, served as both family homes and symbols of their connection to the land. Life in these villages revolved around seasonal cycles, planting in the spring, harvesting in the fall, and bracing for the cold, harsh winters. This deep-rooted connection to their homeland nurtured a people who were resourceful, adaptable, and fiercely independent. These qualities would prove critical as they faced the pressures of expansion, migration, and conflict in the centuries to come. The Saxon heartland was more than a place. It was the foundation of a cultural and spiritual legacy that would echo throughout history. The Saxons were more than a people connected by geography. They were bound by a strong social structure and shared traditions that defined their way of life. At the heart of Saxon society were the clans, or Zippen, extended family groups that formed the backbone of their communities. Each clan was led by a chieftain, chosen for their wisdom, strength, and leadership skills. These chieftains acted as both leaders in times of peace and warlords in times of conflict, guiding their people with the counsel of elder advisors. Life in Saxon villages was a balance between labor and tradition. Farming was the cornerstone of their existence, with men and women working the land to grow wheat, barley, and rye. Livestock such as cattle, pigs, and sheep provided meat, milk, and wool. These resources sustained the community. But surplus goods were also traded with neighboring tribes, fostering alliances and spreading Saxon influence. Craftsmanship thrived in Saxon culture. Blacksmiths forged tools and weapons, while weavers and potters produced goods essential for daily life. Saxon artisans were skilled in creating intricate jewelry and weaponry, often adorned with patterns inspired by their mythology and natural surroundings. These items were not only functional, but also carried cultural and symbolic significance, reflecting the vow of Saxons. Oral tradition played a vital role in preserving the history, myths, and values of the Saxon people. Skalds, or storytellers, were highly respected figures who recited epic tales of gods, heroes, and ancestors. These stories were passed down from one generation to the next, serving as moral guides and instilling a sense of identity and pride in Saxon heritage. Through these tales, the Saxons kept their collective memory alive, even in times of hardship and change. Warfare was an integral part of Saxon life, both for defense and expansion. Warriors were held in high esteem, and their prowess in battle was celebrated in songs and legends. The Saxon shield wall, a tightly packed formation of warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, exemplified their discipline and strategic acumen. This formation not only demonstrated their skill in combat, but also symbolized the unity and strength of their people. Religion was at the core of Saxon life, a powerful force that influenced their worldview, actions, and traditions. The Saxons practiced a form of paganism deeply connected to nature and the cycles of life. Their pantheon of gods was led by Woden, the chief deity, revered as the god of wisdom, war, and the afterlife. Thunor, the god of thunder and storms, was another key figure, symbolizing strength and protection. These deities were more than abstract concepts. They were present in the everyday lives of the Saxons, invoked in battle, harvests, and personal struggles. Sacred groves and natural landmarks, such as rivers and hills, were considered holy places where the Saxons believed the divine and mortal worlds intersected. These sites often served as venues for rituals, sacrifices, and ceremonies aimed at appeasing the gods, seeking blessings, or marking significant life events. Rituals were conducted by spiritual leaders, or tribal elders, who acted as intermediaries between the gods and the people. Towering above the Saxon landscape, massive stone graves stood as solemn reminders of the connection between the mortal and divine. These megalithic graves, often constructed from enormous unworked stones, were more than mere burial sites. They were enduring symbols of power, faith, and community. The Saxons believed these graves connected the earthly realm with the spiritual. Built to honor the dead, they served as communal burial places for extended families or entire clans. Their construction required immense effort and collaboration, showcasing not only the Saxons' engineering skills, but also their deep reverence for their ancestors. Rituals performed at these sites included offerings of food, crafted goods, and even sacrifices to appease the spirits and ensure prosperity for the living. The graves were often situated in places of natural significance, such as hilltops or sacred groves, amplifying their spirit of the individuals it housed, of the community that built it, and of the beliefs that bound them together. These monuments were as much about the living as they were about the dead, acting as focal points for festivals, gatherings, and ceremonies. Over time, they became landmarks in the Saxon world, a physical manifestation of their enduring legacy. Even today, the megalithic graves of the Saxons capture the imagination, standing as a testament to their ingenuity and the profound role of spirituality in their culture. Ancestor worship was another significant aspect of their spiritual life. The Saxons believed that their ancestors watched over them and could influence their fate. Honoring the dead through feasts, offerings, and storytelling was a way to maintain this connection and ensure their guidance and protection. The Saxon calendar was a vibrant reflection of their connection to nature, agriculture, and the divine. Marked by seasonal changes, the calendar guided their daily lives and their spiritual practices. Yule, celebrated during the winter solstice, marked the year's darkest days and the promise of renewal. This festival involved feasts, storytelling, and rituals honoring the gods, particularly Woden, to ensure the return of light and prosperity. Eostre, the spring festival, celebrated fertility and rebirth. Named after the goddess Eostre, it was a time of planting crops and invoking blessings for abundant harvests. Rituals often included offerings of eggs and other symbols of fertility. The Autumnal Harvest Festival was another significant event, dedicated to thanking the gods for the season's bounty. Communities gathered to share food, music, and stories, strengthening social bonds. Beyond these key festivals, the calendar also included days for ancestor worship, where families honored the spirits of the departed with offerings and prayers. These events reinforced the Saxons' connection to their lineage and the continuity of their traditions. Through their calendar and festivals, the Saxons celebrated the cycles of life and the forces that governed their world. These traditions, deeply rooted in their pagan beliefs, laid the foundation for cultural practices that endured long after the arrival of Christianity. Through their religion, the Saxons found meaning, unity, and resilience. It provided a framework for understanding their world, fostering a connection to their past and guiding their path forward. As we will see in later chapters, this deeply ingrained spiritual system would face profound changes with the introduction of Christianity, but its legacy would endure in many subtle forms. The Saxons did not exist in isolation. Their history is intertwined with that of neighboring tribes and peoples, each influencing and shaping the other through trade, alliances, and conflict. To the west of Saxon territory, the Frisians thrived along the coasts of the North Sea. Known for their seafaring skills and vibrant trade networks, the Frisians played a pivotal role in the Saxons' economic and cultural exchanges with the wider world. Both the Saxons and the Frisians shared a strong maritime tradition, navigating the challenging waters of the North Sea to establish trade routes. The Frisians acted as intermediaries, connecting the Saxons to distant markets across the North Sea and beyond. Amber from the Baltic, furs from the northern forests, and agricultural products from Saxon lands all flowed through Frisian trade hubs. The relationship between the Saxons and Frisians went beyond commerce. They shared linguistic similarities and cultural practices, fostering a sense of kinship between the two peoples. This connection was evident in their mutual participation in seafaring expeditions and occasional alliances in times of conflict. However, the relationship was not without its challenges. Competition for control over lucrative trade routes sometimes led to tensions and conflicts. Despite this, the enduring partnership between the Saxons and Frisians significantly influenced the economic and cultural landscapes of both societies. The Frisians, with their skillful navigation and extensive trade networks, helped shape the Saxons' identity as a people deeply connected to the sea. This partnership left a lasting legacy in the history of Northern Europe, demonstrating the power of cooperation and exchange in shaping civilizations. To the south of Saxon territory lay the powerful Frankish kingdoms, whose history was deeply intertwined with that of the Saxons. The Franks, a dynamic and expanding force in early medieval Europe, alternated between cooperation and conflict with the Saxons, leaving a profound impact on their political and cultural evolution. The relationship between the Saxons and the Franks was multifaceted. In times of peace, trade flourished, with goods such as weapons, textiles, and agricultural produce exchanged across their borders. These peaceful interactions fostered mutual economic growth and cultural exchange, with the Franks introducing elements of their governance and Christianity to the Saxons. However, peace was often fleeting. The Franks, under leaders such as Charlemagne, sought to expand their influence and impose Christian rule over the Saxons. This ambition led to the infamous Saxon Wars, a series of brutal conflicts that spanned decades. The wars were marked by significant battles, forced conversions, and the destruction of Saxon sacred sites. Despite the violence, the Frankish campaigns ultimately led to the integration of the Saxons into the Frankish Empire. Over time, this integration brought political stability and access to the broader European trade and cultural networks. The Saxons adopted many Frankish administrative practices, and their eventual Christianization became a defining moment in their history. The legacy of the Saxon-Frankish relationship is one of both strife and transformation. The Franks, with their military might and cultural influence, reshaped the Saxons' trajectory, binding them into the fabric of medieval Europe and laying the groundwork for their role in shaping the continent's future. To the north of Saxon lands lay the territories of the Danes and other Norse tribes, whose influence on the Saxons was both profound and multifaceted. These interactions, marked by cultural exchanges, occasional alliances, and fierce rivalries, helped shape the martial and cultural development of the Saxons. The Saxons and the Norse shared a common Germanic heritage, with similar languages, myths, and traditions. This shared foundation fostered periods of peaceful interaction, during which goods, ideas, and customs flowed between the two peoples. The Saxons benefited from Norse advancements in shipbuilding and navigation, which influenced their seafaring capabilities and trade networks. However, the relationship was far from harmonious. The Norse, particularly the Danes, frequently launched raids into Saxon territories, targeting settlements, trade routes, and religious sites. These incursions tested the Saxons' defenses and led to the development of fortified settlements and new military strategies, including the strengthening of the Saxon shield wall. Despite these conflicts, the Saxons and Norse also found common ground in shared enemies and mutual interests. Temporary alliances were formed during periods of greater external threats, showcasing the pragmatic diplomacy of both groups. The impact of the Norse on Saxon society extended beyond the battlefield. Norse myths and cultural motifs found their way into Saxon art, while their daring spirit of exploration inspired Saxon traders and adventurers. Over time, these exchanges contributed to the resilience and adaptability of the Saxons, preparing them for the challenges of a changing world. The relationship between the Saxons and the Norse tribes remains a testament to the dynamic interplay of conflict and cooperation, illustrating how even adversaries can leave lasting legacies on one another's cultures. To the east of Saxon lands lay the territories of various Slavic tribes, whose interactions with the Saxons were defined by a mix of trade, cultural exchange, and territorial disputes. These relationships were crucial in shaping the Saxons' eastern borders and their approach to diplomacy and conflict. The Saxons engaged in active trade with the Slavic tribes, exchanging goods such as tools, textiles, and jewelry for resources like timber, honey, and agricultural products. These exchanges not only strengthened economic ties, but also introduced new cultural influences that enriched both societies. Despite these benefits, the Saxons and Slavs often clashed over territory and resources. The fertile lands along their shared borders were highly contested, leading to frequent skirmishes and the need for fortified settlements on both sides. These conflicts pushed the Saxons to refine their military strategies and establish clearer territorial boundaries. Culturally, the Slavic influence on the Saxons can be seen in shared artistic motifs and agricultural techniques. The Saxons, in turn, introduced elements of their own craftsmanship and social organization to the Slavic tribes, fostering a two-way exchange that shaped the development of both peoples. The dynamic relationship between the Saxons and Slavic tribes was one of both cooperation and competition. While their conflicts were often fierce, the mutual exchanges of goods and ideas helped both societies thrive, leaving a legacy of interconnected growth and adaptation. By examining the Saxons' interactions with their neighbors, a picture emerges of a people shaped by a rich tapestry of influences and experiences. Their relationships with the Frisians, Franks, Danes, Norse, and Slavic tribes were not merely external. They were integral to the development of what it meant to be Saxon. Trade was the lifeblood of the Saxons' connections with their neighbors, serving as a conduit for resources, ideas, and cultural influences that shaped their society. Amber, known as the gold of the North, was one of the most valuable commodities traded by the Saxons. Sourced from the Baltic, it was highly sought after across Europe and exchanged for weapons, textiles, and luxury goods from distant lands. The Frisians played a pivotal role in facilitating this trade, acting as intermediaries who connected Saxon traders with broader markets. Agricultural products were another cornerstone of Saxon trade. The fertile lands of Saxon territory yielded grains, honey, and livestock, which were exchanged with Slavic tribes for timber, pottery, and other essentials. These exchanges fostered mutual dependency and economic stability along their shared borders. The Saxons also engaged in maritime trade influenced by Norse and Frisian seafaring traditions. Their ships carried goods along river routes and coastal waters, linking them to trading hubs in the North Sea and beyond. This network not only enriched the Saxon economy, but also brought new technologies and cultural practices into their society. Conflict, however, was equally formative. Wars with the Franks tested the Saxons' resilience, forcing them to develop advanced military strategies and adapt to the pressures of Christianization. Raids from the Danes and Norse tribes pushed the Saxons to fortify their settlements and innovate in defense. These challenges strengthened their unity and honed their abilities to withstand external threats. Cultural exchanges added depth to their identity. Myths and stories shared with neighboring Germanic tribes reinforced shared heritage, while influences from Slavic agricultural practices and Norse artistry introduced new dimensions to their traditions. The Saxons integrated these influences without losing their own cultural essence. The Saxons emerged as a unique cultural force, their legacy interwoven with the histories of their neighbors and the broader narrative of medieval Europe. As we transition from the heartlands of Saxon culture, we embark on the next great chapter of their history: migration and expansion. The Saxons were not a people confined by the boundaries of their original homeland. Driven by population pressures, resource needs, and opportunities for conquest, they embarked on journeys that would shape their destiny and redefine the map of Northern Europe. The first waves of migration were triggered by environmental and demographic changes. Fertile lands to the west and south, combined with declining resources in their homeland, encouraged many Saxons to seek new territories. These migrations often brought them into contact and conflict with established peoples such as the Britons, Franks, and other Germanic tribes. One of the most defining movements in Saxon history was their migration to Britain. Alongside the Angles and Jutes, the Saxons crossed the North Sea and established settlements that would eventually evolve into the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. These migrations were not merely acts of conquest, they were the planting of seeds for a new cultural and political landscape. The Saxon migration was marked by both warfare and diplomacy. As they moved into new lands, they clashed with native populations, yet also formed alliances that allowed them to secure their holdings. These relationships would go on to influence the development of early medieval Europe. As Saxon settlers brought with them their traditions, beliefs, and social structures, expansion was not limited to migration alone. The Saxons also extended their influence through trade networks, marriage alliances, and military campaigns, leaving an indelible mark on the regions they touched. The blending of Saxon culture with local traditions created vibrant new societies, showcasing their adaptability and resilience. Through their migrations and expansions, the Saxons transformed from a regional people into a key force in shaping early medieval Europe. This chapter explores the motivations, challenges, and legacies of their movements, offering a window into how the Saxons forged a new identity far from their original homeland. What drove the Saxons to leave their homeland? The forces behind their migrations were multifaceted, including environmental changes, population pressures, and conflicts with neighboring tribes. The depletion of resources in their densely populated heartland made it increasingly difficult to sustain their growing communities. Climate shifts, leading to harsher winters and reduced agricultural yields, further exacerbated these pressures. Facing these challenges, many Saxons viewed migration not as a choice, but as a necessity for survival. Their decision to seek new lands reflected their resilience and determination to secure a better future. The Saxons' arrival in Britain marked the beginning of a transformative era in the island's history. Sailing alongside the Angles and Jutes, the Saxons landed on Britain's shores, bringing with them not only warriors, but also settlers seeking new opportunities. The initial landings were not universally welcomed. The native Britons, already weakened by the retreat of Roman forces, mounted fierce resistance against these newcomers. Battles were waged across the countryside, as the Saxons fought to carve out territory for their people. Despite these conflicts, the Saxons' perseverance paid off. They established strongholds along Britain's southeastern coast, areas that would later evolve into powerful kingdoms such as Kent, Sussex, and Wessex. These settlements became the launching points for further expansion inland. The Saxons did more than conquer. They adapted. Learning from the Roman infrastructure left behind, they utilized roads, settlements, and fortifications to bolster their control. Over time, these sites were repurposed and became centers of Saxon administration and culture. The arrival of the Saxons also brought significant cultural changes to Britain. Their language, Old English, began to supplant the native Celtic dialects, and their pagan beliefs introduced new traditions and rituals to the island. The blend of Saxon and local influences would lay the groundwork for the unique Anglo-Saxon identity. The Saxons' arrival in Britain was not just an invasion, it was the beginning of a new chapter in the island's history. It set the stage for the formation of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, shaping the political and cultural future of Britain for centuries to come. Migration often brought the Saxons into direct contact with established societies, leading to a complex interplay of conflict and cooperation. In Britain, they clashed with the Britons, yet over time, Alliances and intermarriages helped to stabilize these relationships. In other regions, such as the Rhine and Danube frontiers, the Saxons interacted with Roman and post-Roman powers, adapting to local customs while asserting their own traditions. These interactions reflected the Saxons' adaptability and pragmatic approach to expansion. Through their migrations and expansions, the Saxons transformed themselves from a regional Germanic people into key players in the shaping of medieval Europe. Their settlements in Britain gave rise to the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, whose cultural, linguistic, and political legacies continue to resonate today. The blending of Saxon traditions with those of the peoples they encountered created vibrant, hybrid societies. These migrations also solidified the Saxons' reputation as adaptable and resilient, capable of thriving in new and challenging environments. The story of Saxon migration is not just a tale of movement. It is a testament to their enduring influence on the history and identity of Europe. The Saxon Wars were fueled by fundamental differences between the Saxons and the Franks. The Saxons, deeply tied to their pagan beliefs and decentralized tribal system, clashed with the Frankish desire to impose Christian rule and consolidate political authority. These differences created a powder keg of tension along their shared borders. The Franks, led by Charlemagne, sought to expand their empire and unify it under Christianity. For Charlemagne, the Saxons represented a barrier to his vision of a consolidated and pious realm. Their resistance to Christian conversion and refusal to acknowledge Frankish authority frustrated his ambitions. On the Saxon side, their societal structure played a critical role in their defiance. Unlike the centralized Frankish state, Saxon society was built around autonomous tribal units, each with its own leadership and traditions. This decentralized nature made them resistant to outside control, but also posed challenges in forming a unified defense against the Franks. Religious differences further deepened the divide. While the Franks viewed Christianity as a unifying and civilizing force, the Saxons saw their pagan traditions as central to their identity. The Frankish push to convert the Saxons by force was seen as an existential threat, fueling their determination to resist. Geography also contributed to the conflict. The dense forests and rivers of Saxon territory created natural barriers that frustrated Frankish campaigns, but also limited the Saxons' ability to coordinate their defenses. The shared border became a zone of frequent skirmishes, raids, and retaliatory attacks, setting the stage for decades of warfare. The Saxon Wars were not inevitable, but they were the result of a long history of tensions over culture, religion, and power. The roots of this conflict highlight the deep-seated differences that made reconciliation so difficult and ensured that the wars would be among the most brutal and protracted in early medieval Europe. The Saxon Wars reached their peak under the relentless campaigns of Charlemagne. Determined to subdue the Saxons and expand his empire, Charlemagne employed a combination of military force, strategic alliances, and psychological tactics that pushed the Saxons to their limits. The Frankish campaigns were methodical. Charlemagne's forces crossed the Rhine into Saxon territory, targeting key settlements and sacred sites. The Irminsul, a symbol of Saxon spirituality, was among the first casualties. Its destruction intended to demoralize the Saxons and undermine their resistance. Charlemagne's strategy relied on overwhelming force. His armies, well-trained and equipped, conducted a scorched earth policy, burning villages, seizing livestock, and uprooting Saxon communities. These tactics aimed to disrupt the Saxons' ability to sustain prolonged resistance. Yet the Saxons proved resilient. Under leaders like Witikind, they employed guerrilla tactics, striking Frankish forces in swift, calculated raids before retreating into the dense forests they knew so well. This style of warfare frustrated Charlemagne, who struggled to bring the elusive Saxons to open battle. The campaigns were not without their turning points. The massacre of Verdun in 782 AD remains one of the darkest chapters of the Saxon Wars. After a particularly intense rebellion led by Widukind, Charlemagne sought to make an example of captured Saxon warriors. In a calculated act of terror, approximately 4,500 Saxon prisoners were executed in a single day under Charlemagne's orders. The executions were carried out near the town of Verdun, intended to send a clear message of the consequences of resistance. The massacre of Verdun had immediate and lasting impacts. For the Saxons, it was a devastating loss that underscored the ruthlessness of the Frankish campaigns. The executions targeted not just warriors, but the morale and cohesion of the Saxon people. However, instead of quelling resistance, this act further inflamed the resolve of many Saxons, particularly among those loyal to Widukind. The event became a symbol of their struggle against an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. On the Frankish side, the massacre was a calculated measure aimed at breaking the back of the rebellion, but it also showcased the lengths to which Charlemagne was willing to go to secure his objectives. It revealed the brutal realities of empire building in the medieval period, where power was often asserted through fear and overwhelming displays of force. Over time, the Franks adapted their approach, combining military might with political diplomacy. Charlemagne offered amnesty to Saxon leaders willing to convert to Christianity and submit to Frankish rule. These concessions, coupled with relentless pressure, gradually wore down Saxon resistance. By the end of the campaigns, the Saxons were defeated, their lands incorporated into the Frankish Empire. Charlemagne's relentless advance had achieved his goals, but at the cost of decades of bloodshed and the loss of a way of life for the Saxons. The campaigns left a legacy of resilience and transformation, shaping the course of Saxon history for centuries to come. Amid the relentless onslaught of Charlemagne's campaigns, one figure emerged as the embodiment of Saxon resistance: Widukind. A charismatic and cunning leader, Widukind became a rallying point for the Saxon tribes, uniting them in their struggle against the Frankish Empire. Widukind's early life remains shrouded in mystery, but by the time of the Saxon Wars, he had gained a reputation as a skilled warrior and strategist. Unlike the decentralized tribal leaders who often acted independently, Widukind understood the importance of unity. He traveled across Saxon lands, forging alliances and inspiring a fractured people to stand together. Widukind's military tactics were as unconventional as they were effective. He leveraged the dense forests and rugged terrain of Saxon territory to launch guerrilla-style raids against Charlemagne's forces. His attacks were swift and unpredictable, targeting supply lines, small garrisons, and vulnerable detachments of the Frankish army. These tactics frustrated Charlemagne, forcing the Frankish emperor to adapt his strategies. One of Widukind's most notable achievements was his ability to escape capture. During moments when Saxon resistance seemed on the verge of collapse, Widukind would disappear, seeking refuge among sympathetic allies, such as the Danes. From these safe havens, he regrouped and planned his next moves, ensuring that the flame of resistance never fully extinguished. Widukind's defiance reached its zenith following the massacre of Verdun. For many Saxons, the massacre was a turning point, solidifying their resolve to resist at all costs. Widukind capitalized on this sentiment, leading a resurgence of rebellion that forced Charlemagne to redouble his efforts. However, even Widukind's determination could not withstand the relentless pressure of the Frankish campaigns. In 785 AD, Widukind made the fateful decision to surrender. He agreed to convert to Christianity and swear allegiance to Charlemagne in exchange for peace for his people. His baptism, reportedly witnessed by Charlemagne himself in the city of Attigny, symbolized not only his personal submission, but also the end of organized Saxon resistance. For many Saxons, Widukind's baptism was a betrayal of their ancient gods and traditions. To abandon the pantheon of deities that had guided their people for generations and embrace the Christian faith imposed by their conquerors was seen as a capitulation that cut deeply into the spiritual fabric of Saxon society. The event marked a profound shift, not just in leadership, but in the very identity of the Saxon people. It was a symbolic death of the old ways, as the flames of resistance were extinguished by the waters of baptism. Widukin's surrender was not merely an act of defeat, but a calculated move. By embracing Christianity and negotiating peace, he sought to preserve what remained of the Saxon people and their culture. The terms of his surrender included the promise of clemency for his followers and the cessation of Frankish reprisals. This pragmatic decision allowed the Saxons to transition into a new era, albeit under Frankish rule. The event was laden with symbolism. Widukin's baptism marked the official Christianization of the Saxon leadership, a process that would extend throughout the Saxon population in the years to come. It also demonstrated Charlemagne's dual strategy of military dominance and religious assimilation, which he used to expand his empire. Widukin's legacy is complex. To some, he is a hero who fought valiantly to preserve Saxon independence and traditions. To others, his baptism represents the ultimate betrayal of Saxon heritage. What remains undeniable is Widukin's impact as a leader who unified the Saxons in their darkest hour, leaving a legacy of courage, pragmatism, and the enduring tension between preservation and transformation. The destruction of the Irminsul stands as one of the most devastating blows in the Saxon Wars, a moment that symbolized the cultural and spiritual assault on the Saxon people by Charlemagne's forces. The Irminsul, a sacred pillar believed to connect the heavens and the earth, was the focal point of Saxon pagan worship and a symbol of their resistance. In 772 AD, during one of his early campaigns, Charlemagne launched a targeted strike into Saxon territory. The campaign began with a rapid advance across the Rhine, where his well-organized army overwhelmed the scattered Saxon defenses. Charlemagne's forces, driven by a mission to assert Frankish dominance and dismantle Saxon resistance, made their way to Eresburg, a stronghold near the sacred Irminsul. The Irminsul, situated in a grove considered holy by the Saxons, was more than a religious artifact. It was a gathering place for tribal leaders, a site for seasonal rituals, and a symbol of unity among the otherwise decentralized Saxon tribes. The Frankish army besieged Eresburg, and after a brief but decisive confrontation, the stronghold fell, leaving the sacred site vulnerable. Once the path to the Irminsul was clear, Charlemagne ordered its destruction. The Frankish soldiers dismantled the sacred pillar, cutting it down and reportedly scattering its pieces to ensure it could not be reconstructed. Surrounding altars and shrines were also desecrated, and any artifacts associated with Saxon worship were seized or destroyed. This act of sacrilege was designed to not only demoralize the Saxons, but also to send a clear message that resistance to Frankish rule was futile. The immediate aftermath of the Irminsul's fall was a mixture of shock and outrage among the Saxons. For many, the destruction of their most sacred symbol was a sign that their gods had been defeated, leading to despair and a crisis of faith. However, for others, the act only fueled their resolve to fight back, sparking renewed resistance under leaders like Widukind. The psychological impact of the Irminsul's destruction cannot be overstated. By targeting such a central aspect of Saxon spirituality, Charlemagne aimed to fracture their sense of identity and weaken their unity. This tactic was consistent with his broader strategy of integrating conquered peoples into the Frankish Empire through cultural and religious assimilation. For Charlemagne, the destruction of the Irminsul was not just a military victory, but a significant ideological triumph. It marked the beginning of a campaign to replace Saxon paganism with Christianity, using the church as a tool of governance and control. Missionaries were sent to Saxon lands in the wake of the campaign, building churches where sacred groves once stood, and converting Saxons through a mix of persuasion and coercion. The fall of the Irminsul marked a turning point in the Saxon Wars. It represented the beginning of the end for Saxon paganism and the gradual Christianization of their society. Yet, even in its destruction, the memory of the Irminsul lived on as a symbol of Saxon resilience and the enduring struggle to preserve their identity in the face of overwhelming odds. The conclusion of the Saxon Wars brought a profound transformation to Saxon society. With their final defeat, the Saxons were not only absorbed into the Frankish Empire, but also subjected to a sweeping cultural and religious assimilation that would forever alter their identity. Charlemagne's victory was not marked by celebrations of military conquest alone. The real challenge began with integrating the fiercely independent Saxons into the Christian and centralized framework of the Frankish Empire. To achieve this, Charlemagne implemented a series of measures designed to suppress Saxon traditions and enforce the adoption of Christian values. One of the most immediate changes was the establishment of a new governance structure. Saxon tribal leaders were replaced or subordinated to Frankish officials, who ensured compliance with imperial directives. Fortified administrative centers, such as Aachen and Paderborn, were constructed to act as hubs of political control and military oversight. These centers housed Frankish governors, known as counts, who were tasked with enforcing imperial policies, collecting taxes, and maintaining order. Counts were often supported by local Saxon elites who had pledged loyalty to Charlemagne, creating a hybrid governance model that merged Frankish administration with local cooperation. To ensure loyalty and suppress rebellion, Charlemagne imposed a system of land redistribution. Saxon landholders who resisted were dispossessed, with their lands granted to Frankish nobles and loyal Saxons who had converted to Christianity. This redistribution weakened the traditional power of Saxon tribal leaders, further integrating the region into the Frankish feudal system. Religious transformation was central to this integration. Churches were constructed where Saxon sacred sites once stood, serving both as places of worship and symbols of Frankish dominance. These churches were often built using materials from desecrated pagan shrines, physically demonstrating the replacement of old beliefs with the Christian faith. Clergy members, many of whom were Frankish or trained within the Frankish Church, were appointed to oversee these new religious centers, ensuring that Saxon Christianity adhered to imperial doctrine. Missionaries were dispatched to convert the Saxon populace, using a combination of persuasion, education, and force. These missionaries, such as Saint Labuan and Saint Boniface, often faced hostility but persevered in their efforts to establish Christian communities. Religious schools were founded to educate Saxon children in Christian teachings, replacing traditional oral storytelling with scripture-based lessons. The Capitulary for Saxony, issued by Charlemagne, codified these changes. This legal framework imposed severe penalties for maintaining pagan practices, including the death penalty for those who refused baptism or continued to perform traditional rituals. The Capitulary also mandated the observance of Christian holidays, such as Easter and Christmas, which gradually replaced native festivals. Despite the harshness of these measures, the Saxons proved resilient. Over time, they adapted to their new reality, blending elements of their own culture with Christian practices. Festivals, myths, and traditions were reinterpreted within a Christian context. For example, the pagan spring festival of Eostre was reimagined as the Christian celebration of Easter, retaining some of its original themes of renewal and fertility. Economically, integration into the Frankish Empire brought both challenges and opportunities. While many Saxons faced hardships under the new system, others benefited from access to broader trade networks and the stability of imperial rule. Saxon craftsmanship and agricultural practices continued to thrive, contributing to the overall prosperity of the empire. What had once been a fiercely autonomous and pagan society became a cornerstone of the Carolingian world. The process was neither quick nor painless, but it laid the foundation for the Saxons to emerge as a vital part of medieval Europe's cultural and political fabric. The Christianization of the Saxons was a transformative process that reshaped their society, culture, and governance, spanning decades and marked by resistance, adaptation, and eventual integration. This monumental shift was driven by both internal dynamics and external influence from the Frankish Empire and the broader Christian world. Missionaries played a pivotal role in the Christianization of the Saxons. Figures like Augustine of Canterbury and Saint Boniface were instrumental in spreading the Christian faith. Augustine's arrival in Britain in 597 AD laid the groundwork for Anglo-Saxon Christian traditions, while Boniface's efforts on the continent, particularly among the Saxons in Europe, helped convert their leadership and communities. Boniface's approach often involved directly challenging pagan practices, such as the felling of sacred trees, to demonstrate the power of the Christian God. The symbolic act of cutting down the Donar oak, a tree sacred to the Saxons, became a turning point. By replacing the oak with a Christian chapel, Boniface sent a powerful message about the supremacy of Christianity over paganism. These acts of defiance against pagan symbols often carried significant personal risk for missionaries, but they succeeded in creating dramatic visual shifts in the cultural landscape. Missionaries also relied on persuasion and education. They established schools alongside churches to teach Saxon children the principles of Christianity, as well as basic literacy. By focusing on the next generation, missionaries ensured that Christian teachings took root in Saxon society over time. Royal support played a crucial role in the success of missionary efforts. Charlemagne's backing of the Christianization process meant that missionaries could operate under the protection of Frankish military and political authority. This combination of religious zeal and imperial power ensured that even the most resistant communities eventually embraced Christianity. Despite these efforts, resistance was common. Some missionaries faced violent opposition, with accounts of attacks on Christian outposts and the martyrdom of priests. Yet the persistence of these religious pioneers and their ability to adapt their methods ensured the gradual but steady conversion of the Saxons. The conversion of Saxon leaders was a turning point in the Christianization process. Charlemagne's campaigns in continental Saxony forced many tribal leaders to accept baptism as a condition of peace. This was not merely a spiritual transformation, but a calculated political move. For Charlemagne, the conversion of these leaders ensured their allegiance to the Frankish crown and the integration of their territories into his empire. Widukin's baptism in 785 AD remains one of the most significant moments in this process. In England, the conversion of leaders such as King Ethelbert of Kent set a powerful precedent. Ethelbert, influenced by his Christian wife, Queen Bertha, and the mission of Augustine of Canterbury, embraced Christianity not only for its spiritual message, but also for its diplomatic and cultural benefits. His conversion in the early 7th century was a carefully orchestrated event. Augustine built the Church of St. Martin in Canterbury, where Ethelbert was baptized in a ceremony designed to emphasize the unity between the Saxon king and the Roman Church. Ethelbert's baptism was followed by a series of reforms that established Christianity as the state religion in Kent. Laws inspired by Christian teachings were codified, including protections for the church and regulations that aligned with Christian morality. Ethelbert's conversion also encouraged neighboring rulers to follow suit, creating a ripple effect across Anglo-Saxon England. The role of these leaders was pivotal. Their acceptance of Christianity often led to the conversion of their courts and subjects, either through persuasion or decree. Leaders who adopted Christianity gained access to Frankish military support, economic ties, and the prestige associated with the Christian world. The conversion of Saxon leaders was also accompanied by symbolic acts that reinforced their new faith. Baptisms were often grand ceremonies attended by both Frankish officials and local elites, serving as public declarations of the new religious order. These events were followed by the destruction or repurposing of pagan symbols and the establishment of Christian churches, signaling a profound cultural shift. While the conversion of leaders marked a significant milestone, It did not end resistance among the Saxon populace. Many communities continued to practice their pagan traditions in secret, requiring ongoing efforts by the church and missionaries to fully establish Christianity as the dominant faith. The Christianization of the Saxons was not a complete erasure of their pagan past. Instead, it was a process of integration and adaptation, allowing elements of Saxon paganism to blend with Christian practices, creating a unique and enduring cultural identity. One of the most significant examples of this adaptation was the transformation of sacred spaces. Pagan groves and shrines, once centers of traditional Saxon worship, were repurposed as Christian holy sites. These locations were often dedicated to saints, whose lives and miracles mirrored aspects of Saxon mythology. For instance, Saint Michael, a figure associated with strength and protection, became a prominent saint in areas where pagan deities of war and guardianship had once been revered. Festivals provided another avenue for adaptation. The Christian calendar absorbed and reinterpreted many pagan celebrations. The winter solstice festival, Yule, was transformed into Christmas, retaining its themes of renewal and light during the darkest days of the year. Similarly, the spring festival of Easter, dedicated to fertility and rebirth, was reimagined as Easter, celebrating the resurrection of Christ. Rituals also evolved. Traditional Saxon practices, such as offerings to spirits and communal feasts, were recontextualized within a Christian framework. Offerings became alms for the poor or gifts to the church, while communal feasts were incorporated into Christian holidays and saints' feast days. This approach allowed the Saxons to retain familiar customs while embracing their new faith. Saxon art and craftsmanship reflected this cultural synthesis. Illuminated manuscripts, stone crosses, and church decorations often incorporated motifs from pagan mythology, such as intertwining beasts and natural symbols, alongside Christian imagery. This blending of styles created a distinctive Saxon Christian aesthetic that celebrated both traditions. Despite these adaptations, the transition was not without tension. Rural communities, less exposed to missionary efforts and the influence of Christianized leaders, were slower to abandon their pagan traditions. These regions often practiced a form of syncretism, blending old and new beliefs. For example, Christian prayers might be accompanied by invocations to traditional gods, reflecting a gradual rather than immediate shift in spiritual allegiance. The integration of pagan traditions into Christianity was not merely a strategy for conversion, but a testament to the resilience and adaptability of Saxon culture. By merging their heritage with the Christian faith, the Saxons created a unique identity that honored their past while embracing the future. This blending of traditions ensured the survival of Saxon cultural elements within the broader framework of medieval Christianity. Monasteries became the heart of the Christianized Saxon world. They were more than just religious institutions. They were centers of education, cultural preservation, and economic activity that profoundly influenced Saxon society. Monasteries such as Fulda, Corvey, and Lorsch served as spiritual hubs where Christian teachings were disseminated. They were places of daily prayer, liturgical observance, and theological reflection. Monastic schools were established to educate both clergy and lay people, teaching not only religious doctrine, but also literacy, history, and classical knowledge. These schools became instrumental in bridging the gap between pagan traditions and Christian values, fostering a new intellectual tradition. Monastic scribes played a crucial role in preserving knowledge. They painstakingly copied religious texts, such as the Bible, as well as classical works from antiquity, ensuring the survival of ancient wisdom. Illuminated manuscripts, like the Lindisfarne Gospels and the Codex Aureus, reflected a fusion of Saxon artistic motifs with Christian themes, creating a distinctive aesthetic that celebrated both traditions. Monasteries were also centers of economic activity. They owned vast tracts of land that were cultivated by peasants and managed by monastic officials. These estates produced food, wine, and other goods that sustained the monastic community and supported charitable works. Monasteries also acted as hubs of trade, connecting Saxon communities to broader economic networks within the Frankish Empire and beyond. The Church, closely tied to monastic institutions, became a central force in Saxon governance. Bishops and abbots often served as advisors to Saxon kings, providing spiritual guidance and political counsel. Christian values were integrated into Saxon law codes, promoting social order and justice. For example, laws were introduced to protect the Church's property, enforce moral behavior, and mandate observance of Christian practices. Many monasteries doubled as missionary outposts, spreading Christianity to more remote and resistant areas of Saxon territory. From these bases, missionaries ventured into pagan regions, converting local populations and establishing new Christian communities. These efforts helped to consolidate the Christian faith across Saxon lands. The role of monasteries and the Church in the Christianization of the Saxons cannot be overstated. They were not only centers of religious life, but also catalysts for social and cultural transformation. Through their influence, the Saxons transitioned from a fragmented pagan society to a unified Christian people, integrated into the broader medieval European world. The Christianization of the Saxons was a complex and multifaceted process, and its success was not achieved without significant challenges. The resistance from rural communities, the persistence of pagan traditions, and the cultural tension between old and new beliefs created obstacles that required decades of effort to overcome. In remote and less accessible regions, many Saxons were deeply attached to their ancestral practices. These communities, far removed from the influence of Christianized leaders and missionaries, often continued their pagan worship in secret. Sacred groves, hidden altars, and clandestine rituals persisted for generations, necessitating ongoing efforts by the Church to root out these practices. The rural Saxons' attachment to their traditions highlighted the cultural divide between the Christianized elite and the broader population. Even as the Saxons officially embraced Christianity, elements of their pagan heritage persisted in syncretic forms. Festivals, symbols, and rituals were adapted to fit within the Christian framework. But the underlying themes often retained their pre-Christian origins. For instance, fertility symbols, nature worship, and seasonal festivals were subtly woven into Christian holidays, creating a hybrid cultural identity. The arrival of the Saxons in England, alongside the Angles and Jutes, marked a transformative period in the 5th and 6th centuries. These migrations were driven by population pressures in continental Europe and the opportunities presented by the power vacuum left by the Roman withdrawal from Britain. The collapse of Roman authority in Britain around 410 AD left the island vulnerable to raids and invasions. Native Britons, struggling to defend their territories, sought assistance from Saxon mercenaries. These initial interactions opened the door for larger waves of Saxon, Anglo, and Jutish migrations. Overcrowding and resource scarcity in their homelands further motivated these groups to seek new opportunities across the North Sea. The first Saxon settlements were concentrated in southeastern England, particularly in areas like Kent, Sussex, and Essex. Fertile lands, accessible waterways, and favorable climates made these regions ideal for agriculture and settlement. Archaeological evidence, such as burial sites and village remains, reveals the Saxons' ability to establish self-sufficient communities with advanced farming and craftsmanship. As Saxon settlements expanded, tensions with the native Britons escalated into violent conflicts. The legendary Battle of Mount Badon, often attributed to King Arthur, was one such instance of resistance against Saxon advances. Despite these setbacks, the Saxons gradually pushed westward, carving out territories and displacing many native populations. By the late 5th century, the Saxons began organizing their settlements into tribal territories. These early polities were governed by local chieftains who wielded both military and political power. Over time, these territories coalesced into larger kingdoms, such as Kent under King Ethelbert and Sussex under King Ella. These kingdoms laid the foundation for the complex political landscape of Anglo-Saxon England. The Saxons brought with them their language, customs, and pagan beliefs, which began to blend with the remnants of Roman and Celtic traditions in Britain. This cultural exchange shaped the identity of early Anglo-Saxon society, evident in their art, burial practices, and governance structures. By the 7th century, the Saxons had established a patchwork of powerful kingdoms that defined Anglo-Saxon England. These included Wessex, Sussex, Essex, East Anglia, Northumbria, and Mercia, each vying for dominance over the others. These kingdoms were more than just political entities. They were centers of cultural and military innovation, each contributing to the identity of early England. Mercia emerged as one of the most dominant kingdoms during the 8th century, reaching its peak under King Offa, R757-796. Offa's reign was marked by ambitious projects and political consolidation that transformed Mercia into a regional superpower. One of Offa's most remarkable achievements was the construction of Offa's Dyke, a monumental earthwork stretching along the Welsh border. This structure, both defensive and symbolic, delineated Mercian control and deterred raids from Welsh tribes. It also showcased Mercia's engineering capabilities and political authority. Under Offa, Mercia expanded its influence over neighboring kingdoms, asserting dominance over East Anglia, Kent, and parts of Wessex. Offa's military campaigns and strategic marriages strengthened Mercia's position as a unifying force in southern England. Mercia became a hub of trade and commerce, with its capital at Tamworth serving as a political and economic center. Offa's establishment of a standardized coinage system, including the renowned silver penny, facilitated trade and reinforced Mercia's economic stability. Culturally, Mercia flourished under Offa's rule. The kingdom embraced Christianity, fostering the growth of monasteries and churches that became centers of learning and artistic production. Offa maintained strong ties with the papacy, negotiating treaties and sending gifts to the Pope, which elevated Mercia's status in the Christian world. Offa's diplomatic acumen extended beyond England. He forged alliances with Charlemagne, the ruler of the Frankish Empire, strengthening Mercia's international standing. Correspondence between the two rulers highlights mutual respect and cooperation, with Offa's coinage even mirroring Frankish designs. Though Mercia's dominance waned after Offa's death, its contributions to the political, economic, and cultural fabric of Anglo-Saxon England were profound. The kingdom's advancements in governance, trade, and diplomacy set the stage for the eventual unification of England. Northumbria emerged as a beacon of religious and intellectual achievement during the 7th and 8th centuries. Its monasteries, such as Lindisfarne and Jarrow, became centers of Christian learning and cultural preservation. Northumbria played a crucial role in the spread of Christianity across England. The Synod of Whitby in 664 AD resolved conflicts between Celtic and Roman Christian practices, aligning the kingdom with the Roman Church. Monasteries established by figures like St. Aidan and St. Cuthbert not only spread Christianity, but also became hubs of spiritual devotion and missionary work. Northumbria's intellectual contributions were unparalleled. The Venerable Bede, a monk at Jarrow, produced works such as Ecclesiastical History of the English People, which remains a vital source for early English history. These monasteries were also centers of manuscript production, creating masterpieces like the Lindisfarne Gospels, which combined intricate Saxon artistry with Christian themes. The cultural output of Northumbria influenced both religious and secular life. Its illuminated manuscripts, stone crosses, and ecclesiastical architecture reflected a blending of Saxon and Christian traditions, leaving a lasting artistic legacy. The Viking raid on Lindisfarne in 793 AD marked a dramatic turning point for Northumbria and Anglo-Saxon England. The monastery at Lindisfarne, revered as a spiritual and cultural hub, was brutally attacked by Norse invaders. The Vikings pillaged the sacred site, looting its treasures, desecrating religious relics, and killing or enslaving many of the monks. This shocking event sent ripples of fear throughout Christendom, heralding the beginning of the Viking Age. The sacking of Lindisfarne highlighted the vulnerability of even the most revered Christian sites and underscored the growing threat posed by Norse seafarers. Despite this devastation, Lindisfarne's legacy endured. Survivors preserved its traditions, and the event galvanized efforts to fortify other monastic and coastal communities against further raids. The illuminated Lindisfarne Gospels, completed before the attack, remain a testament to the monastery's cultural achievements and resilience. Northumbria's prominence waned with Viking incursions in the late 8th century, including the sacking of Lindisfarne, which marked the beginning of the Viking Age. Despite its decline, Northumbria's contributions to religion, scholarship, and art profoundly shaped the cultural and spiritual identity of Anglo-Saxon England. Wessex emerged as the most influential kingdom in Anglo-Saxon England, known for its military resilience, cultural development, and role in unifying the land into a single English identity. Its prominence was solidified through the leadership of legendary kings such as Cerdic, Alfred the Great, Edward the Elder, and Aethelstan. The Kingdom of Wessex was established in the 6th century by Cerdic, whose lineage became synonymous with leadership and continuity. From its earliest days, Wessex expanded its territory through conquest and strategic alliances, carving out a significant role in the shifting landscape of Anglo-Saxon England. Wessex is best known for its successful resistance against Viking incursions. Under King Alfred the Great, r. 871 to 899, Wessex became the last major kingdom to stand against the Norse onslaught. Alfred's military reforms, including the establishment of fortified towns, burhs, and a reorganized militia system, were instrumental in repelling Viking advances. The Battle of Edington was a pivotal moment in the history of Anglo-Saxon England, marking a decisive victory for King Alfred the Great against the Viking forces led by Guthrum. It played a critical role in preserving the independence of Wessex and laying the foundation for the eventual unification of England. In the years preceding the battle, Wessex faced relentless Viking incursions. The Great Heathen Army had already overrun much of England, establishing the Danelaw in the north and east. After a surprise Viking assault in early 878, Alfred retreated into the marshlands of Somerset, regrouping and organizing a resistance movement. From his stronghold at Athelney, Alfred conducted raids and rallied local forces, preparing for a decisive confrontation. By May 878, Alfred had assembled a sizable army, drawing warriors from across Wessex. He issued a call to arms through the Fyrd militia system, rallying troops at Egbert's Stone. Motivated by Alfred's leadership and the desire to defend their homeland, the Saxon forces marched to Edington to confront the Viking army. The Vikings, entrenched in a fortified camp, faced a disciplined Saxon army. Alfred deployed his forces in a shield wall formation, a traditional tactic that emphasized cohesion and defense. The Saxon line advanced slowly, maintaining their formation as they approached the Viking position. The battle began with fierce combat as the shield walls of both sides collided. The Saxons, driven by the leadership of Alfred and their determination to reclaim their lands, held their ground. Alfred's forces pushed forward methodically, exploiting gaps in the Viking line. After hours of intense fighting, the Viking forces began to falter, weakened by sustained pressure and the disciplined advance of the Saxons. The Vikings broke ranks and retreated to their camp. Alfred's army pursued them, surrounding the fortified position and cutting off their escape. Alfred's forces laid siege to the Viking camp, preventing supplies or reinforcements from reaching Guthrum's army. After several days, the Vikings, facing starvation and defeat, surrendered. Guthrum agreed to negotiate terms, leading to the Treaty of Wedmore. The Treaty of Wedmore marked the end of large-scale Viking attacks on Wessex. Under its terms, Guthrum agreed to withdraw from Wessex, convert to Christianity, and become a vassal to Alfred. The treaty established a clear boundary between Wessex and the Danelaw, ensuring peace for several years. The victory at Edington cemented Alfred's reputation as a skilled military leader and savior of Anglo-Saxon England. It allowed him to focus on fortifying Wessex, reorganizing its defenses, and fostering cultural and intellectual renewal. Edington was not only a military triumph, but also a turning point in the survival of the Anglo-Saxon kingdom against external threats. Anglo-Saxon society was highly structured and rooted in both tradition and innovation. At its core was a hierarchical system, community-based governance, and a thriving cultural identity that blended native traditions with external influences. Anglo-Saxon society was organized into distinct classes: kings and nobles. The kings ruled the kingdoms, supported by powerful nobles who held significant influence over local governance and military affairs. Freemen, ceorls, landowners and farmers formed the backbone of Anglo-Saxon society. They were independent, but often pledged loyalty to a noble or king. Serfs and slaves, the lowest class, composed of bonded laborers and enslaved individuals who worked on estates and had limited rights. Each community was centered around a village or manor, with governance provided through local assemblies known as moots. These assemblies allowed freemen to participate in decision-making, maintaining a sense of local autonomy. Anglo-Saxon England was a cultural beacon, producing some of the most enduring works of literature and art in early medieval Europe. The epic poem Beowulf epitomizes their literary tradition, blending pagan heroism with Christian values. Art and craftsmanship flourished, particularly in metalwork and illuminated manuscripts. The Sutton Hoo treasure exemplifies their artistic sophistication, showcasing intricate designs and skilled craftsmanship. Festivals and oral storytelling were vital parts of cultural life, preserving history, mythology, and values across generations. These traditions played a crucial role in maintaining the Anglo-Saxon cultural identity. The Christianization of Anglo-Saxon England was a transformative process that reshaped the social, political, and cultural fabric of the kingdoms. The arrival of St. Augustine in 597 AD marked a turning point in Anglo-Saxon religious history. Sent by Pope Gregory the Great, Augustine's mission successfully converted King Ethelbert of Kent, paving the way for widespread adoption of Christianity. Over the next century, missionaries such as St. Aidan and St. Cuthbert worked tirelessly to spread the faith, establishing monasteries and churches across the land. Monasteries became the heart of Christian life in Anglo-Saxon England. Institutions like Lindisfarne, Jarrow, and Canterbury were not only centers of worship, but also hubs of education and cultural preservation. Monastic scribes produced illuminated manuscripts, including the Lindisfarne Gospels, which blended Christian themes with Anglo-Saxon artistry. These centers preserved classical knowledge and fostered intellectual growth. Figures such as the Venerable Bede, a monk at Jarrow, contributed significantly to historical and theological scholarship. His ecclesiastical history of the English people remains a cornerstone of early English historiography. Christianity deeply influenced Anglo-Saxon governance. Kings adopted Christian values in their laws and policies, promoting social order and justice. Church leaders often served as advisors to rulers, blending spiritual authority with political power. Festivals like Christmas and Easter replaced pagan celebrations, reinforcing Christian traditions. The Church also played a key role in mediating disputes and fostering alliances between kingdoms. The Anglo-Saxon period came to a close with the confluence of Viking incursions, internal strife, and the eventual Norman conquest. From the late 8th century onward, Viking raids posed a constant threat to Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The sacking of Lindisfarne in 793 AD marked the beginning of the Viking Age. While many kingdoms fell under Viking control, Wessex under Alfred the Great resisted and eventually reclaimed territory through a combination of military strategy and diplomacy. The Battle of Edington in 878 AD was a turning point, securing Wessex's independence and leading to the Treaty of Wedmore. Under subsequent rulers like Edward the Elder and Ethelstan, the Anglo-Saxons consolidated their power, reclaiming Danelaw territories and uniting England. Despite their resilience, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms faced growing challenges in the 11th century. Succession disputes weakened central authority, while the death of Edward the Confessor in 1066 left a power vacuum. This instability culminated in the Battle of Hastings, where William the Conqueror defeated King Harold II, marking the Norman conquest of England. The Anglo-Saxon legacy endured despite the Norman takeover. Their contributions to governance, literature, art, and law continued to shape English identity. The blending of Anglo-Saxon and Norman traditions created a rich cultural tapestry that defined medieval England and beyond. The Saxon kingdoms in England were more than just regional powers. They were the architects of a unified English identity. Their contributions to governance, culture, and religion laid the foundation for the development of England as a nation, and their legacy endures in the fabric of British history. The Viking Age brought turmoil and transformation to Anglo-Saxon England. The Norsemen, driven by a desire for wealth, land, and conquest, launched relentless raids on the Saxon kingdoms. These incursions culminated in the establishment of the Danelaw, reshaping the political and cultural landscape of England. The Viking Age in England began dramatically with the sacking of Lindisfarne in 793 AD. The Norsemen targeted monasteries, rich with treasures and poorly defended, making them prime targets. These early raids were swift and brutal, leaving devastation in their wake. Over the next decades, the Vikings expanded their operations, raiding deep into Anglo-Saxon territories. Coastal towns and river settlements were particularly vulnerable. The Great Heathen Army, also known as the Great Viking Army, was a massive coalition of Norse warriors from Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Unlike earlier Viking raids, this force was organized for conquest and settlement rather than quick plunder. Led by prominent Viking leaders such as Ivar the Boneless, Halfdan Ragnarsson, and Ubba, the army landed in East Anglia in 865 AD. Marking the beginning of a large-scale invasion, the Great Heathen Army quickly overran East Anglia, compelling the local ruler to provide tribute and supplies. By 866 AD, the army captured York, a major center of Northumbria, defeating its rival kings Osbert and Ella. The fall of York marked a significant victory, establishing the city as a Viking stronghold. In the following years, the army pushed further into Mercia and Wessex, encountering varying levels of resistance. Their campaigns were characterized by swift movements, brutal tactics, and the strategic use of terror to subdue opposition. Major battles, such as those at Reading and Ashdown in 871 AD, demonstrated the Vikings' military prowess and their ability to adapt to local conditions. The leaders of the Great Heathen Army were experienced warriors and tacticians. Ivar the Boneless, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, played a key role in orchestrating the conquest of Northumbria and parts of Mercia. His brother, Halfdan Ragnarsson, continued the campaigns, consolidating Viking control over the Danelaw. The Vikings established fortified camps, known as winter quarters, allowing them to maintain a year-round presence in England. This approach differed from earlier seasonal raids, enabling them to sustain prolonged campaigns and integrate into local communities. The Great Heathen Army's campaigns devastated the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbria and East Anglia fell under Viking control, while Mercia was severely weakened. Wessex, under King Ethelred and later Alfred the Great, emerged as the primary bastion of resistance. Despite their initial successes, the great heathen army faced setbacks. Alfred's victory at the Battle of Ashdown in 871 AD disrupted their momentum, forcing them to re-evaluate their strategies. The army eventually fractured into smaller factions, some settling permanently in the Danelaw, while others continued raiding. The arrival of the Great Heathen Army marked a turning point in the Viking incursions into England. Unlike earlier raids focused on plunder, the Vikings now aimed to settle and dominate territories. By 870 AD, they had conquered large portions of Northumbria, East Anglia, and Mercia, leading to the creation of the Danelaw. The Danelaw encompassed a vast area of eastern and northern England, with its borders roughly defined by the rivers Thames, Lea, and Ouse. This region operated under Norse laws, customs, and governance, setting it apart from the Anglo-Saxon territories to the west and south. Local earls, often of Norse origin, held power, enforcing laws based on Viking traditions rather than Anglo-Saxon customs. Major cities within the Danelaw, such as York, Jorvik, Lincoln, and Leicester, became key Viking strongholds. These urban centers served as hubs of administration, trade, and cultural exchange, thriving under Norse influence. The Danelaw brought significant cultural changes to England. Norse settlers intermarried with local Anglo-Saxon populations, creating a blend of traditions and practices. Place names of Norse origin, such as those ending in dash by, e.g. Darby and Grimsby, and dash Thorpe, became widespread, marking the Viking legacy on the landscape. Language was also affected, with Old Norse contributing numerous words to Old English, particularly in legal and everyday terminology. Concepts like law, thing, assembly, and husband illustrate the lasting Norse linguistic impact. Economically, the Danelaw flourished as a center of trade and commerce. Viking settlements connected England to a broader Norse trading network, reaching as far as Scandinavia, the Byzantine Empire, and the Middle East. Goods such as silver, furs, and textiles flowed through cities like York, which emerged as a vibrant economic and cultural hub. The Vikings introduced new agricultural techniques and practices, further integrating with the existing Anglo-Saxon economy. Their emphasis on trade and production strengthened local economies and fostered regional prosperity. The establishment of the Danelaw reshaped the political and cultural dynamics of England. While it was eventually reconquered by Anglo-Saxon rulers like Edward the Elder and Aethelstan, the influence of the Danelaw persisted. The fusion of Norse and Anglo-Saxon traditions created a unique cultural identity that would continue to shape England's development. The Danelaw serves as a testament to the adaptability and resilience of both Viking settlers and the Anglo-Saxon communities they encountered, leaving an enduring mark on England's history and heritage. The Viking incursions into Anglo-Saxon England, culminating in the establishment of the Danelaw, provoked a determined and strategic response from the remaining Saxon kingdoms, particularly Wessex, under the leadership of Alfred the Great. This subchapter explores the relentless resistance and eventual reconquest of lost territories by the Anglo-Saxons. Wessex, surrounded by Viking-controlled territories, became the last bastion of Saxon resistance. Despite early defeats and forced retreats, King Alfred regrouped in the marshlands of Athelney in 878 AD. From this defensive stronghold, Alfred launched guerrilla-style raids, disrupting Viking operations and inspiring loyalty among his followers. The turning point came at the Battle of Edington. Alfred's victory forced the Viking leader Guthrum to retreat and agree to terms outlined in the Treaty of Wedmore. This treaty not only secured peace between Wessex and the Danelaw, but also stipulated Guthrum's conversion to Christianity, symbolizing a cultural victory for Alfred. Alfred's vision extended beyond military victory. He initiated a series of reforms to prevent future Viking incursions. Key measures included Burr system. A network of fortified towns, burhs, was established across Wessex, providing safe havens for Saxons and bases for rapid military deployment. Reorganization of the Fyrd. The militia system was restructured to ensure a constant state of readiness. Local forces were rotated, allowing a portion of the population to defend their territories while others maintained agricultural production. Naval innovations. Recognizing the Vikings' reliance on naval mobility, Alfred commissioned the construction of a fleet to counter their longships, laying the foundations for English naval power. Alfred's successors, particularly Edward the Elder and Ethelstan, continued the campaign to reclaim the Danelaw. Edward systematically retook territories in the Midlands and East Anglia, strengthening the Saxon hold over England. Ethelstan, Alfred's grandson, achieved the ultimate goal of uniting England under a single crown. His victory at the Battle of Brunanburh in 937 AD solidified his control over the previously Viking-dominated north, marking the culmination of the Saxon reconquest. Although Alfred's efforts secured a period of stability, Viking raids persisted, and new threats emerged. The peace between Wessex and the Danelaw remained tenuous, with sporadic skirmishes and territorial disputes. However, Alfred's reforms ensured that Wessex could withstand these challenges, preserving Saxon sovereignty and paving the way for eventual unification. The Viking presence in England left an indelible mark on the cultural, linguistic, and societal fabric of the region. While initially perceived as invaders, the Norse settlers eventually integrated into Anglo-Saxon society, creating a unique cultural fusion that influenced England for centuries. One of the most significant cultural impacts of the Vikings was their influence on the English language. Words of Old Norse origin became embedded in Old English, particularly in areas under Viking control. Common terms like sky, law, husband, and window reflect this linguistic blending. Many place names in the Danelaw region, such as those ending in dash by, e.g. Derby and Grimsby, and dash Thorpe, also have Norse roots. The intermingling of languages created a richer and more versatile vocabulary, laying the groundwork for the evolution of Middle English. The Vikings introduced distinctive artistic styles, characterized by intricate interlaced patterns, animal motifs, and symbolic carvings. These designs influenced Anglo-Saxon art, especially in metalwork, jewelry, and stone carvings. The fusion of Norse and Anglo-Saxon aesthetics can be seen in artifacts such as the Gosforth Cross, which blends Christian imagery with Viking artistic elements. The Norse were also skilled shipbuilders and woodworkers. Their expertise in crafting longships and other vessels impacted maritime practices in England, particularly in trade and naval defense. The Viking settlers revitalized trade networks, connecting England to a broader Norse trading world that spanned from Scandinavia to the Byzantine Empire and beyond. Cities like York, Jorvik became thriving centers of commerce and craftsmanship. Archaeological finds, such as coins, weights, and imported goods, highlight the economic prosperity of the Danelaw region during Viking settlement. The introduction of silver currency and a focus on trade, rather than subsistence farming, transformed local economies, integrating England into an extensive international network. While initially pagan, many Vikings converted to Christianity during their time in England, particularly after the Treaty of Wedmore. This conversion facilitated the integration of Norse settlers into Anglo-Saxon society. Churches and monasteries in the Danelaw began to reflect Norse artistic influences, and Christian practices were adapted to incorporate elements of Norse traditions. The fusion of religious practices is evident in the creation of carved stone crosses, which combined Christian symbols with Norse artistic motifs, symbolizing the blending of two cultures. The cultural impact of the Vikings extended beyond their era. Their integration into Anglo-Saxon society contributed to the development of a more unified English identity. The blending of traditions, language, and governance created a cultural foundation that persisted through the Norman Conquest and into the medieval period. The Viking legacy in England is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of both Norse settlers and Anglo-Saxon communities. The Norse presence left a lasting mark on England. Scandinavian settlers integrated with local populations, influencing art, language, and governance. The Viking dominance in England, which began with ferocious raids and territorial control, gradually waned as Anglo-Saxon power consolidated and new threats emerged. This chapter examines the factors contributing to the decline of Norse influence and the lasting impact of the Viking Age, despite the diminishing influence of the Danelaw. The Vikings launched new waves of invasions during the 10th and early 11th centuries. These campaigns were led by formidable figures, such as Svein Forkbeard and his son, Snut the Great. Svein Forkbeard initiated invasions in the late 10th century, culminating in his brief seizure of the English throne in 1013. His conquest marked the first time a Viking ruled all of England, though his reign lasted only a year before his death. Knut's ascension in 1016 solidified Viking rule in England. As King of Denmark, Norway, and England, he established the North Sea Empire, bringing a period of stability and prosperity. However, Knut's death in 1035 led to the disintegration of this empire, as succession disputes and internal divisions weakened Viking control. The Anglo-Saxons, under leaders such as Aethelstan and Edgar the Peaceful, played a pivotal role in diminishing Viking influence. Aethelstan's victory at the Battle of Brunanburh in 937 was a decisive moment, reaffirming Anglo-Saxon dominance and marking the beginning of a unified English kingdom. The conversion of Viking settlers to Christianity facilitated their assimilation into Anglo-Saxon society, weakening the distinct Norse identity in England. Churches and monasteries in former Viking territories began to reflect a fusion of Anglo-Saxon and Norse traditions. The Norman Conquest of 1066, led by William the Conqueror, marked the definitive end of the Viking Age in England. The Normans, descendants of Norse settlers in France, brought their own blend of Scandinavian and Frankish culture, further diluting the influence of the Vikings in England. The Normans established a new ruling dynasty, integrating elements of Anglo-Saxon governance with their own feudal systems. Despite this, the legacy of the Vikings endured, particularly in place names, language, and cultural traditions. Old Norse terms remain embedded in modern English. Place names, regions, once under the Danelaw, retain Norse-derived names. The resilience of Anglo-Saxon England in the face of Viking invasions became a defining element of its national story. The age of Alfred the Great stands as a defining era in Anglo-Saxon history, a time of resilience, reform, and revival. Alfred's reign transformed Wessex into a bastion of resistance against Viking incursions and laid the groundwork for the unification of England. Alfred ascended to the throne of Wessex in 871 AD during one of the most tumultuous periods in Anglo-Saxon history. His rise followed the death of his brother, King Ethelred, amidst relentless Viking invasions. Born in 849 AD at Wantage, Alfred was the youngest of 5 sons of King Ethelwulf of Wessex. Unlike his elder brothers, Alfred received an exceptional education, including a pilgrimage to Rome as a child, where he was blessed by Pope Leo IV. These experiences instilled in him a deep sense of responsibility, faith, and intellectual curiosity, qualities that would define his reign. Alfred's path to the throne was far from certain. By the time of his ascension, 3 of his elder brothers had died, leaving Ethelred as king. Alfred served as a loyal commander to Ethelred, distinguishing himself in battles against the Vikings. When Ethelred died in 871 AD, Alfred, despite his relatively young age, was chosen to lead Wessex during its darkest hour. Upon taking the throne, Alfred inherited a kingdom on the brink of collapse. The Vikings, emboldened by their successes in Northumbria, East Anglia, and Mercia, launched repeated assaults on Wessex. Alfred faced near-constant warfare, with pivotal battles shaping his early reign. The Battle of Reading, 871 AD, a significant loss for Wessex, as the Viking forces, led by Halfdan Ragnarsson, overran the Saxon defenders. The Battle of Ashdown, 871 AD, a turning point where Alfred's leadership secured a decisive victory. Leading his forces in a surprise attack, Alfred's tactical acumen outmaneuvered the Vikings, temporarily halting their advance. Subsequent defeats. Despite his victory at Ashdown, Alfred endured further setbacks, including defeats at the battles of Basing and Meriton, underscoring the precarious position of Wessex. By the end of 871 AD, Alfred negotiated a fragile truce with the Vikings, allowing Wessex a brief respite. However, this period of relative calm was short-lived. The Vikings resumed their assaults, forcing Alfred into a prolonged struggle to defend his kingdom. His resilience during this period laid the foundation for his future successes. Alfred's early reign was defined by his ability to adapt, learn from failures, and inspire loyalty among his people. These qualities would prove critical in the years to come. As he faced the existential threat posed by the Great Heathen Army, Alfred ascended to the throne of Wessex in 871 AD, during one of the most tumultuous periods in Anglo-Saxon history. The Battle of Edington in 878 AD marked a decisive moment not only in Alfred's reign, but also in the survival of Anglo-Saxon England. It was a clash that ended with a rare Saxon victory against the Vikings and laid the groundwork for future peace and consolidation. In the early months of 878, the Viking forces, led by Guthrum, launched a surprise winter assault on Chippenham, a royal stronghold of Wessex. The attack forced King Alfred and his followers to retreat into the marshlands of Somerset, where they established a temporary base at Athelney. From this stronghold, Alfred conducted guerrilla raids to disrupt Viking supply lines and maintain morale among his supporters. He also sent emissaries to rally reinforcements from the surrounding regions, gradually assembling an army capable of confronting Guthrum. In May 878, Alfred called his loyal followers to Egbert's Stone, a symbolic location where the West Saxons regrouped in preparation for battle. This gathering marked a turning point, as Saxon forces rallied under Alfred's leadership, demonstrating renewed unity and determination. The battle took place near Edington, where Alfred's forces faced Guthrum's Viking army. Alfred employed a disciplined shield wall formation, a hallmark of Anglo-Saxon warfare. His tactical approach emphasized cohesion and defense, leveraging his army's unity against the Viking forces, who relied on aggression and intimidation. The Saxon shield wall held firm against Viking assaults, gradually pushing the invaders back. After hours of brutal combat, the Viking lines broke, and Guthrum's forces retreated to their fortified camp. Alfred's army pursued them, laying siege to the camp and cutting off their supplies. After several days, Guthrum, facing starvation and no reinforcements, was forced to surrender. This marked a monumental victory for Alfred and Wessex, securing the survival of the last independent Anglo-Saxon kingdom. Following the battle, Alfred negotiated the Treaty of Wedmore with Guthrum. The treaty included the following terms. Guthrum and his leading warriors were to be baptized into Christianity, symbolizing their submission to Alfred's authority. The Vikings would withdraw from Wessex and settle within the Danelaw. A clear boundary was established between the Viking-controlled Danelaw and Anglo-Saxon territories, ensuring a fragile peace. Guthrum's baptism, with Alfred as his godfather, underscored the cultural and religious significance of this victory. It was not merely a military triumph, but a spiritual and diplomatic one as well. The victory at Edington was a turning point for Wessex and Anglo-Saxon England. It demonstrated Alfred's ability to inspire and lead his people under dire circumstances. The peace secured by the Treaty of Wedmore allowed Alfred to focus on rebuilding and reforming his kingdom, laying the groundwork for the eventual unification of England. The Battle of Edington stands as a testament to Alfred's resilience, strategic genius, and vision. Ensuring his place as one of England's greatest leaders, Alfred's vision extended beyond the battlefield, encompassing a series of comprehensive reforms that strengthened Wessex and prepared it for future challenges. His reforms not only secured the survival of his kingdom, but also laid the groundwork for England's transformation into a unified and culturally vibrant nation. Alfred sought to create a just and cohesive society through the codification of laws. His law code, inspired by Christian values and traditional Anglo-Saxon customs, emphasized fairness, morality, and social order. Alfred's laws included protections for the vulnerable, such as widows and orphans, reflecting his commitment to justice and Christian ethics. The preface to his law code cited biblical principles, such as the Ten Commandments, symbolizing the integration of faith and governance. By consolidating and standardizing legal practices, Alfred strengthened the authority of the crown and reduced regional disparities in justice. Alfred recognized the importance of education in fostering a resilient and informed society. His efforts to revive learning in Wessex had a profound and lasting impact. Promotion of literacy. Alfred lamented the decline of Latin literacy among clergy and nobles. To address this, he championed the use of Old English, commissioning translations of key texts to make knowledge accessible to a wider audience. Court of Scholars. Alfred invited prominent scholars, such as Asser of Wales and Grimbald of St. Burton, to his court. These intellectuals contributed to translations, the composition of chronicles, and the revival of learning. Key translations. Alfred personally oversaw and participated in the translation of works such as Pastoral Care by Pope Gregory the Great and Boethius's The Consolation of Philosophy. These texts served both practical and moral purposes, guiding rulers and subjects alike. Alfred's administrative innovations strengthened the governance of Wessex. Local governance. The burghs became centers of local administration, integrating military, economic, and judicial functions. This decentralized approach ensured effective governance across the kingdom. Taxation and record-keeping. Alfred implemented efficient systems of taxation and resource management to support his military and administrative reforms. The reforms instituted during Alfred's reign created a stronger, more resilient Wessex. By addressing the immediate threats of Viking invasions and fostering long-term stability and cultural growth, Alfred laid the foundation for the eventual unification of England under his successors. His visionary leadership transformed Wessex into a model of governance, defense, and cultural revival that would inspire future generations. The cultural revival under Alfred's reign extended to art and craftsmanship, illuminated manuscripts. The production of illuminated manuscripts flourished, blending Christian themes with traditional Anglo-Saxon artistic motifs. These manuscripts became symbols of both faith and cultural pride. Metalwork and jewelry. Skilled Anglo-Saxon artisans produced intricate metalwork, often incorporating Christian iconography alongside traditional patterns. Artifacts like the Alfred jewel exemplify the fusion of artistry and functionality during this era. Alfred's deep personal piety shaped his approach to governance and cultural development, rebuilding monasteries. Many monasteries, devastated by Viking raids, were rebuilt and revitalized under Alfred's patronage. These institutions became centers of worship, education, and manuscript production. Support for the clergy. Alfred emphasized the education and moral integrity of the clergy, ensuring they could effectively guide and inspire their communities. Integration of faith and leadership. Alfred's governance was deeply influenced by his Christian beliefs, fostering a society where faith and learning were mutually reinforcing. The cultural renaissance initiated by Alfred ensured the survival of Anglo-Saxon traditions and laid the intellectual foundations for the eventual unification of England. His efforts to blend Christian and Anglo-Saxon values created a unique cultural identity that continued to flourish long after his reign. Through his dedication to learning, faith, and the arts, Alfred the Great transformed Wessex into a beacon of resilience and creativity, securing his legacy as not only a warrior king, but also a patron of culture and knowledge. Alfred's reign heralded a cultural renaissance in Wessex, characterized by advancements in art, literature, and religious life. While Alfred did not live to see the full unification of England, his efforts made it possible. By stabilizing Wessex and initiating reforms, he created a model of governance that his successors would follow. His son, Edward the Elder, and grandson, Ethelstan, expanded upon his achievements. Edward the Elder consolidated Anglo-Saxon power by reclaiming territories within the Danelaw and strengthening Wessex's dominance. Ethelstan achieved the unification of England after his victory at the Battle of Brunanburh in 937 AD, fulfilling the vision of a single English kingdom. Alfred's Christian faith permeated his governance and reforms. His patronage of the church not only revitalized religious institutions, but also strengthened the moral and spiritual foundation of his kingdom. This integration of faith and leadership became a defining feature of English kingship. Alfred remains one of the most celebrated figures in English history. His epithet, the Great, reflects his unparalleled contributions to the survival and growth of Anglo-Saxon England. Monuments, such as the statue in Winchester, immortalize his legacy. His vision of a cohesive and resilient kingdom inspired generations of leaders. The age of Alfred the Great was a time of transformation and triumph. Alfred secured his place as one of the greatest kings in English history. His legacy endures as a cornerstone of England's cultural and political identity. By prioritizing fairness, community participation, and moral responsibility, the Anglo-Saxons created a legal and governance system that not only stabilized their society, but also left an indelible mark on English history. The Anglo-Saxon system of governance and law was highly influential, even after the Norman Conquest. Local governance. The Anglo-Saxon shire system and local assemblies, or moots, provided a framework for decentralized governance. The Normans retained and adapted these structures, integrating them into their centralized monarchy. Common law foundations. Anglo-Saxon law codes, such as those of Alfred the Great, emphasized justice, compensation, and community responsibility. These principles influenced the development of English common law, which became a cornerstone of Western legal tradition. The Anglo-Saxon language and literary tradition remain central to English identity, shaping the foundations of the English language and its rich literary heritage. Linguistic roots. The Anglo-Saxon language, known as Old English, became the foundation of modern English. While it later absorbed influences from Old Norse and Norman French, its core vocabulary and grammatical structures remained distinctly Anglo-Saxon. Everyday words. Many fundamental words in modern English, such as house, earth, friend, and mother, originate from Old English, showcasing its enduring influence on daily communication. Regional dialects. Old English had several dialects, including West Saxon, the literary standard during Alfred's reign, Mercian, and Northumbrian, reflecting the regional diversity of Anglo-Saxon England. Beowulf. This epic poem is the most famous surviving work of Anglo-Saxon literature. Written in Old English, it tells the story of the hero Beowulf and his battles against monsters and a dragon, reflecting themes of bravery, loyalty, and the inevitability of death. Heroic tradition. Anglo-Saxon poetry often emphasized heroic ideals, the importance of kinship bonds, and the struggles of individuals against fate, capturing the ethos of the time. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. Initiated during the reign of Alfred the Great, this collection of annals documents the history of England from Roman times to the Norman Conquest. It provided a unifying narrative for the English people and remains a vital source for historians. Religious texts. Monastic scholars translated and preserved important religious works, including portions of the Bible and saints' lives, into Old English, making them accessible to a broader audience. Alliteration. Anglo-Saxon poetry heavily relied on alliteration, where the repetition of initial consonant sounds created rhythm and emphasis. Kenning. Poetic compound expressions, such as whale road for the sea and bone house for the human body, enriched the language with metaphorical depth. Oral tradition. Many works were composed and transmitted orally before being written down, highlighting the importance of skilled storytellers in preserving cultural heritage. Cultural inspiration. The themes and styles of Anglo-Saxon literature, particularly in works like Beowulf, continue to inspire modern writers, poets, and filmmakers. Linguistic legacy. The survival of Old English words and idioms underscores the lasting impact of Anglo-Saxon culture on the English-speaking world. Through their language and literature, the Anglo-Saxons forged a cultural identity that remains deeply embedded in the English-speaking world. Their works not only preserved the stories and values of their time, but also laid the groundwork for the rich literary tradition that followed. The Christianization of the Anglo-Saxons profoundly influenced the religious and cultural landscape of England, leaving a legacy that extended well beyond their era. Lindisfarne and Jarrow. These monasteries became renowned centers of scholarship, preserving classical texts and religious works during a time when much of Europe faced intellectual stagnation. Manuscript production. Monastic scribes created illuminated manuscripts, such as the Lindisfarne Gospels, blending Christian themes with Anglo-Saxon artistic traditions. These works were not only religious texts, but also artistic masterpieces. Transmission of knowledge. The monasteries played a crucial role in maintaining and transmitting knowledge, including theology, history, and science, to future generations. Christian law and ethics. The fusion of Christian principles with Anglo-Saxon laws, as seen in Alfred the Great's legal code, underscored the role of religion in shaping governance. Royal patronage. Anglo-Saxon kings, such as Ethelbert and Ethelstan, actively supported the Church, reinforcing its role as a unifying institution and moral authority. Missionary work. Figures like St. Augustine of Canterbury and St. Aidan were instrumental in spreading Christianity throughout England, fostering a shared faith that helped unify the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Architectural innovations. Anglo-Saxon churches, characterized by their simplicity and devotion, laid the foundation for later ecclesiastical architecture in England. Synod of Whitby, 664. This pivotal event aligned English Christianity with Roman practices, strengthening ties with the broader Christian world and fostering ecclesiastical unity. Spiritual resilience. Despite the challenges posed by Viking raids, the Anglo-Saxons rebuilt and revitalized their religious institutions, demonstrating the enduring strength of their faith. The Christianization of the Anglo-Saxons was not merely a religious transformation, but a cultural revolution. By integrating faith into their governance, education, and daily lives, they established a spiritual foundation that profoundly influenced English identity and development. Despite their displacement from political power after the Norman Conquest, the Anglo-Saxons' cultural identity remained resilient, influencing English traditions, practices, and societal norms for generations. Anglo-Saxon churches. Simple yet enduring. Anglo-Saxon churches like St. Peter's Church in Bradwell-on-Sea and St. Martin's Church in Canterbury reflect their practical and spiritual values. These structures laid the groundwork for later ecclesiastical architecture. Stone crosses and carvings. Ornamental stone crosses, such as the Ruthwell Cross, combined Christian iconography with intricate Anglo-Saxon artistic motifs, showcasing the blend of faith and cultural expression. Illuminated manuscripts. Monasteries produced illuminated manuscripts that embodied Anglo-Saxon aesthetics, with designs that influenced later Norman and Gothic styles. Festivals and folklore. Many pre-Christian traditions, such as Yule and fertility festivals, were integrated into Christian celebrations like Christmas and Easter, preserving elements of Anglo-Saxon cultural heritage. Storytelling and oral traditions. The emphasis on oral history and storytelling ensured the survival of Anglo-Saxon legends, values, and societal norms, influencing subsequent English literature. Craftsmanship. Anglo-Saxon techniques in weaving, metalwork, and pottery continued to shape English artisanal practices, blending with Norman influences to create a distinctive style. Language integration. While Norman French dominated the upper classes, the Anglo-Saxon vernacular remained prevalent among the common people, eventually merging to form Middle English. Local practices. Anglo-Saxon customs, such as community gatherings, moots, and local feasts, persisted and were incorporated into Norman governance and social structures. Symbols of identity. Anglo-Saxon relics, such as the Alfred Jewel and Sutton Hoo treasures, became enduring symbols of their heritage and craftsmanship. Revival in later periods. During the 19th century Romantic Revival, Anglo-Saxon culture was celebrated as a cornerstone of English identity, inspiring art, literature, and historical study. The cultural identity of the Anglo-Saxons did not vanish with the Norman conquest. Instead, it adapted and endured, merging with new influences to create a rich and lasting legacy that continues to shape English cultural and historical consciousness. The enduring influence of the Anglo-Saxons is deeply embedded in contemporary England, with their contributions shaping its cultural, legal, and societal fabric. Town and village names. Many towns and villages, particularly in southern and central England, retain Anglo-Saxon names, such as Birmingham, Oxford, and Canterbury. These names often reflect the geography, local resources, or founding families of their time. Landscape markers. Words like ham, village, ton, farm or settlement, and Hurst, wooded hill. In-place names highlight the linguistic legacy of the Anglo-Saxons and their relationship with the land. Local governance. The Anglo-Saxon system of shires, hundreds, and tithings provided the foundation for local governance structures that persist in modern county and parish systems. Common law. The principles of Anglo-Saxon law, emphasizing justice, restitution, and community participation, influenced the development of English common law. This tradition continues to underpin legal systems in many English-speaking countries today. Parliamentary roots. The tradition of local assemblies, or moots, which allowed freemen to participate in decision-making, foreshadowed the development of democratic institutions in England. Festivals and traditions. Seasonal festivals, such as Yule, Christmas, and Yostre, Easter, have roots in Anglo-Saxon celebrations, blending pagan customs with Christian observances. Art and literature. The themes of heroism, kinship, and fate from Anglo-Saxon literature, such as Beowulf, continue to inspire modern storytelling in literature, film, and art. The Anglo-Saxon legacy is not merely a relic of the past, but a living influence on England's cultural and historical identity. From the names of its towns to the principles of its laws, the resilience and adaptability of the Anglo-Saxons remain a cornerstone of England's enduring story. The Anglo-Saxons may have lost their political dominance after 1066, but their legacy remains an integral part of England's identity. From the governance systems that influenced the development of English common law, to the cultural richness found in their literature, traditions, and language, their contributions resonate to this day. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and thrive through periods of adversity is a testament to their enduring spirit. Their architectural achievements, from simple yet enduring churches to intricate stone carvings, stand as a physical reminder of their values and creativity. The preservation of works such as Beowulf and the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle ensures that their voices and stories continue to inspire. The cultural fusion resulting from the Norman conquest did not erase the Anglo-Saxon legacy. but rather integrated it into a broader tapestry of English history. We would like to extend our gratitude to the historians, archaeologists, and linguists who have dedicated their efforts to uncovering and preserving the story of the Anglo-Saxons. Their meticulous work has brought to life a period that is foundational to understanding England's past and present. To the viewers of this documentary, your enthusiasm for history and your support make projects like this possible. By exploring the roots of our shared heritage, we ensure that the lessons of the past continue to inform our future. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the history of the Saxons. If you enjoyed this exploration, please consider sharing this documentary with others who share a passion for history. Let's keep the conversation alive. What aspect of the Saxon legacy do you find most fascinating? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe to Timeless Tales for more in-depth historical narratives. Your support helps us delve deeper into the past and bring stories like this to life. Until next time, remember, history is not just what happened, it's the story of who we are. Greetings, fellow adventurers of history. I'm Phileas Kronos, your trusted guide through the labyrinth of time. Today, we embark on a thrilling journey to uncover the intertwined sagas of two legendary groups, the Franks and the Normans. But let me ask you this. What do a tribe of Germanic warriors and a band of seafaring Norse raiders have in common? Well, far more than you might imagine. The Franks carved out an empire that shaped the very foundations of medieval Europe, while the Normans took the legacy of conquest and culture to extraordinary new heights. Together, we'll unravel how the Franks transformed from scattered tribes into the architects of the Carolingian Empire under the legendary Charlemagne. Then, we'll trace how the Normans, born from Viking roots, not only embraced the traditions of the Franks, but also redefined them as conquerors and builders of new kingdoms. So fasten your seatbelts, or should I say, tighten your tunics, as we dive headfirst into a tale of power, expansion, and cultural evolution. Are you ready to journey through the ages? Let's begin. As we step deeper into our journey, let us connect the threads of history. The Franks and the Normans, though separated by time and origin, share a remarkable interplay of influence. Consider the Franks, whose empire laid the groundwork for medieval Europe. Their political and cultural structures served as a blueprint for the Normans, who inherited and adapted these systems. From the administrative practices of Charlemagne's empire to the Christian faith that shaped their worldview, the Franks set a precedent that the Normans embraced with their unique flair. Yet, the relationship was not one-sided. The Normans, with their dynamic spirit and military innovations, brought fresh energy to the legacy of the Franks. Their conquests and cultural contributions revitalized and extended the influence of Frankish traditions far beyond their original borders. By exploring these historical connections, we uncover a story of continuity and transformation, one that illustrates how two distinct groups left an indelible mark on the world. So, what bridges the past and the future? Let's find out together. Every great story needs a purpose, and this tale is no different. Why should we delve into the intertwined histories of the Franks and the Normans? Because their legacy is the bedrock of much of medieval Europe's evolution. In this video, we aim to present a comprehensive narrative, one that captures the rise of the Franks as unifiers of fragmented tribes, and the Normans as architects of bold conquests. From the monumental achievements of Charlemagne to the far-reaching impact of Norman expansions, Our story will highlight how power reshaped boundaries, how faith united diverse peoples, and how cultures evolved through interaction and adaptation. Our goal is not just to recount history, but to explore the ripple effects these groups had on the world. From governance to architecture, warfare to diplomacy, their influence is vast and enduring. So, dear viewer, prepare to witness a tale of ambition and innovation, told through the lens of history's most fascinating actors. The journey begins now. Let us delve into the very beginnings of Frankish history, a time when the Franks were a loose federation of Germanic tribes inhabiting the frontiers of the Roman Empire. These tribes, driven by both necessity and opportunity, honed a fierce warrior culture that would later define their legacy. What set the Franks apart was not just their skill in battle, but their remarkable ability to adapt and thrive amid the collapse of Roman authority. One of the earliest pivotal figures was Childeric I, a warrior king of the Salian Franks. Childeric, ruling in the 5th century, was not only a military leader, but also a shrewd diplomat. His alliances with the collapsing Roman Empire, including a notable pact with Aegidius, the Roman military commander of Gaul, allowed the Franks to gain favor and expand their influence. His burial at Tournai, discovered centuries later, revealed a treasure trove of golden bees and ornaments, symbols of his power and status, emphasizing the wealth and prestige he brought to the Frankish realm. Childeric's legacy, however, was merely a prologue to the transformative reign of his son, Clovis. Clovis emerged as a unifier, consolidating the fragmented Frankish tribes through a combination of military conquest and political acumen. His victory at the Battle of Soissons in 486 marked the beginning of Frankish dominance in Gaul, as he decisively defeated the remnants of Roman authority. Yet, Clovis's most significant act was his conversion to Christianity. According to legend, after invoking the Christian god during a crucial battle and achieving victory, Clovis vowed to adopt the faith. In 496, with the support of his wife, Clotilde, Clovis was baptized in Reims by Saint Remigius, a moment that symbolized the Franks' alignment with the Roman Church. This act not only strengthened Clovis's rule, but also set the stage for the Franks to become defenders of Christendom in Europe. His unification of the tribes and his establishment of the Merovingian dynasty would serve as a foundation for the Frankish Empire's rise. The Franks' origins, shaped by the leadership of figures like Childeric and Clovis, reveal a story of ambition, adaptability, and transformation, from their tribal roots to their emergence as a force that would shape the medieval world. Their history is one of remarkable evolution. Now, let us uncover the next chapter in their ascent to greatness. The rise of Clovis Tharin marks a turning point not just in the history of the Franks, but in the development of medieval Europe itself. As the first king to unite the various Frankish tribes under a single ruler, Clovis laid the groundwork for a powerful and enduring kingdom. Clovis's leadership was marked by a keen understanding of both warfare and diplomacy. His decisive victory at the Battle of Soissons in 486 was not merely a territorial gain, but a symbolic triumph over the remnants of Roman authority in Gaul. By defeating Syagrius, the Roman governor of Soissons, Clovis established himself as a force to be reckoned with. The battle itself was a turning point. Clovis's army, composed of a mixture of loyal Frankish warriors and other allied tribes, faced a Roman Gallo force under Syagrius that still clung to the remnants of Roman military traditions. The battlefield near Soissons became a stage for Clovis to demonstrate his tactical genius. As the two armies clashed, Clovis's troops used their superior knowledge of local terrain to encircle and overwhelm Syagrius's forces. The decisive blow came when Clovis's warriors captured the Roman standard, a psychological victory that shattered the morale of Syagrius's army. With this victory, Clovis solidified his control over northern Gaul, and Syagrius fled to the Visigoths for refuge. However, even this escape was short-lived. The Visigoths, wary of incurring Clovis's wrath, handed Syagrius back to the Frankish king, who executed him to ensure there would be no challenges to his rule. What made Clovis's reign particularly transformative was his strategic embrace of Christianity. Encouraged by his wife, Queen Clotilde, who was already a devout Christian, Clovis began to consider the faith as more than just a personal conviction. The legend of the Battle of Tolbiac further cemented Clovis's legacy as a ruler chosen by divine will. The Alemanni, fierce opponents who had long threatened the stability of the region, were initially successful in pushing back Clovis's forces. Facing potential defeat, Clovis reportedly invoked the Christian god, vowing to convert if granted victory. Almost miraculously, the tide of battle shifted, and the Frankish forces emerged victorious. This wonder became a cornerstone of Clovis's narrative, portraying him as a divinely ordained leader and solidifying his bond with the Christian Church. In 496, Clovis's baptism at Rheims by Saint Remigius was a grand affair, symbolizing a new chapter in Frankish history. This conversion was not only a religious act, but also a political masterstroke. By aligning himself with the Roman Church, Clovis gained the support of the clergy, enhanced his legitimacy among his Christian subjects, and forged alliances with other Christian rulers. The Franks' newfound identity as a Christian kingdom also set them apart from neighboring pagan or Arian groups, giving them a distinct advantage in both politics and warfare. Under Clovis's rule, the Merovingian dynasty took shape, named after his legendary ancestor, Merovech. But who was Merovech, and why did his name come to define an entire dynasty? The origins of the Merovingian lineage are steeped in myth and history, intertwining pagan traditions with the emerging Christian identity of the Franks. Merovech, said to be the progenitor of the dynasty, was a semi-legendary figure whose story reflects the transitional nature of the era. According to legend, Merovech was born of a union between his mother and a sea creature, combining human and otherworldly qualities. This myth, while fantastical, served to elevate the status of the Merovingian kings, portraying them as divinely chosen and destined to rule. Such tales were instrumental in fostering loyalty among their subjects, blending folklore with the political needs of the time. By the 5th century, the Merovingians had established themselves as key players in the shifting power dynamics of Gaul. Childeric I, Merovech's descendant, played a crucial role in setting the stage for Frankish dominance. As a Salian Frankish king, Childeric not only secured alliances with the crumbling Roman Empire, but also expanded Frankish influence through military campaigns. His leadership demonstrated the strategic blend of diplomacy and force that would become a hallmark of the Merovingian rulers. Clovis I, inheriting this legacy, transformed the Merovingian dynasty from a collection of tribal leaders into a centralized and powerful monarchy. His conversion to Christianity and subsequent alliance with the Roman Church further solidified the dynasty's authority. By aligning with the Church, the Merovingians gained both spiritual legitimacy and practical support from the clergy, who helped administer their expanding territories. The early Merovingian kings ruled through a combination of charisma, military prowess, and the creation of enduring institutions. Salic law, codified under their reign, provided a unifying legal framework for the diverse tribes within their realm. This law not only established rules for succession and property, but also reinforced the king's role as the ultimate arbiter of justice. The dynasty's symbolic power was also reflected in its regal practices. Merovingian kings were known for their long hair, a sign of their sacred status. Cutting a Merovingian king's hair was considered an act of defiance and a symbolic dethronement. This unique blend of myth, tradition, and governance allowed the Merovingians to maintain control over a diverse and often fractious population. While the Merovingians would later be overshadowed by the Carolingians, their contributions to the formation of medieval Europe were profound. They laid the foundation for a unified Frankish identity, established crucial ties with the church, and created institutions that would endure long after their dynasty's decline. The story of the Merovingians is not just one of kings and battles, but of a people forging a new identity in a changing world. The Frankish kingdom reached its zenith under the rule of Charlemagne, a name that has become synonymous with medieval greatness. Known as Charles the Great, Charlemagne was more than just a king. He was a visionary leader, warrior, and cultural reformer whose reign reshaped Europe. Charlemagne ascended to power in 768, inheriting a divided kingdom from his father, Pepin the Short. His early reign was marked by relentless campaigns of expansion. From the Lombards in Italy to the Saxons in the north and the Avars in the east, Charlemagne extended the Frankish borders to encompass much of Western and Central Europe. His military conquests were not merely about territorial gain. They were driven by a mission to unify Europe under a single Christian empire. Charlemagne's campaigns against the Saxons, for instance, spanned decades and were as much about spreading Christianity as they were about political dominance. The Saxon Wars were fueled by fundamental differences between the Saxons and the Franks. The Saxons, deeply tied to their pagan beliefs and decentralized tribal system, clashed with the Frankish desire to impose Christian rule and consolidate political authority. These differences created a powder keg of tension along their shared borders. The Franks, led by Charlemagne, sought to expand their empire and unify it under Christianity. For Charlemagne, the Saxons represented a barrier to his vision of a consolidated and pious realm. Their resistance to Christian conversion and refusal to acknowledge Frankish authority frustrated his ambitions. On the Saxon side, their societal structure played a critical role in their defiance. Unlike the centralized Frankish state, Saxon society was built around autonomous tribal units, each with its own leadership and traditions. This decentralized nature made them resistant to outside control, but also posed challenges in forming a unified defense against the Franks. Religious differences further deepened the divide. While the Franks viewed Christianity as a unifying and civilizing force, the Saxons saw their pagan traditions as central to their identity. The Frankish push to convert the Saxons by force was seen as an existential threat, fueling their determination to resist. Geography also contributed to the conflict. The dense forests and rivers of Saxon territory created natural barriers that frustrated Frankish campaigns, but also limited the Saxons' ability to coordinate their defenses. The shared border became a zone of frequent skirmishes, raids, and retaliatory attacks, setting the stage for decades of warfare. The Saxon Wars were not inevitable, but they were the result of a long history of tensions over culture, religion, and power. The roots of this conflict highlight the deep-seated differences that made reconciliation so difficult and ensured that the wars would be among the most brutal and protracted in early medieval Europe. The Saxon Wars reached their peak under the relentless campaigns of Charlemagne. Determined to subdue the Saxons and expand his empire, Charlemagne employed a combination of military force, strategic alliances, and psychological tactics that pushed the Saxons to their limits. The Frankish campaigns were methodical. Charlemagne's forces crossed the Rhine into Saxon territory, targeting key settlements and sacred sites. The Irminsul, a symbol of Saxon spirituality, was among the first casualties. Its destruction intended to demoralize the Saxons and undermine their resistance. Charlemagne's strategy relied on overwhelming force. His armies, well-trained and equipped, conducted a scorched earth policy, burning villages, seizing livestock, and uprooting Saxon communities. These tactics aimed to disrupt the Saxons' ability to sustain prolonged resistance. Yet the Saxons proved resilient. Under leaders like Widukind, they employed guerrilla tactics, striking Frankish forces in swift, calculated raids before retreating into the dense forests they knew so well. This style of warfare frustrated Charlemagne, who struggled to bring the elusive Saxons to open battle. The campaigns were not without their turning points. The massacre of Verdun in 782 AD remains one of the darkest chapters of the Saxon Wars. After a particularly intense rebellion led by Widukind, Charlemagne sought to make an example of captured Saxon warriors. In a calculated act of terror, approximately 4,500 Saxon prisoners were executed in a single day under Charlemagne's orders. The executions were carried out near the town of Verdun, intended to send a clear message of the consequences of resistance. The massacre of Verdun had immediate and lasting impacts. For the Saxons, it was a devastating loss that underscored the ruthlessness of the Frankish campaigns. The executions targeted not just warriors, but the morale and cohesion of the Saxon people. However, instead of quelling resistance, this act further inflamed the resolve of many Saxons, particularly among those loyal to Widukind. The event became a symbol of their struggle against an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. On the Frankish side, the massacre was a calculated measure aimed at breaking the back of the rebellion, but it also showcased the lengths to which Charlemagne was willing to go to secure his objectives. It revealed the brutal realities of empire building in the medieval period, where power was often asserted through fear and overwhelming displays of force. Over time, the Franks adapted their approach, combining military might with political diplomacy. Charlemagne offered amnesty to Saxon leaders willing to convert to Christianity and submit to Frankish rule. These concessions, coupled with relentless pressure, gradually wore down Saxon resistance. By the end of the campaigns, the Saxons were defeated, their lands incorporated into the Frankish Empire. Charlemagne's relentless advance had achieved his goals, but at the cost of decades of bloodshed and the loss of a way of life for the Saxons. One of the most defining moments of Charlemagne's reign occurred on Christmas Day, in the year 800, when he was crowned Emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo III in St. Peter's Basilica. This coronation marked the revival of the Roman imperial tradition in the West, a powerful statement of the union between the Frankish monarchy and the Church. The title signified not only Charlemagne's dominance over Western Europe, but also his role as a protector of Christendom. Charlemagne's contributions extended far beyond the battlefield. He was a patron of the arts and education, ushering in a period often referred to as the Carolingian Renaissance. Under his rule, monasteries became centers of learning, preserving and copying classical texts. He also reformed the Frankish administration, standardizing laws and appointing counts to govern regions, ensuring a balance of power across his vast empire. The emperor's legacy was also evident in his architectural projects. The Palatine Chapel in Aachen, where he established his court, stands as a testament to his ambition and cultural vision. This iconic structure combined classical Roman, Byzantine, and Germanic elements, symbolizing the fusion of traditions that defined Charlemagne's empire. However, Charlemagne's reign was not without challenges. Managing such a vast and diverse empire required constant vigilance. His system of missi dominici, royal envoys sent to oversee local rulers, helped maintain control, but revealed the difficulty of governing such an expansive domain. Charlemagne's death in 814 marked the end of an era, but his influence endured. His empire laid the groundwork for the Holy Roman Empire and set a precedent for the integration of secular and religious authority. The legacy of Charlemagne is one of unification, innovation, and the enduring power of leadership. As we explore his reign, we see not only a man of immense ambition, but also a ruler whose vision reshaped the course of history. The decline of the Carolingian Empire is a story of fragmentation, rivalry, and the inevitable challenges of governing a vast and diverse territory. Following the death of Charlemagne in 814, his empire was inherited by his son, Louis the Pious. Though well-meaning and pious, Louis struggled to maintain the cohesion and authority that his father had established. Louis's reign was marred by internal conflicts, both within his family and among the nobility. His attempts to divide the empire among his sons sowed the seeds of discord. The Frankish tradition of partible inheritance, where lands were divided among heirs, clashed with the realities of ruling a unified empire. This practice led to repeated disputes and power struggles that weakened central authority. The pivotal moment in the empire's decline came in 843 with the Treaty of Verdun. After years of civil war between Charlemagne's grandsons, Lothair, Charles the Bald, and Louis the German, the empire was divided into three distinct regions. Lothair the Fern, as the eldest, retained the imperial title and received the central territories. His kingdom, often called Middle Francia, included key regions such as northern Italy, the Low Countries, Burgundy, and a corridor stretching from the North Sea to Rome. This geographically awkward territory made it difficult to govern and defend effectively, contributing to its eventual fragmentation. Charles the Bald inherited the western portion, known as West Francia, which would become the foundation of modern France. This region encompassed the heartlands of the Frankish people and provided a stable base for future dynastic development. Louis the German took the Eastern Territories, or East Francia, which laid the groundwork for the later Holy Roman Empire and the eventual emergence of modern Germany. His kingdom included much of present-day Germany, Austria, and parts of Central Europe. The Treaty of Verdun was significant not only for its immediate political consequences, but also for its long-term impact on European history. By formalizing the division of the empire, it created distinct cultural and linguistic regions that would later evolve into modern European states. The linguistic divide between Romance and Germanic languages, for example, can trace its roots to this division. While the Treaty of Verdun effectively ended the Civil War, it also marked the permanent fragmentation of Charlemagne's empire. This division weakened the empire's ability to respond to external threats, such as Viking raids from the north, Magyar incursions from the east, and Muslim advances from the south. Each ruler struggled to maintain control over their respective territories, leading to further decentralization of power. The once mighty Carolingian Empire became a patchwork of smaller, semi-autonomous states. Local lords and nobles began to assert greater authority, often at the expense of the central monarchy. This shift laid the groundwork for the feudal system that would dominate medieval Europe. Despite its decline, the legacy of the Carolingian Empire endured. The cultural and administrative achievements of Charlemagne's reign continued to influence European history for centuries. The idea of a unified Christendom, underpinned by the alliance between the church and state, persisted as an ideal, even as political realities shifted. The decline of the empire was not the end of the Carolingian legacy, but rather a transformation into a new chapter of European history. As we reflect on this period, we see the challenges of maintaining unity in a vast empire and the enduring impact of Charlemagne's vision. The Treaty of Verdun may have divided his empire, but the seeds of European identity, planted during his reign, continued to grow and flourish. The story of the Normans begins with the thunderous arrival of Viking longships on the shores of Frankish territory. The 9th century was a time of chaos and uncertainty for the Frankish Empire, as Norse raiders from Scandinavia launched relentless incursions along the rivers and coasts of Western Europe. These fearsome warriors, driven by a combination of ambition, resource scarcity, and a desire for wealth, saw the wealthy monasteries and towns of the Franks as irresistible targets. The Viking raids began sporadically, but quickly escalated in scale and frequency. Their longships, marvels of naval engineering, allowed them to navigate both open seas and shallow rivers, enabling swift and devastating attacks deep into the heart of Frankish territory. These vessels, with their shallow drafts, could strike inland settlements and retreat before organized resistance could muster. Monasteries, such as those at Nantes and Paris, bore the brunt of these assaults. For the Vikings, monasteries were particularly appealing targets, often unfortified yet housing vast treasures of gold, silver, and sacred relics. The sheer unpredictability of Viking attacks sowed terror among the Frankish population. Raids would come without warning, leaving a trail of destruction and desolation. Entire villages were burned, crops destroyed, and communities shattered. For the Franks, these incursions exposed glaring weaknesses in their military and defensive strategies. The motivations of the Vikings were as varied as their methods. For some, these raids were opportunities to gain wealth and prestige. For others, they were a means of survival in the harsh Scandinavian climate, where arable land was scarce. Viking society placed immense value on displays of bravery, wealth, and success in battle. Leaders who returned with riches and captives solidified their power and influence within their communities. The allure of fame and the promise of plunder made raiding a vital component of Viking culture. The Frankish response to the Viking threat evolved over time. Early efforts to repel the raiders were often disorganized and localized, relying on hastily assembled militias. However, the devastation wrought by the Vikings forced the Franks to adapt. Charles the Bald, one of Charlemagne's grandsons, initiated reforms aimed at strengthening the empire's defenses. Key locations along major rivers, such as the Seine, Loire, and Rhone, were fortified. The construction of fortified bridges, like the one at Pont de l'Arche, proved particularly effective in hindering Viking movements by blocking access to critical inland routes. Despite these measures, the Vikings proved to be resourceful adversaries. They often exploited the divisions within the Frankish Empire, targeting regions weakened by internal conflicts and civil wars. In some cases, local Frankish leaders chose to pay tribute to the Vikings, known as Danegeld, to spare their territories from destruction. While this strategy offered temporary relief, it also emboldened the raiders, who viewed the payments as a sign of weakness. One of the most infamous Viking raids occurred in 845, when a fleet led by the legendary Ragnar Lothbrok sailed up the Seine River and attacked Paris. Ragnar's fleet, numbering over 120 ships and thousands of warriors, made its way through the heart of Frankish territory, leaving a trail of devastation. The sight of the longships advancing on the Seine was enough to spread panic among the local population and the defenders of Paris. Upon reaching the city, Ragnar's forces laid siege to Paris, using both brute force and psychological warfare to break the resistance. The Franks, under Charles the Bald, were unable to mount an effective defense as their forces were spread thin across the empire. Ragnar's strategy was meticulous. He divided his forces to attack from multiple points, overwhelming the city's defenders. As the siege wore on, supplies within Paris dwindled, and disease began to take its toll on the besieged population. Faced with no viable alternatives, Charles the Bald was forced to negotiate with the Vikings. Ragnar demanded an enormous ransom to spare the city, a staggering 7,000 pounds of silver, a sum that would strain the Frankish treasury for years to come. The ransom was paid, and Ragnar, true to his word, withdrew his forces. However, this raid left a profound mark on the Frankish psyche. It demonstrated the Vikings' ability to penetrate deep into the empire and highlighted the inadequacy of the Frankish defenses. Ragnar's raid on Paris became legendary, not only for its audacity, but also for its consequences. It cemented Ragnar's reputation as one of the greatest Viking leaders and showcased the vulnerabilities of the Frankish Empire. This event, along with other raids, forced the Franks to re-evaluate their defensive strategies and marked the beginning of a long and complex relationship between the Norse and the Franks. Other notable raids targeted cities like Rouen, Orléans, and Bordeaux, leaving lasting scars on the Frankish landscape. In the aftermath of these attacks, the Franks began to realize the need for a more centralized and organized approach to counter the Viking threat. The establishment of professional military units and the strategic use of fortifications gradually improved their ability to resist incursions. The persistence of Viking raids ultimately led to significant political and cultural changes within the Frankish Empire. These Norse incursions, though destructive, set the stage for the eventual integration of the Vikings into Frankish society, paving the way for the creation of Normandy. This remarkable transformation, from raiders to rulers, was still decades away, but it would forever reshape the destiny of the Franks. So, who were these raiders who reshaped the destiny of the Franks? To answer that question, we must explore their motivations, their strategies, and the ways in which their actions reverberated throughout the Frankish world. As the Viking raids intensified, the Frankish rulers sought not only to defend their lands, but also to find lasting solutions to the persistent Norse incursions. One of the most pivotal moments in this evolving relationship came in the year 911, with the signing of the Treaty of St. Clair-sur-Epte. This agreement marked a turning point, transforming adversaries into allies and laying the foundation for the emergence of Normandy. The treaty was the result of negotiations between Charles the Simple, King of West Francia, and the Viking leader Rollo. The Franks, weary from decades of Viking aggression and unable to fully repel the raiders, turned to diplomacy. Rollo, a formidable Viking chieftain, had established a stronghold along the Seine River and posed an ongoing threat to the region. Recognizing the potential for a mutually beneficial arrangement, both sides came to the table to negotiate terms. Under the treaty, Charles the Simple granted Rollo and his followers a substantial tract of land along the lower Seine. This territory, encompassing what is now known as Normandy, was strategically important for both parties. For the Vikings, it provided a permanent base from which they could settle and prosper. For the Franks, it created a buffer zone, as Rollo pledged to defend the region against future Viking attacks and to ensure the safety of Frankish lands. The treaty's terms went beyond territorial concessions. Rollo agreed to convert to Christianity, a significant step that aligned the Vikings with the Frankish Church and facilitated their integration into Frankish society. His baptism, reportedly at Rouen, symbolized the merging of Norse and Frankish cultures and marked the beginning of the Vikings' transformation into the Normans. To further cement the alliance, Rollo also swore fealty to Charles the Simple, formally acknowledging him as his overlord. The treaty was not without its challenges. While Rollo and his followers accepted the terms, the process of settling the region and integrating the Norse into the local culture was gradual and at times contentious. The newly established Normandy required strong leadership to ensure stability, and Rollo proved to be an effective ruler. He introduced reforms to encourage agriculture and trade, transforming the region from a war-torn frontier into a prosperous and stable territory. One of the most fascinating aspects of the treaty was the symbolic oath of fealty. According to some accounts, Rollo initially refused to perform the traditional act of kneeling and kissing Charles the Simple's foot, a gesture of submission. Instead, he ordered one of his warriors to perform the act on his behalf, but the warrior, in a display of Viking defiance, lifted Charles's foot so high that the king fell over. While this anecdote may be apocryphal, it reflects the cultural tensions and evolving power dynamics between the two sides. The implications of the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte were profound. By granting land to the Vikings, the Franks effectively neutralized a major threat, while simultaneously integrating the Norse into their political and cultural framework. The newly established region of Normandy became a model of assimilation, where Norse traditions blended with Frankish customs, language, and law. Over time, the Normans would emerge as a distinct and powerful identity, renowned for their military prowess, governance, and cultural achievements. The treaty also highlighted the pragmatic approach of Frankish rulers in dealing with external threats. While some criticized Charles the Simple for ceding territory, the agreement ultimately ensured stability and prosperity for the region. Normandy, under Rollo's leadership, flourished as a center of trade, agriculture, and innovation, setting the stage for its rise as a key player in medieval Europe. The Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte serves as a testament to the transformative power of diplomacy. What began as an act of necessity evolved into a partnership that reshaped the political landscape of Western Europe. The Vikings, once feared as relentless raiders, found a new identity as settlers and leaders, paving the way for their remarkable contributions to European history. The transformation of the Vikings into the Normans was not an overnight process, but rather a gradual blending of cultures that unfolded over decades. Following the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte, the Norse settlers in Normandy began a remarkable journey of assimilation, merging their Scandinavian traditions with the customs and values of the Franks. One of the most significant steps in this integration was the adoption of Christianity. Rollo's baptism, as agreed upon in the treaty, set the tone for the widespread Christianization of his followers. Churches were built throughout Normandy, and Norse religious practices were gradually replaced with Christian rituals. This shift not only aligned the Normans with the dominant faith of Europe, but also facilitated their acceptance into Frankish society, where the Church held immense influence. Language played a crucial role in the integration process. Over time, the Norse settlers abandoned their native tongue in favor of the Old French dialect spoken in the region. This linguistic transition was more than just practical. It symbolized the Normans' evolving identity as they embraced their new homeland. The blending of Norse and Frankish languages also gave rise to unique terms and expressions that reflected the hybrid culture of Normandy. The legal and administrative systems of the Franks provided a framework for governance in Normandy. Rollo and his successors adopted Frankish laws and adapted them to suit their needs, creating a stable and efficient system of rule. This fusion of legal traditions ensured the continuity of governance while allowing the Normans to maintain elements of their own organizational structures. Economically, the integration of the Vikings brought significant benefits to Normandy. The Norse settlers, skilled in seafaring and trade, revitalized commerce in the region. Normandy's ports became bustling centers of exchange, connecting the region to trade networks across Europe and beyond. Agricultural practices also flourished under the leadership of the Normans, who implemented reforms to increase productivity and ensure food security. Culturally, the Normans retained aspects of their Viking heritage even as they embraced Frankish traditions. Their reputation for military innovation, for instance, reflected a blend of Norse and Frankish tactics. The Normans became renowned for their use of heavy cavalry, a development that would later prove instrumental in their conquests. At the same time, the construction of stone castles and fortified settlements reflected Frankish architectural influences. The integration of the Vikings into Frankish culture was not without its challenges. Conflicts occasionally arose between the Norse settlers and the local Frankish population, particularly in the early years of settlement. However, under the strong leadership of Rollo and his successors, these tensions were gradually resolved, and Normandy emerged as a cohesive and prosperous territory. By the early 10th century, the Normans had established a distinct identity that combined the best of their Norse and Frankish heritage. This hybrid culture would become the foundation for their later achievements, including their expansion into England, Italy, and beyond. The story of the Vikings' integration into Frankish culture is a testament to the transformative power of adaptation and the enduring impact of cultural exchange. With the foundation of Normandy established, the region needed strong leadership to transform it from a volatile frontier into a stable and prosperous territory. Rollo, the first Duke of Normandy, rose to the challenge with a combination of military acumen, administrative innovation, and sheer determination. His leadership laid the groundwork for the powerful Norman state that would emerge in the centuries to come. Rollo's story began long before the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte. Born in Scandinavia, likely in the late 9th century, he earned a reputation as a fearsome Viking warrior and leader. Known as Rollo the Walker, a nickname reportedly derived from his immense stature that made riding a horse difficult, he was both a towering figure physically and a commanding presence on the battlefield. Leading raids across the British Isles and the Frankish coasts, Rollo quickly became a formidable name in the chronicles of his time. Rollo is often linked to the legendary Viking figure Ragnar Lothbrok, though the exact nature of their relationship remains debated among historians. Some sources suggest that Rollo was a descendant or close kin of Ragnar, sharing his fierce warrior lineage and the ambition that defined the family. This connection, whether familial or symbolic, underscores the legacy of Viking leadership that Rollo carried into his reign in Normandy. It also highlights how Norse familial bonds and legendary tales reinforced the authority and status of Viking leaders in their communities. By the early 10th century, Rollo had established himself as a dominant force along the Seine River, using his strategic and military prowess to capture key strongholds. His success in seizing and holding territory forced the Frankish king, Charles the Simple, to negotiate the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte, granting Rollo the land that would become Normandy. However, his ambitions did not end with this treaty. Rollo's rule began with the monumental task of stabilizing his new duchy. The lands of Normandy were not an empty frontier but a patchwork of Norse settlers, local Frankish populations, and remnants of previous administrations. To maintain order, Rollo implemented policies to integrate these groups into a cohesive society. He appointed trusted Norse and Frankish leaders to key positions, ensuring loyalty and competence in governance. His court became a center of cultural exchange, where Norse customs intertwined with Frankish traditions, fostering a unique Norman identity. Fortifications became a cornerstone of Rollo's strategy. Recognizing the importance of defending his territory, he oversaw the construction of fortified towns, castles, and defenses along critical points of the Seine River. These fortifications not only deterred external threats, but also served as administrative and economic hubs, enabling trade and prosperity to flourish. Rollo's economic reforms were equally transformative. He encouraged the expansion of agriculture, introducing advanced techniques to improve crop yields and ensure food security. Succession planning was another area where Rollo excelled. Understanding the importance of continuity, he meticulously prepared his son, William Longsword, to inherit a well-organized and prosperous territory. William's education and training under Rollo's guidance ensured that Normandy would remain stable and strong after his passing. Rollo's leadership extended beyond his administrative and military accomplishments. He left a legacy of cultural synthesis, where Norse resilience and innovation combined with Frankish sophistication. This hybrid identity became the hallmark of the Normans, who would go on to achieve great feats across Europe. The early Norman leadership, spearheaded by Rollo, set a standard for ambition and adaptability that would define the Normans for generations. Through a combination of military strength, administrative skill, and cultural synthesis, Rollo transformed Normandy from a vulnerable frontier into a flourishing duchy. His legacy, carried on by his successors, ensured that the Normans would become one of the most influential forces in medieval Europe. The evolution from Viking raiders to the Normans of legend was one of the most remarkable transformations in medieval history. Over the course of a few generations, the Norse settlers in Normandy not only integrated into Frankish society, but also forged a distinct identity that would define their role in European history. This transformation began with the pragmatic leadership of Rollo and continued through the efforts of his successors. The first step in this evolution was the adaptation to the Christian faith. As agreed in the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte, Rollo and his warriors embraced Christianity. And with that came a shift in values, practices, and alliances. Churches were built across Normandy, and the clergy became instrumental in shaping the new Norman identity. The Christian faith not only connected the Normans to the wider European community, but also allowed them to participate in the politics and diplomacy of Christendom. The cultural synthesis between the Norse and Frankish traditions was evident in nearly every aspect of Norman life. Linguistically, the Normans abandoned Old Norse in favor of Old French, but their vocabulary retained traces of their Norse heritage. This blending of languages also symbolized the merging of two worlds into one cohesive culture. Similarly, in governance, the Normans adopted Frankish legal frameworks, while infusing them with their own administrative efficiency and military organization. Norman leaders implemented a feudal system that both mirrored Frankish traditions and adapted to their own needs, creating a strong sense of loyalty and hierarchy among their people. Norman military innovations became a hallmark of their identity. Drawing on their Viking past, they retained a fierce warrior ethos, but combined it with the Frankish emphasis on cavalry and fortifications. The Normans became masters of castle construction, using stone to build impregnable strongholds that symbolized both their power and their adaptability. These castles were strategically located to secure key trade routes, defend territories, and project power across the landscape. The introduction of motte and bailey castles was a Norman hallmark, combining a raised earthwork with a fortified keep to create highly effective defensive structures. Economically, the Normans thrived by leveraging their strategic position in northern France. Normandy's ports became hubs of trade, connecting the duchy to markets in England, Scandinavia, and the Mediterranean. This prosperity allowed the Normans to fund ambitious projects, including the construction of grand cathedrals and the further fortification of their territories. The Normans also excelled in agriculture, introducing crop rotation and other innovative farming techniques that increased productivity and supported their growing population. The fusion of Norse resilience with Frankish sophistication also found expression in Norman culture and art. They developed a unique architectural style, blending Romanesque elements with influences from their Norse heritage. This can be seen in the towering churches and intricate stonework that dotted the Norman landscape. Notable examples include the construction of the Abbey of Saint-Étienne in Caen, a masterpiece of Norman Romanesque architecture commissioned by William the Conqueror. One of the most striking aspects of the Norman transformation was their ability to project power far beyond their borders. By the 11th century, the Normans had become a formidable force in Europe, not just in their own territory, but as adventurers, conquerors, and rulers. Their military campaigns in England, southern Italy, and Sicily were testaments to their ambition and effectiveness as a cohesive and innovative force. The Norman conquest of England in 1066, led by William the Conqueror, became one of the defining events in European history, establishing a Norman dynasty that would rule for generations. Additionally, Norman adventurers like Robert Guiscard and his brother Roger I carved out territories in southern Italy and Sicily, establishing the Kingdom of Sicily. This kingdom became a beacon of cultural and religious diversity, blending Norman, Byzantine, and Islamic influences into a unique and flourishing society. The transformation into Normans was not merely a story of cultural assimilation, it was one of reinvention. The Normans managed to forge a new identity that combined the best of their Viking roots with the strengths of their adopted Frankish culture. This hybrid identity allowed them to rise as one of the most dynamic and influential groups in medieval Europe, setting the stage for their future conquests and achievements. As the Normans solidified their control over Normandy, they inherited and transformed the Frankish systems of administration, creating a unique and effective model of rule. Their governance was rooted in the feudal framework, a system that emphasized loyalty and mutual obligation between lords and vassals. However, the Normans refined this system, ensuring that power was both centralized under the duke and delegated effectively to trusted nobles. At the heart of Norman governance was the Duke's Court, which acted as the central authority for lawmaking, justice, and administration. The court was not only a place of governance, but also a hub of cultural exchange, where advisors, scholars, and military leaders contributed to the stability and prosperity of the duchy. The Normans emphasized efficiency in their administration, drawing on Frankish legal traditions, while incorporating their own practices, such as maintaining detailed records of land ownership and obligations. A key innovation of the Normans was their strategic use of castles as centers of both military and administrative control. These fortifications were more than defensive structures. They symbolized the duke's authority and served as local seats of power. Each castle was managed by a castellan, a trusted official responsible for maintaining order, collecting taxes, and ensuring the duke's decrees were enforced. This network of fortified strongholds allowed the Normans to project power across their territory and respond quickly to threats or disputes. The Normans also prioritized the integration of diverse populations within their realm. Recognizing the value of stability, they worked to reconcile the Norse settlers with the existing Frankish inhabitants. By promoting intermarriage and cultural exchange, the Normans fostered a sense of unity among their people, Their ability to manage and integrate these groups was critical in transforming Normandy into a cohesive and prosperous duchy. Economic reforms were another cornerstone of Norman governance. The duchy's leaders implemented policies to encourage trade and agriculture, turning Normandy into a thriving economic center. Norman governance extended beyond the borders of their duchy as their influence expanded. The administrative and military systems they perfected in Normandy became the blueprint for their later conquests in England, Italy, and Sicily. The Normans' ability to adapt and innovate within the framework of Frankish governance set them apart as one of the most dynamic ruling groups of the medieval period, combining tradition with a forward-looking approach to leadership. The Normans were more than just conquerors and administrators. They were also patrons of art, architecture, and religion. Their embrace of Christianity, inherited through their Frankish ties, became a cornerstone of their cultural identity and a driver of their architectural ambitions. One of the most profound contributions of the Normans was their commitment to the construction of grand religious buildings. Churches, monasteries, and cathedrals built under Norman patronage became icons of the Romanesque style. This architectural approach, characterized by massive stone walls, round arches, barrel vaults, and intricate carvings, combined Frankish influences with the unique vision of the Normans. The Abbey of Saint-Étienne in Caen, commissioned by William the Conqueror, stands as a testament to their ambition and skill, blending architectural innovation with spiritual devotion. The symmetrical design of Norman cathedrals, along with their soaring towers and detailed sculptures, reflected both the power of faith and the authority of the Normans. Norman architecture also introduced advancements such as ribbed vaulting and thick stone columns that supported heavier roofs, paving the way for later Gothic innovations. Castles like the White Tower of the Tower of London, constructed under Norman rule, showcase their expertise in defensive architecture, combining functionality with imposing grandeur. Beyond architecture, the Normans actively supported the church as a political and cultural institution. Their leaders maintained close ties with the papacy, often positioning themselves as defenders of Christendom. This alliance with the church not only enhanced their legitimacy, but also allowed them to wield significant influence in the broader Christian world. Norman rulers sponsored the establishment of monasteries, which became centers of learning and culture. These monasteries preserved classical texts, educated the clergy, and contributed to the intellectual revival of the medieval period. Cultural contributions extended beyond religion. The Normans fostered a fusion of Norse and Frankish traditions, reflected in their art, literature, and governance. They sponsored illuminated manuscripts, crafted with elaborate designs, gold leaf, and vivid colors, that combined Christian themes with echoes of their Norse heritage. These manuscripts often featured intricate depictions of biblical scenes, marginalia with animals or mythical creatures, and elegant calligraphy, demonstrating the Normans' desire to create works that were both spiritually significant and artistically stunning. Notable examples include manuscripts commissioned by Norman abbeys, which served not only as religious texts, but also as visual symbols of their cultural sophistication. The integration of religious and cultural efforts wasn't merely symbolic. It had a tangible impact on Norman society. The construction of churches and monasteries created jobs, stimulated local economies, and encouraged the development of towns. The establishment of religious institutions also played a role in integrating diverse populations, uniting them under a shared faith and cultural identity. The Normans' cultural and religious contributions extended far beyond their borders. Their influence reached England after the Norman Conquest in 1066, where they transformed the landscape with their iconic Romanesque churches and castles. Similarly, in southern Italy and Sicily, Norman rulers blended their traditions with Byzantine and Islamic influences, creating a vibrant and multicultural society. Through their patronage of religion and culture, the Normans left an enduring legacy that shaped the spiritual and artistic fabric of medieval Europe. Their grand cathedrals, literary achievements, and devotion to faith continue to inspire awe and admiration, standing as lasting monuments to their innovative and ambitious spirit. The Normans skillfully navigated the complex political landscape of medieval Europe by forging strategic marriages and alliances with the Frankish elite. These connections were not merely symbolic, but instrumental in solidifying their legitimacy and expanding their influence across the continent. One of the earliest and most impactful alliances was Rollo's marriage to Gisela, the daughter of King Charles the Simple of West Francia. This union was more than a personal bond. It was a calculated political move that symbolized the merging of Viking and Frankish traditions. Gisela, as a Frankish princess, brought immense prestige to Rollo's lineage, cementing his acceptance among the Frankish elite. Her dowry included not only material wealth, but also symbolic legitimacy, linking Rollo directly to the royal bloodline of West Francia. While the historical accuracy of Gisela's role has been debated, with some suggesting that her marriage to Rollo may have been more ceremonial than personal, its impact on Norman-Frankish relations was undeniable. This marriage sent a clear message to both Rollo's Norse followers and the Frankish aristocracy. The Normans were no longer just outsiders, but a legitimate force within the Frankish realm. It also served as a precursor to future Norman strategies of forging alliances through matrimony. The marriage arrangement also reflected the delicate balancing act between Rollo's Norse heritage and his new role as a Frankish vassal. By marrying a Frankish princess, Rollo signaled his commitment to the cultural and political integration of the Normans into Frankish society. This integration was further reinforced through Rollo's public adoption of Christianity and his subsequent efforts to encourage his followers to do the same. The Normans continued this strategy in subsequent generations. Marriages between Norman leaders and Frankish nobility were carefully arranged to strengthen alliances, secure territories, and legitimize claims. For instance, William Longsword, Rollo's son, solidified Norman ties with local Frankish lords by marrying into influential families. Such alliances were not limited to the Frankish realm. The Normans' ambitions extended beyond their immediate borders, and their marital diplomacy reflected this. Marriages into other powerful European dynasties furthered their influence and created networks of allies that supported their expansionist goals. These alliances allowed the Normans to position themselves as key players in the politics of medieval Europe, often acting as intermediaries between rival powers. The blending of Frankish and Norman bloodlines also had a profound cultural impact. The children of these unions often embodied the fusion of Norse resilience and Frankish refinement, becoming adept leaders who carried forward the legacy of both traditions. This cultural synthesis was evident in the Normans' governance, art, and military strategies, all of which reflected the strengths of their dual heritage. Marriage and alliances were not just tools for political gain, but also mechanisms for cultural exchange. Through these connections, the Normans absorbed elements of Frankish culture, including language, religion, and legal practices, while introducing their own innovations. This exchange enriched both societies and laid the groundwork for the Normans' future successes. The Normans' strategic use of marriage and alliances demonstrated their adaptability and foresight. By weaving themselves into the fabric of Frankish society and beyond, they secured their place as one of the most influential groups in medieval Europe. Their legacy as masterful diplomats and bridge builders between cultures remains a testament to their enduring impact on history. The Normans' military prowess was one of the defining characteristics of their identity, built on their Viking heritage and refined through the influence of Frankish traditions. By combining their seafaring roots with advanced cavalry tactics and fortification strategies, the Normans established themselves as one of the most formidable military forces of the medieval period. At the core of Norman military strength was their mastery of cavalry. The Normans were pioneers in the use of heavy cavalry, employing well-trained knights armed with lances, swords, and shields. Their disciplined cavalry formations, supported by well-organized infantry, allowed them to execute devastating charges that broke enemy lines and secured decisive victories. The use of the stirrup, an innovation that provided greater stability to mounted warriors, was a game-changer in Norman warfare, giving their knights unparalleled effectiveness on the battlefield. Fortifications also played a crucial role in their military strategy. The Normans perfected the construction of motte and bailey castles, which combined an elevated earthwork mound, the motte, with a fortified courtyard, the bailey. These castles were quick to build and provided strong defensive positions, serving as both military outposts and administrative centers. As their resources grew, the Normans transitioned to building stone castles, such as the White Tower in London, which became enduring symbols of their power and authority. The Normans' military campaigns were marked by strategic brilliance and adaptability. One of their most famous conquests was the Norman invasion of England in 1066. Led by Duke William II, better known as William the Conqueror. The invasion was sparked by a succession crisis following the death of Edward the Confessor, which left the English throne contested by William, Harold Godwinson, and Harold Hardrada of Norway. William's preparations for the invasion were meticulous. He secured the support of the Pope, who blessed his campaign and provided him with a banner of legitimacy. He also assembled a formidable army of Norman knights, infantry, and archers, supported by a fleet of ships to cross the English Channel. The invasion force landed at Pevensey on the southern coast of England in September 1066, establishing a strong defensive position. The decisive moment came on October 14, 1066, at the Battle of Hastings. William's forces faced the Anglo-Saxon army led by Harold Godwinson. The battle was a grueling, day-long engagement, characterized by William's tactical ingenuity. The Normans used feigned retreats to lure the Anglo-Saxon forces out of their strong defensive shield wall, creating opportunities for Norman cavalry and archers to exploit gaps in the enemy's lines. By the end of the day, Harold was killed. Tradition holds he was struck in the eye by an arrow, and his army was routed, leaving William victorious. The Norman conquest of England was not just a military triumph, but a transformative event in English history. William established himself as king and implemented sweeping changes to the political, social, and cultural fabric of England. The Normans introduced the feudal system, redistributed land to Norman lords, and replaced the Anglo-Saxon aristocracy with a new ruling elite. The construction of iconic castles, such as Windsor and the Tower of London, solidified Norman authority and reshaped the English landscape. The Normans' ambitions extended far beyond England. In southern Italy and Sicily, Norman adventurers like Robert Guiscard and Roger I carved out territories that became the Kingdom of Sicily. This kingdom was a melting pot of cultures. blending Norman, Byzantine, and Islamic influences. The Normans' military expertise allowed them to defeat both local rulers and larger empires, establishing a prosperous and multicultural realm that became a beacon of innovation and trade. The Normans' military success was also rooted in their ability to integrate diverse forces into their armies. They recruited local allies, mercenaries, and vassals, creating multi-ethnic armies that reflected the regions they conquered. This inclusivity not only strengthened their forces, but also helped them consolidate power in newly acquired territories. Norman expansion was driven by more than just conquest. It was underpinned by a vision of governance and cultural exchange. Their military campaigns were often accompanied by efforts to build infrastructure, establish law and order, and integrate local populations into their feudal system. This holistic approach ensured that their conquests were not fleeting, but enduring, leaving a legacy that reshaped Europe. The Normans' legacy as heirs to the Franks is a testament to their ability to adapt, innovate, and leave an indelible mark on European history. As they emerged from their Viking origins, the Normans absorbed the traditions, governance systems, and cultural advancements of the Franks, elevating these elements into a new and enduring legacy. One of the most significant aspects of their legacy was their governance. By adopting and enhancing the feudal system established by the Franks, the Normans created a structure that not only ensured loyalty among vassals, but also allowed for efficient administration of vast territories. In England, for instance, the introduction of the Domesday Book, an unprecedented survey of landholdings and resources, illustrates their innovative approach to governance. This record not only provided a comprehensive understanding of the kingdom's wealth, but also reinforced Norman control over their newly acquired territories. Culturally, the Normans continued the Frankish tradition of blending influences from diverse sources to create something uniquely their own. Their architecture, exemplified by the Romanesque style, showcased their ambition and artistic vision. Norman churches and castles became iconic symbols of power and devotion, blending structural ingenuity with aesthetic grandeur. The fusion of Norse, Frankish, and local traditions in their art and culture demonstrated their ability to synthesize influences and produce enduring contributions to European heritage. The Normans also inherited the Frankish role as protectors and promoters of Christianity. Their close ties to the Church not only legitimized their rule, but also allowed them to act as defenders of Christendom. This is evident in their participation in the Crusades, where Norman knights played prominent roles in expanding Christian influence in the Holy Land. Their contributions to the religious and political goals of Europe further cemented their position as heirs to the Frankish legacy. Military innovation was another hallmark of their legacy. The Normans refined Frankish cavalry tactics, developing strategies that would dominate medieval warfare for centuries. Their emphasis on fortifications, including the widespread use of stone castles, reflected both their pragmatic approach to defense and their understanding of the importance of projecting power. These military innovations not only secured their own territories, but also influenced the strategies of other European powers. The inclusion of the Battle of Benfleet in 894 AD offers a glimpse into the evolution of Norman military tactics and their Viking roots. This battle, fought during the height of Viking activity in England, saw Norse forces, many of whom were ancestors of the future Normans, clash with Anglo-Saxon armies under King Alfred the Great. The victory at Benfleet was a testament to the adaptability and martial prowess of the Norse, showcasing their ability to fortify positions, utilize naval strength, and launch coordinated assaults. The lessons learned during such engagements would later be refined and adapted into the Norman military playbook, blending Viking boldness with Frankish discipline and strategy. The Normans' legacy extended far beyond their borders. In England, the transformation of the political, cultural, and social landscape under Norman rule left an enduring imprint. Similarly, in southern Italy and Sicily, the Normans created a multicultural kingdom that became a beacon of innovation and coexistence. Their ability to blend Byzantine, Islamic, and Latin traditions into a cohesive society showcased their adaptability and vision. As heirs to the Franks, the Normans carried forward the ideals of cultural synthesis, innovation, and governance, while adding their own dynamic spirit of conquest and ambition. Their legacy is one of resilience and reinvention, serving as a bridge between the Viking past and the medieval European future. Even today, the Norman influence can be seen in the languages, architecture, and cultural traditions they helped shape, reminding us of their extraordinary impact on history. The Norman conquest of England in 1066 was not only a milestone in English history, but also a testament to the ambition and military prowess of the Normans. The story begins with the death of Edward the Confessor, the childless King of England, whose passing triggered a fierce struggle for the throne. Three contenders emerged: Harold Godwinson, crowned king by the Witan; William, Duke of Normandy, claiming a promise from Edward; and Harald Hardrada of Norway, who asserted his own ancestral rights. William's preparations for the conquest were meticulous and multifaceted, reflecting his ability to plan for both military and political success. To secure his claim to the English throne, William obtained the blessing of Pope Alexander II, who provided him with a papal banner as a sign of divine approval. This act not only legitimized William's cause, but also encouraged other Norman nobles to join his campaign, bolstered by the idea that their mission was sanctioned by the Church. William invested significant resources into assembling his invasion force, which was one of the largest military endeavors of its time. His army consisted of well-trained Norman knights, disciplined infantry, and skilled archers, creating a balanced and versatile force. He also commissioned the construction of a fleet of ships capable of transporting his troops and horses across the English Channel. The logistical planning required for such an operation was immense, including securing provisions, coordinating troop movements, and ensuring the readiness of his forces for a swift and decisive landing. William's strategy extended beyond military preparations. He engaged in psychological warfare, spreading propaganda about his rightful claim to the throne and the legitimacy of his invasion. By framing his campaign as a mission to restore order and justice, William sought to weaken Harold's support and gain the favor of influential English nobles. The invasion began in September 1066, when William's forces landed at Pevensey on the southern coast of England. Establishing a beachhead, William quickly fortified his position and began advancing inland, seizing key locations to disrupt Harold's ability to respond effectively. His movements were calculated to force Harold into a hasty confrontation, exploiting the fatigue and disorganization of the Anglo-Saxon forces. The pivotal moment came at the Battle of Hastings on October 14, 1066. Harold Godwinson, fresh from his victory over Harald Hardrada at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, marched his exhausted army south to confront William's forces. The Normans, employing a combination of archery, infantry, and cavalry, faced the Anglo-Saxon shield wall, a formidable defensive formation. The battle raged for hours, with the Normans initially struggling to break through the tightly packed English lines. William's strategic brilliance turned the tide. By employing feigned retreats, his forces lured sections of the Anglo-Saxon army away from their strong defensive positions, creating vulnerabilities that the Norman cavalry exploited. the use of archers to soften enemy positions and cavalry to deliver decisive blows demonstrated William's ability to coordinate complex battlefield tactics. The turning point came when Harold was struck down, according to legend, by an arrow to the eye, leaving the English forces leaderless and demoralized. The Normans emerged victorious, securing William's claim to the throne. The impact of the Norman conquest was profound. William was crowned King of England on Christmas Day 1066, marking the beginning of a transformative era. The Normans introduced the feudal system, redistributing land to loyal Norman lords and fundamentally altering England's social and political structure. The Anglo-Saxon aristocracy was replaced by a new Norman elite, who brought with them their language, customs, and governance. The construction of iconic Norman castles, such as the Tower of London and Windsor Castle, reinforced their control and reshaped the English landscape. These fortifications served both as military strongholds and symbols of Norman authority. Additionally, the Normans left a cultural legacy that included the blending of Anglo-Saxon and Norman traditions, influencing the development of the English language and legal systems. The Norman conquest of England was more than a military victory. It was a turning point that redefined the course of English and European history. William's vision and the Normans' ability to adapt and integrate left an enduring imprint, shaping the identity of a nation and demonstrating the far-reaching impact of their ambition. While the Norman conquest of England stands as their most famous achievement, the expansion of the Normans into southern Italy and Sicily was equally remarkable and transformative. This campaign was spearheaded by adventurous Norman knights, often acting independently of their homeland, who sought fortune and land in the politically fragmented landscape of southern Europe. The Norman presence in Italy began in the early 11th century, when small bands of Norman mercenaries arrived to offer their military services to local rulers. These warriors quickly gained a reputation for their skill in battle and their ability to turn the tide of conflicts. Their success in service led to increasing demands for their assistance, and soon Normans began carving out territories for themselves. Among the early leaders was Robert Guiscard, whose name, meaning the cunning, reflected his strategic brilliance and ambition. Robert Guiscard and his brothers systematically expanded Norman control in southern Italy, defeating local Lombard rulers and Byzantine forces to establish dominance over the region. One of Robert's most notable victories came in 1059, when he was formally recognized by Pope Nicholas II as the Duke of Apulia, Calabria, and Sicily. This papal endorsement not only legitimized Norman rule, but also solidified their alliance with the Church, positioning the Normans as defenders of Christendom. The conquest of Sicily, led by Robert's younger brother Roger I, was another landmark in Norman expansion. Sicily, under Muslim control for over 2 centuries, was a wealthy and strategically vital island. The campaign to conquer it began in 1061 and lasted until 1091, marked by a series of sieges, battles, and strategic negotiations. The initial landing at Messina in 1061 was a bold move that demonstrated Roger's military acumen, securing a foothold on the island. From there, the Normans systematically advanced, capturing key cities such as Palermo in 1072 and Syracuse in 1086. These victories were often achieved through a combination of siege warfare, naval superiority, and alliances with disaffected local factions. Roger's approach combined military might with diplomacy. Recognizing the complexity of ruling a multi-religious and multi-ethnic population, he integrated local Muslim leaders and administrators into his governance. This pragmatic approach ensured a smooth transition of power and maintained the prosperity of the island. Roger also employed Muslim engineers and architects, whose expertise contributed to the creation of iconic Norman Sicilian architecture. Under Norman rule, Sicily became a beacon of cultural and religious diversity. The Normans fostered a society where Latin Christians, Greek Orthodox communities, and Muslims coexisted, contributing to a vibrant and prosperous kingdom. Norman architecture in Sicily, such as the Palatine Chapel in Palermo and the Monreale Cathedral, blended Romanesque, Byzantine, and Islamic elements, reflecting the island's unique cultural synthesis. These structures were adorned with intricate mosaics, Arabic inscriptions, and geometric patterns, showcasing the fusion of artistic traditions. Economically, the Normans revitalized trade across the Mediterranean, leveraging Sicily's position as a crossroads between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. The island became a hub for the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies, facilitating a cultural renaissance that enriched Norman society and its neighbors. Administrative reforms, influenced by their Frankish heritage, created an efficient governance system that allowed the island to thrive. Tax systems were streamlined, and agricultural production flourished under Norman supervision, further enhancing Sicily's wealth. The Kingdom of Sicily under Norman rule became one of the most dynamic and influential realms of the medieval world. Its unique blend of cultures and traditions made it a model of coexistence and innovation, admired throughout Europe and beyond. The conquest of Sicily exemplified the Normans' ability to adapt to diverse cultural and political environments, combining their military prowess with strategic alliances and inclusive governance to transform the island into a center of power and prosperity. The Norman expansion into southern Italy and Sicily remains a testament to their ambition, resilience, and skill as both conquerors and rulers. Their legacy endures in the architectural wonders, administrative systems, and cultural achievements that continue to inspire awe and admiration today. The Normans' role in the Crusades stands as one of the defining chapters in their storied history. As devout Christians and formidable warriors, the Normans were uniquely positioned to play a critical part in these religious and military campaigns that sought to reclaim the Holy Land. The Norman involvement in the Crusades began with the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. A massive effort initiated by Pope Urban II to unite Christendom against Muslim rule in Jerusalem. Among the prominent Norman leaders who joined this campaign was Bohemond of Taranto, the son of Robert Guiscard. Bohemond's ambition and military acumen made him a pivotal figure in the early stages of the crusade. He led Norman forces across the Adriatic and through Byzantine territory, ultimately joining the larger Crusader army as it advanced into the Levant. Bohemond's leadership shone during the Siege of Antioch, 1097 to 1098, one of the most grueling and strategically significant battles of the First Crusade. Antioch, a heavily fortified city with towering walls and well-defended gates, was a critical stronghold on the route to Jerusalem. The Crusaders, including the Normans, laid siege to the city for several months. Enduring harsh conditions, dwindling supplies, and the constant threat of counterattacks from the city's defenders. Hunger and disease plagued the Crusader camp, testing their resolve and unity. Bohemond's resourcefulness proved decisive in breaking the stalemate. Through covert negotiations, he convinced a discontented Armenian guard within the city to betray his post and grant the Crusaders access. On the night of June 2nd, 1098, the Crusaders launched a daring assault, scaling the walls and storming into Antioch. The Normans, leading the charge, were instrumental in capturing key positions within the city and routing its defenders. Their relentless fighting spirit ensured the Crusaders secured control of Antioch. But their victory was immediately followed by a dire challenge. Just days after capturing the city, the Crusaders found themselves besieged by a massive Muslim relief army led by Kerboga. Trapped inside Antioch with limited supplies, the Crusaders faced the prospect of annihilation. It was during this crisis that Bohemond's leadership once again proved critical. He rallied the Crusader forces, inspiring them to hold their ground and prepare for a decisive confrontation. The turning point came when the Crusaders, emboldened by the discovery of the Holy Lance, a relic believed to be the spear that pierced Christ's side, launched a desperate counterattack. Bohemond and the Normans spearheaded the assault, their heavy cavalry smashing through Kerboga's forces with disciplined ferocity. The relief army was routed and the siege was lifted, solidifying the Crusaders' hold on Antioch. Bohemond declared himself Prince of Antioch, establishing a Norman-led state that would remain a key power in the region for decades. Under Norman rule, Antioch became a center of trade, culture, and military strength, reflecting the Normans' ability to adapt and thrive in diverse environments. The Normans' contributions extended beyond the battlefield. They brought their expertise in fortifications to the Holy Land, constructing castles and strongholds that became critical to the Crusaders' ability to hold territory. These structures, such as the Croix des Chevaliers, showcased the Normans' architectural ingenuity and their commitment to securing the frontiers of Christendom. Norman knights were also renowned for their prowess in open battle. Their heavy cavalry, disciplined infantry, and innovative tactics often gave them an edge against larger and more established Muslim forces. The Normans' ability to adapt to the challenging terrain and diverse enemy strategies in the Levant further cemented their reputation as elite warriors. The Norman influence in the Crusades was not limited to the First Crusade. Throughout subsequent campaigns, Norman adventurers and leaders continued to participate, bringing their military expertise and their vision of Christian unity to the forefront. Their efforts inspired other European powers to follow their example, ensuring that the Crusades would remain a defining aspect of medieval Christendom for centuries. The Normans in the Crusades exemplify their dual identity as warriors and builders. They were not only conquerors, but also architects of a new cultural and political landscape in the Holy Land. Through their military achievements, administrative innovations, and unwavering faith, the Normans left a legacy in the Crusades that echoed their broader contributions to medieval Europe. The Normans' legacy in governance and architecture is one of their most enduring contributions to medieval Europe. As both rulers and builders, they left an indelible mark on the territories they controlled, blending their Viking heritage with the traditions they adopted from the Franks and other cultures. In governance, the Normans excelled at adapting and refining existing systems to suit their needs. They embraced the feudal system, which had its roots in Frankish tradition, and transformed it into a highly effective means of administration. This hierarchical structure, based on loyalty and mutual obligation, allowed them to govern vast and diverse territories efficiently. In England, the Domesday Book stands as a testament to their administrative prowess and innovative governance. Commissioned by William the Conqueror in 1085, the Domesday Book was an exhaustive survey of land holdings, resources, and population across England. It was unprecedented in its scope and detail, cataloging everything from the number of plows and livestock to the value of land and the identity of its holders. The survey served multiple purposes. It provided William with a comprehensive understanding of his kingdom's wealth, facilitated the imposition of taxes, and reinforced Norman authority by documenting land ownership. The Domesday Book was also a tool for resolving disputes, as it offered a definitive record of claims and holdings. Its meticulous organization and detail reflect the Normans' emphasis on order and efficiency, and it remains one of the most significant historical records of medieval England. The Normans were also instrumental in advancing the role of law and justice in medieval society. They established clear legal frameworks that balanced centralized authority with local governance, ensuring that their vassals and subjects were both loyal and accountable. This balance of power became a hallmark of Norman rule, enabling them to maintain order and legitimacy in their territories. Architecturally, the Normans revolutionized medieval construction with their adoption and enhancement of the Romanesque style. This style, characterized by massive stone walls, rounded arches, and barrel vaults, reflected their pragmatic yet ambitious approach to building. Norman castles, such as the Tower of London and Rochester Castle, were not only military fortifications, but also symbols of their authority and permanence. These structures combined functionality with grandeur, showcasing their ability to project power through architecture. The Normans' contributions to ecclesiastical architecture were equally significant. They funded and constructed grand cathedrals and abbeys that demonstrated their devotion to Christianity and their artistic vision. The Abbey of Saint-Étienne in Caen, commissioned by William the Conqueror, is a prime example of Norman Romanesque architecture, featuring intricate stonework, soaring towers, and a sense of monumental grandeur. These religious structures often served as centers of learning, culture, and community, further embedding the Normans' legacy in the regions they ruled. In Sicily, the Normans achieved a remarkable fusion of architectural styles, blending Romanesque, Byzantine, and Islamic influences. The Palatine Chapel in Palermo, with its gilded mosaics, Arabic inscriptions, and harmonious design, exemplifies this cultural synthesis. This approach to architecture reflected the Normans' adaptability and their ability to integrate diverse traditions into a cohesive and innovative aesthetic. The Normans' legacy in governance and architecture extended far beyond their immediate territories. Their administrative systems and building techniques influenced other European powers, setting new standards for organization and construction. Their emphasis on order, innovation, and cultural integration left a lasting imprint on medieval Europe, shaping the political and architectural landscapes for generations to come. Through their achievements in governance and architecture, the Normans demonstrated their ability to adapt, innovate, and leave a legacy that transcended borders and eras. Their contributions continue to inspire and captivate, reminding us of their profound impact on the medieval world. The Normans' influence extended far beyond the territories they conquered, leaving a global legacy that reshaped medieval Europe and set the stage for developments in governance, culture, and military strategy for centuries to come. Their ability to adapt and innovate while integrating diverse cultural elements ensured that their impact resonated across borders and eras. One of the most striking aspects of the Norman legacy was their role as cultural synthesizers. Wherever the Normans established their rule, they blended the traditions of the local population with their own Norse and Frankish heritage. In England, this resulted in a fusion of Anglo-Saxon and Norman customs that profoundly influenced the English language, law, and governance. Words of Norman origin became deeply embedded in the English vocabulary, and Norman legal principles laid the groundwork for the common law system still in use today. In Sicily, the Normans created one of the most remarkable multicultural societies of the medieval world. Under their rule, Latin Christians, Greek Orthodox communities, and Muslims coexisted, contributing to a vibrant exchange of ideas and innovations. The Kingdom of Sicily became a hub for scientific, artistic, and architectural advancements, with Norman rulers sponsoring projects that blended Byzantine, Islamic, and Romanesque styles. This cultural fusion not only enriched Sicily, but also influenced neighboring regions through trade and diplomacy. the Normans also transformed military strategy and fortification design. Their mastery of heavy cavalry and castle construction set new standards for medieval warfare. Norman castles, such as those in England and the Holy Land, were more than defensive structures. They were symbols of power, authority, and innovation. These fortifications influenced castle building across Europe, with their designs being replicated and adapted by other powers. Economically, the Normans revitalized trade and commerce in the regions they controlled. In Sicily, they leveraged the island's strategic location to establish trade networks that connected Europe with North Africa and the Middle East. Norman rulers facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies, fostering economic prosperity and cultural enrichment. The Normans' global impact was also felt in their participation in the Crusades. As key players in these religious and military campaigns, Norman leaders like Bohemond of Taranto and Roger II of Sicily left an indelible mark on the history of the Holy Land. Their contributions to the Crusader states extended Norman influence far beyond Europe, establishing them as a dominant force in the medieval Christian world. Perhaps the most enduring aspect of the Norman legacy is their adaptability and resilience. From their Viking roots to their transformation into a dynamic and influential force in medieval Europe, the Normans demonstrated an unparalleled ability to integrate and innovate. Their achievements in governance, architecture, culture, and warfare left a legacy that transcended their time, shaping the course of history in profound and lasting ways. Even today, the Norman influence can be seen in the architectural wonders, legal frameworks, and cultural traditions they helped create. The story of the Normans is a testament to the power of adaptability and ambition, reminding us of their extraordinary role in shaping the medieval world. As we reach the end of our journey through the intertwined histories of the Franks and the Normans, we are left with a story of transformation, ambition, and enduring influence. From their origins as Germanic tribes and Norse raiders, to their emergence as two of the most dynamic forces in medieval Europe, the Franks and the Normans shaped the trajectory of an entire continent. As we reflect on their stories, we see not only the rise and fall of empires, but also the enduring power of cultural exchange and innovation. The Franks and Normans remind us that history is not just a series of events, but a tapestry woven from the threads of diverse traditions, ambitions, and ideas. I would like to take this moment to express my deepest gratitude to the countless historians and scholars who have dedicated their lives to uncovering and preserving these stories. Their meticulous research and passion for history have illuminated the past and allowed us to share these tales with you. And so, the legacy of the Franks and Normans echoes through time, shaping the course of history in ways both grand and unseen. But history, my friends, is an endless journey, one that invites us to explore even further. If you've enjoyed this adventure through time, why not take your journey even deeper? By becoming a member of Timeless Tales, you gain access to early releases, behind-the-scenes insights, and even the power to help decide which stories we uncover next. And fear not, no soulless AI narrators here. Every tale is carefully crafted and told with passion, just as history deserves. So, if you wish to stand among the great patrons of historical storytelling, join us today. Let's continue uncovering the past, one timeless tale at a time. To all the viewers who share a love for history, thank you for accompanying me on this journey. Your curiosity and enthusiasm keep these narratives alive and vibrant. If you have suggestions or ideas for upcoming episodes, I would be delighted to hear from you. Whether it's a hidden chapter of history, a famous figure, or a topic you're passionate about, let's continue this journey together. And so, dear viewer, as we close this chapter, let us carry forward the lessons of the Franks and the Normans, their resilience, their vision, and their ability to create something enduring from the convergence of cultures. Your journey with me has been invaluable, and together we have explored how history shapes the present and inspires the future. But this is not the end of our story. It is only the beginning of the next chapter. I want to hear from you. Share your ideas and suggestions for upcoming episodes. Is there a hidden chapter of history you want uncovered? A famous figure whose story should be told? Or perhaps a unique culture or event you're passionate about? Your voice is essential, and your ideas help shape the adventures we embark on. You can send your suggestions and thoughts in the comments. Together, we can continue weaving these timeless tales into something extraordinary. And while you're here, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new adventure. Your support helps bring these stories to life and ensures that history remains a vibrant part of our shared journey. And of course, leave your thoughts in the comments. I can't wait to hear what inspires you. Until our next adventure, this is Phileas Kronos, bidding you farewell. Don't forget to share your thoughts and ideas. Your voice is an essential part of this timeless tale. He wanted a son, but what he unleashed was a revolution. Wives were executed, churches were burned, queens were crowned and crushed. This is not just the story of power, it's the story of how one family changed England forever. Welcome to the Tudors. The Tudors, England's most dangerous dynasty. Chapter 1. He wanted a son. How the Tudors shattered England. It was 1509. A new century had dawned, and with it a new king. Young, tall, and full of promise, Henry VIII was everything a Renaissance monarch should be. Athletic, charismatic, deeply educated. He spoke several languages, played multiple instruments, and rode through the streets of London like a chivalric prince reborn. England had waited generations for a figure like him. But beneath the pageantry, a silent urgency stirred. The Tudor dynasty was still new. His father, Henry VII, had seized the throne at Bosworth, ending decades of civil war. The Wars of the Roses had left England bruised and suspicious. The stability Henry VIII inherited was fragile, and the key to preserving it, so everyone believed, was a male heir. The shadow of childless kings haunted history. No son meant no certainty. No certainty meant unrest, plots, rebellions, invasions. And so, even as Henry rode out in tournaments, even as he presided over elaborate feasts and composed songs of love and power, one pressure never left him. Beget a son. Secure the dynasty. Turn the Tudor name from a claim into a lineage. Catherine of Aragon was no ordinary consort. She was the daughter of Spain's Catholic monarchs, Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon, two rulers who had driven out the Moors and unified Spain under one faith. She had royal blood, religious fire, and political vision. Her marriage to Henry was both alliance and affection. Despite being first wed to his late brother Arthur, Catherine and Henry shared laughter, purpose, and early hope. The court adored her. Chroniclers called her the true Queen of Hearts. But marriage in Tudor England was not for love. It was for sons. And here, fate turned cruel. She conceived multiple times. A stillborn daughter, a boy who lived only weeks, another miscarriage. Then, finally, Mary. A healthy girl, but a girl was not enough. Year after year, Catherine grew older. and with each year, Henry's hope faded. Court physicians whispered. Was her womb cursed? Clergy muttered. Was God punishing them for marrying against Scripture? In the quiet halls of Greenwich and Whitehall, Catherine prayed. Henry brooded, and England watched. A storm was coming. Anne Boleyn was not the most beautiful woman at court, but she was the most dangerous. Raised in the refined courts of the Netherlands and France, Anne returned to England with confidence, wit, and an eye for power. She refused Henry's gifts. She avoided his touch. She played the game of courtly love not as a pawn, but as a queen in waiting. To Henry, she was intoxicating. To Catherine's allies, she was a threat. And to England, she was a harbinger of chaos. But Anne was more than ambition. She was a catalyst. She brought Henry banned books, Luther, Tyndale, Erasmus. She challenged the idea that the Pope was supreme. She whispered of sovereignty, of spiritual independence. What began as flirtation became revolution. Henry pursued an annulment. Rome refused. The Pope, under pressure from Catherine's nephew, the Holy Roman Emperor, stood firm. But Henry, emboldened by desire and righteousness, would not be denied. What God had joined, he would now tear asunder. No one had dared such a break before. Kings defied the church at their peril. Excommunication meant political isolation, eternal damnation. But Henry saw another way. He summoned Parliament. He reshaped law. He declared the Pope had no authority in England. In 1534, the Act of Supremacy passed. Henry became head of the Church of England. Some cheered, others trembled. Monasteries, centers of learning, charity, and tradition were dissolved. Monks were cast out, sacred relics were seized, statues of saints were torn down, gold chalices melted, the sacred made profane, in service of the crown. Resistance came. Sir Thomas More, once Henry's trusted advisor, refused to acknowledge the new order. For this, he lost his head. Bishops who opposed the Reformation were executed or exiled. Even commoners who spoke too freely met the scaffold. The break with Rome was not a quiet rebellion. It was a national fracture. Anne Boleyn, now Queen of England, held the future in her womb. The court held its breath. So did Henry. In September 1533, a child was born. A girl, Elizabeth. Henry's face, according to observers, fell. He masked his disappointment with speeches and proclamations. But the truth was clear. She was not the prince he needed. Still, Elizabeth was royal, clever-eyed, fierce in spirit even as an infant. But the disappointment surrounding her birth would haunt her and her mother for years to come. Anne tried again and failed. Her position weakened, rumors swirled, accusations of witchcraft, adultery, even incest. A trial, a spectacle, a sword from France. Anne Boleyn was executed in 1536. Yet the child she bore would outlive all expectations. Elizabeth Tudor, born unwanted, would one day become the ruler of an empire. But for now, she was just a child, the echo of a father's broken dreams, and the spark of a dynasty that was only beginning to show its fire. He wanted a son, but what he birthed was something far more enduring and far more dangerous. A national church, a cycle of blood and power, and a daughter who would wear the crown with more strength than any son he ever imagined. The story of the Tudors begins not with triumph, but with tension, and it would only grow more perilous from here. Welcome to England's most dangerous dynasty. Chapter 2. Fire and Faith. Radical change and fervent belief transformed England into a divided state. The monasteries had long been the spiritual backbone of England, centers of learning, charity, and worship. For centuries, they preserved the knowledge of the ancients, offered refuge to travelers, and provided sustenance to the poor. They were pillars of the Catholic world. But to Henry, they represented an empire within the realm, wealthy, loyal to Rome, and worst of all, resistant to change. The dissolution began as a legal audit. Commissioners sent out to inspect monasteries noted mismanagement, moral decay, and excessive wealth. These reports were often exaggerated, but they served their purpose. The smaller houses were the first to go. Monks were forced to swear loyalty or leave. Treasures were carted off to the royal treasury. Then came the larger abbeys: Glastonbury, Fountains, Walsingham. Sacred relics were destroyed, ancient libraries burned, entire communities displaced. But this was not just about power or land. Henry needed money. Wars were expensive, ambitions more so. The people watched in horror. Some rebelled, like those in the Pilgrimage of Grace. But rebellion meant death. The monasteries burned, and with them, the world of medieval Catholic England. Anne Boleyn had achieved the impossible. She had risen from lady-in-waiting to Queen of England, but the throne, once won, proved perilous. She failed to produce a male heir. She miscarried a son, and Henry, ever restless, began to look elsewhere. At court, Anne had enemies, many. Her sharp tongue and reformist views made her a threat to traditionalists. The Seymour family, whose daughter Jane now caught the king's eye, moved swiftly. Anne stood trial in the Tower. Her dignity remained unshaken, but the outcome was never in doubt. Charges were fabricated: adultery, with multiple men, even incest, with her own brother. On May 19, 1536, she was executed by a French swordsman. Her final words were of grace, not bitterness. She died not as a villain, nor as a saint, but as a queen who dared to change history. Just days after Anne's execution, Henry married Jane Seymour. She was quiet, pious, and politically safe. In 1537, she bore him a son, Edward. The child was baptized with grand ceremony. Finally, the Tudor line had a male heir. Henry was elated, but the joy was short-lived. Jane fell ill shortly after childbirth and died within 2 weeks. Henry was devastated. He wore black for months. He called her his one true wife. Yet politics did not rest. The court moved on. Henry would marry 3 more times, but none would give him the combination of love, loyalty, and legacy he found in Jane. Edward was raised under Protestant tutelage. Henry, meanwhile, became increasingly isolated. The man who once danced and debated now limped, obese and paranoid, through echoing halls. When Henry died in 1547, Edward was just 9 years old. A regency council ruled in his name, pushing Protestant reforms further. Images were stripped from churches, altars replaced, Latin replaced by English. Edward was bright but sickly. In 1553, he died at 16. In his place came his half-sister Mary, the daughter of Catherine of Aragon. She was Catholic, and she was determined. Mary believed her mother had been wronged, that England had been led astray. She married Philip II of Spain, the most powerful Catholic ruler in Europe. She moved to restore the old faith. Protestant bishops were arrested. Some fled, others resisted. Then came the burnings. In 5 years, nearly 300 Protestants were executed by fire. Among them, Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, who had annulled her mother's marriage. He was forced to recant, then burned anyway. Londoners began to whisper. The fires burned not only flesh, but the Queen's legacy. Bloody Mary, they called her. Her reign was short and tragic. Across England, the people were confused. Faith, once a certainty, had become a weapon. Children were born Catholic and grew up Protestant, then Catholic again. Families split by belief, friends betrayed for a wrong word. Sermons turned to surveillance, books were banned, then required, then banned again. Priests fled in secret. Heretics were hunted in daylight. Faith had become politics, and politics had become war. But within the chaos, a new idea began to form. One not rooted in Rome, nor in Geneva, but in England itself. What if a monarch could steer the soul of a nation? What if religion could be English? As Mary's reign waned, eyes turned to her sister, Elizabeth, a woman raised in the shadows of court intrigue, a daughter of controversy, and yet, perhaps, a child shaped by fire to become something more. England needed peace, and in the ashes of so much faith lost, it waited for a new beginning. This was not a time of peace. It was a time of purging, of redefinition. Old truths burned, new truths emerged, and the people paid the price. Monasteries, queens, martyrs, and heretics lost in the roaring fire of dynastic ambition. But out of the flames rose something unexpected, a new queen, a new age, and the birth of Protestant England was only just beginning. Chapter 3. The Virgin Queen, the reign of Elizabeth I of England. When Elizabeth Tudor took the throne in 1558, few could have imagined the legacy she would leave behind. The daughter of Anne Boleyn, a woman executed for treason and adultery, Elizabeth was born under scandal and crowned under suspicion. She was young, unmarried, and Protestant, 3 strikes in a world ruled by men and shaped by religion. Yet from the moment she ascended the throne, she moved with uncanny precision. Her coronation procession through London was a performance of reconciliation. She spoke to the crowds, smiled at their cheers. She read their hearts and gave them hope. She chose seasoned statesmen to advise her, but made it clear she alone would rule. She stepped into power with one foot in tradition, one in modernity, and the eyes of Europe fixed upon her. Elizabeth's reign was a chessboard of enemies and assassins. To Catholics, she was illegitimate, a heretic usurper. The Pope excommunicated her. Spain plotted against her. France toyed with invasion. And at the center of many conspiracies was her cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary had fled Scotland and taken refuge in England. But her presence was volatile. Catholic factions saw her as the true queen. Letters were smuggled, plans were drafted, names were written in cipher. Sir Francis Walsingham, Elizabeth's spy master, built the most effective intelligence network of the age. He planted double agents, intercepted letters, and staged stings that would rival any modern thriller. One such plot, the Babington Plot, revealed Mary's complicity in a plan to assassinate Elizabeth. Reluctantly, the Queen signed her cousin's death warrant. In 1587, Mary Stuart was executed. The Catholic world mourned. Elizabeth wept, not only for her cousin, but for the heavy price of survival. Mary's death enraged Philip II of Spain. Already angered by English support of Dutch rebels and attacks by privateers like Francis Drake, Philip now launched his final blow. The Spanish Armada. It was to be a holy crusade, a fleet of over 130 ships carrying thousands of soldiers and priests. Their mission: invade England, depose Elizabeth, and restore the true faith. Elizabeth did not hide. She rode to Tilbury to address her troops, clad in armor, speaking not as a woman, but as a warrior queen. Her words echoed, "I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king." As the Armada approached, English fire ships scattered the Spanish formation. Storms battered the coast. Tactical brilliance finished the rest. The invincible Armada was defeated. England stood triumphant, and Elizabeth became legend. In the wake of war, Elizabeth fostered a golden age of art and discovery. Her court became a hub of cultural brilliance. Playwrights like William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe explored ambition, love, betrayal, and nationhood. Their words shaped English identity for centuries. Poets like Edmund Spenser wrote epics in her honor. Explorers like Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh circled the globe and staked claims in the New World. Elizabeth herself understood image. She turned her presence into ritual, progresses through the countryside, grand banquets, masks of myth and allegory. She never married, yet she was courted by kings and princes. She flirted with diplomacy as she did with men, always in control, never committed. Her court was both stage and strategy, and she was its star. Over time, Elizabeth transformed herself into something more than monarch. She became Gloriana, the Virgin Queen, untouched and eternal. Portraits showed her adorned with pearls, the moon at her feet, the world in her hand. She was not just ruling England, she was England. But behind the icon was a woman. She aged. Her closest advisors died. The world changed. New factions emerged. The court, once filled with light and verse, grew quiet and tense. The question of succession loomed. She had no children, no heir, and still she refused to name one. But her image never cracked. She ruled until the end, fierce, brilliant, unknowable. And when she died in 1603, the people mourned not only a queen, but a symbol, a guardian of peace, a beacon of strength. The Tudor flame flickered one last time, and then was passed to a new house and a new century. Elizabeth's reign was forged in fire. Rebellion, war, betrayal, and doubt surrounded her from the beginning, but she endured. In an age where women were expected to submit, she commanded. In a kingdom torn by faith, she found compromise. In a court full of danger, she danced on the edge and never fell. The Virgin Queen ruled not as a mother, nor a wife, but as a monarch who understood her people and her moment. And in doing so, she carved a legacy that outshone even the king who longed for a son. Chapter 4. Power Games. From political intrigue to familial rivalries. No monarch, no matter how brilliant, reigns alone. And Elizabeth, though singular in vision, knew the strength of governing through counsel. The Privy Council became her instrument of rule. It was a collection of minds, seasoned, loyal, sharp. They debated policy, enforced law, managed diplomacy, and steered the ship of state through turbulent waters. Sir William Cecil, later Lord Burghley, was her anchor. With unmatched political instinct, he guided England through the minefields of succession, foreign threat, and religious unrest. Later, his son Robert Cecil would carry that torch. Quiet, strategic, often underestimated. At her side, too, was Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. More than a counselor, he was her confidant, perhaps her love. Their closeness raised eyebrows, but no proof ever breached the throne room. Elizabeth kept these men near, but never too close. She demanded loyalty, but tolerated dissent. She listened, weighed, and then decided. The council advised, but the Queen ruled, and all who entered her chamber understood. Their heads depended on her trust. Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, was everything Elizabeth had once admired. Bold, handsome, romantic. He was also impulsive, vain, and reckless. She raised him high, gave him command, showered him with favor, and in return, he gave her pride and peril. His failures in Ireland, his arrogance at court, and his jealousy of Robert Cecil created a toxic brew. When the Queen scolded him publicly, he stormed out. That was the beginning of his fall. In 1601, Essex tried to raise a rebellion. His forces were small, his cause unclear. Within hours, it collapsed. He was arrested, tried for treason, and condemned. Elizabeth hesitated. She delayed the warrant. Perhaps she hoped for repentance. Perhaps she waited for a miracle. But none came. Essex was executed. The Queen, now old and increasingly alone, retreated further into silence. Those who witnessed her in the days that followed said her spirit dimmed. The fire that once burned so brightly now flickered. Elizabeth's strength lay not just in her intellect, but in her ability to choose those who would serve her best. Sir Francis Walsingham, the Spy Master General, a man who trusted no one, feared everything, and saw plots before they formed. He built an intelligence empire from scratch. His agents operated across Europe. His fingerprints were on every intercepted letter, every decoded cipher, every quiet execution. Lord Burghley, her rock. He managed finances, arranged marriages, negotiated peace, and suppressed rebellion. He wrote thousands of letters in her name and never once betrayed her trust. Robert Cecil, hunchbacked, sharp, underestimated. He outmaneuvered rivals, managed the Queen's later years, and orchestrated the peaceful transition to the Stuart dynasty. They were not saints. They were men of ambition and calculation. But they served a queen who demanded and inspired greatness. Elizabeth inherited a religious battlefield. Her father had broken with Rome. Her brother had veered toward radical Protestantism. Her sister had violently restored Catholicism. Elizabeth took another path. The Elizabethan religious settlement was not about purity. It was about peace. It made the Church of England the law, but allowed just enough ambiguity to keep the fires from reigniting. The Bible was in English, the Mass simpler. But bishops still wore vestments. Altars remained. Her motto was simple: I do not seek to make windows into men's souls. Those who conformed outwardly were tolerated. Those who defied openly, Puritans, Jesuits, agitators, were crushed. She understood something few leaders do, that in religion, control lies not in dogma, but in the illusion of choice. But peace was fragile, always. The Puritans wanted more reform. The Catholics wanted Rome restored. France and Spain meddled. Scotland brooded. Ireland burned. Elizabeth faced assassination attempts, papal denunciations, foreign spies, and religious extremists. Her court became a theater of secrets. Smiles hid daggers. Friendship masked betrayal. Even within her inner circle, ambition stirred. Some sought to guide succession, others to undermine rivals. But none dared move without gauging the queen's gaze. She played them all, pitting one against another, maintaining balance through division. By the 1590s, Elizabeth was aging. Her beauty faded, her temper sharpened. Her court, once bright with poetry and progress, grew cold with fear. And yet, none dared rise against her. She had become a monarch of myth, a ruler cloaked in legend. And as the last of the Tudors, she stood alone atop the world she had shaped. Elizabeth's reign was a game of power, played not with armies, but with wit, loyalty, and sheer endurance. She faced traitors and tyrants. She endured gossip, war, and loneliness. She lost friends. She lost love. But she never lost control. Her strength was in her ability to bend without breaking, to lead a fractured kingdom without letting it fall apart. In the end, she reigned not just as a queen, but as a master of the game itself. Chapter 5. A Dangerous Legacy. The Threats Left Behind for Future Generations. On the cold morning of March 24th, 1603, the Tudor age came to a silent, solemn end. Queen Elizabeth I, Gloriana, the Virgin Queen, the last of her name, passed away at Richmond Palace after nearly 45 years on the throne. Her final days were marked not by ceremony, but by reflection. She refused food, refused her bed. She stood in silence, wrapped in robes, staring into space, her mind weighed down by years of rule and memory. No royal children wept at her bedside. No heirs knelt for a final blessing. She died as she lived, alone, sovereign, and enigmatic. The bells tolled for hours. Across the country, men and women wept, not only for a queen, but for a world that was vanishing with her. With Elizabeth's passing, the Tudor bloodline ended. There would be no more kings or queens born of Henry VIII, no direct Tudor to carry on the flame. And yet, the story was far from over. Power, like fire, cannot be left untended. Even before Elizabeth's death, plans had been laid. Robert Cecil, her last and most meticulous minister, had maintained a quiet correspondence with James VI of Scotland, son of Mary, Queen of Scots, great-grandson of Henry VII, a man with both Tudor blood and foreign manners. Though Elizabeth never publicly named him, she had allowed the path to be cleared. Within hours of her death, James was proclaimed King of England. He traveled south with caution and ceremony. Along the way, nobles pledged loyalty. Cities celebrated. For the first time in history, England and Scotland shared a monarch. The Tudors had ruled from the heart of a single kingdom. The Stuarts would rule over a union, and over the tensions that came with it. But in the minds of many, the question lingered: could James ever fill Elizabeth's shoes? Could a man of books and brooding ever replace a queen of spectacle and steel? The Tudors didn't just rule, they engineered monarchy. Henry VIII revolutionized the very foundation of power. By breaking with Rome, he became head of both state and church, a move that reshaped European politics and carved a new national identity. He used parliament to legitimize revolution and spectacle to justify terror. Mary used marriage to forge alliances. Her reign, though brief and bloodied, brought Europe's gaze back to England and reminded the people what religious fury could unleash. Elizabeth elevated monarchy to myth. She became an icon, using art, theater, and architecture to define the nation's image. She transformed loyalty into culture, obedience into pride. They didn't just inherit power, they remade it. Brick by brick, law by law, symbol by symbol, the Tudors left England with more than memories. They left a template. Time smooths the edges of memory, and the Tudors, whose reigns were marked by torture, repression, and war, have become beloved figures in our imagination. Henry VIII, the tyrant king who tore down monasteries, who executed wives, friends, and enemies alike, now appears in textbooks with a feathered hat and jovial smirk, a larger-than-life figure whose brutality is overshadowed by his pageantry. Elizabeth I, the queen who refused marriage, who oversaw the execution of her cousin, who ruled with fire and control, now appears as a symbol of wisdom, wit, and national pride. They are immortalized not for what they endured, but for what they embodied. And yet, beneath the polished portraits lies the truth. Theirs was a rule of constant tension, of fear and splendor, cruelty and charm. Their transformation into icons is as much part of their legacy as the policies they imposed. But the greatest legacy of the Tudors lies not in crown or castle, but in continuity. Before them, England was fractured, politically, religiously, and emotionally. It had endured civil war, papal intervention, and dynastic fragility. After them, England stood stronger, more centralized, more governed, more English. The Church of England became not just a religious body, but a cultural pillar. Parliament, once a tool of monarchs, began to expect a voice of its own. The idea of England, one nation, one crown, one destiny, took hold. That legacy would be tested under the Stuarts, broken under Cromwell, reassembled again and again. But the mold was Tudor, and it remains so today. We have journeyed through a world of ambition and faith. We have stood in the shadows of kings and queens who dreamed of immortality, and sometimes found it. We have seen how power is not just seized, but shaped, how belief can build a kingdom, or burn it, and how legacy is never a guarantee, but always a pursuit. The Tudors remind us that greatness comes with a cost, that every crown is heavy, and that even the most dangerous dynasties leave behind more than ruins. They leave questions. So now I ask you, what is the true cost of power, and how do we remember those who claimed it? To the scholars and researchers who spend their lives digging through the layers of this story, to the teachers who pass on the wonder and warning of history, and to you, traveler of time, thank you for walking with me, for thinking deeply, for listening closely. If this tale sparked something in you, share it, discuss it, challenge it. And if you want to support more timeless journeys, subscribe, become a member. Take a look in our Timeless Tales shop and join us in shaping the next story. I am Phileas Kronos. And until our next tale, stay curious, stay critical, and above all, stay timeless. Hong Kong is a city like no other. It's where the East meets the West, where skyscrapers rise above ancient traditions, and where history is alive in every corner. But what made Hong Kong the city it is today? What forces molded its identity? And how does its past continue to shape its present and future? Greetings, my fellow time travelers. I am Phileas Kronos, your guide through the winding corridors of history. Today, before we set off on another grand adventure, I want to take a moment to speak directly to you, our incredible community of explorers. First and foremost, thank you for your continued support, enthusiasm, and, most importantly, your constructive feedback on our recent journeys. It is your insights and thoughtful critiques that shape the direction of Timeless Tales and make it a better experience for everyone. One comment in particular caught my attention, a piece of wisdom shared by Hauke. Hauke, you pointed out that I sometimes rush through my narration, leaving little room for the weight of history to truly settle in. You also mentioned that my AI-crafted voice could feel a bit too robotic at times. Your observation struck a chord with me, and I want to express my gratitude for your honesty and for challenging me to improve. Hauke, and all of you who share your thoughts, I hear you. Starting today, I'll strive to slow down, to let the stories breathe, and to bring more depth and nuance to each moment. After all, history is not a race. It's a journey, one that deserves every bit of time and care we can give it. So, with your guidance as my compass, let us embark on today's adventure with fresh inspiration and renewed purpose. Together, we'll delve into the story of Hong Kong, a tale of resilience, transformation, and cultural fusion that has shaped a city like no other. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your feedback, and thank you for joining me in making history come alive. Now, shall we begin? Welcome to Timeless Tales, where the stories of our world's past come alive. I'm Phileas Kronos, and today, we embark on a journey to uncover the extraordinary history of Hong Kong, a city that embodies resilience, transformation, and cultural fusion. This story isn't just about the rise of a city, it's about the people who shaped it, their struggles, triumphs, and the enduring spirit that defines Hong Kong to this day. Over the course of this journey, we will uncover the roots of this incredible place, tracing its evolution through time and exploring the forces that continue to shape its destiny. Prepare for a deep dive into history, from its earliest settlements, through the struggles of the Opium Wars, into the transformative colonial era, the devastating trials of World War II, and its modern-day challenges under Chinese sovereignty. Along the way, we'll also celebrate the cultural icons, like Bruce Lee, who helped put Hong Kong on the global map. This is not just a history lesson, it's a reflection on resilience, identity, and the interplay of power and culture. Let's begin. Long before it became a global hub, Hong Kong was a modest settlement. Archaeological discoveries reveal human activity dating back over 30,000 years. Over time, the area developed into a collection of fishing villages, salt farms, and trade ports, benefiting from its strategic location along the Pearl River Delta. During the Tang and Song dynasties, Hong Kong's waters teemed with merchants and traders, linking it to the vast trade networks of China and beyond. Yet, it wasn't until the Ming and Qing dynasties that Hong Kong began to take on the characteristics of a bustling port town. To fully understand the origins of Hong Kong's colonial era, we must delve into one of the darkest chapters of global trade, the Opium Triangle trade. By the late 18th century, Britain was heavily reliant on Chinese goods, such as tea, porcelain, and silk. These commodities were highly sought after in Europe, but the Qing dynasty's strict trade policies meant that foreign merchants could only trade through the port of Canton, modern-day Guangzhou, and had to pay in silver. This created a significant trade imbalance, draining Britain's silver reserves. To address this issue, the British East India Company developed a controversial solution. From their colonies in India, they began cultivating opium on a massive scale. This opium was then smuggled into China by private traders, creating a growing demand among the Chinese population. The trade formed a lucrative triangle. Indian opium flowed into China, Chinese silver flowed back to Britain, and British manufactured goods and weaponry were sold globally. This triangle trade was devastating for China. By the early 19th century, millions of Chinese people were addicted to opium, leading to social and economic decline. The Qing government, recognizing the harm caused by opium, attempted to ban its trade. In 1839, Imperial Commissioner Lin Zexu famously confiscated and destroyed large quantities of British opium in Canton. This act of defiance led directly to the First Opium War. As Britain retaliated to protect its commercial interests, the war ended in 1842 with the Treaty of Nanking, which ceded Hong Kong Island to Britain. What had started as a devastating trade practice had now reshaped the political and economic landscape of the region. The Opium Triangle trade remains a powerful reminder of the lengths imperial powers went to for profit, often at the expense of entire societies. As we reflect on this chapter, consider how the ripple effects of this trade influence not only Hong Kong's history, but the global order as a whole. The Second Opium War, fought between 1856 and 1860, was rooted in Britain and France's desire to expand their trade privileges and influence in China. Following the First Opium War, tensions between the Qing dynasty and foreign powers remained high. Britain's dissatisfaction with the Treaty of Nanking led to renewed conflict as they sought to remove restrictions on trade, secure access to inland markets, and legalize the opium trade. The war began in 1856, triggered by the Arrow Incident, in which Chinese authorities seized a ship flying the British flag. Britain, joined by France, used this as a pretext to escalate hostilities. The conflict saw battles along the Pearl River and the capture of strategic ports. Culminating in the occupation of Beijing by British and French forces. The war ended with the Treaty of Tientsin, 1858, and the Convention of Peking, 1860, which further eroded China's sovereignty. Under these agreements, Britain gained the Kowloon Peninsula and Stonecutters Island, providing much-needed land for Hong Kong's growth. France and Russia also secured territorial and trade concessions, but Britain's ambitions didn't stop there. By the late 19th century, the small area of Hong Kong Island and Kowloon proved insufficient for a growing population and strategic defense. In 1898, Britain negotiated the Second Convention of Peking, which granted it a 99-year lease over the new territories, a vast expanse of land and 365 surrounding islands. The new territories were crucial for Hong Kong's development. They provided agricultural land, space for industry, and opportunities for urban expansion. Though technically a lease, the agreement allowed Britain to govern the new territories as part of its colony, with little interference from the Qing government. However, the lease created a long-term geopolitical challenge. By the 20th century, the integration of Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, and the new territories made it impractical to separate them. As the lease expiration approached in 1997, questions arose about the future of the entire colony. As Hong Kong moved into the 20th century, the colony's trajectory seemed unstoppable. The city's bustling harbor was teeming with ships from around the world, and its growing population reflected its status as a vital hub of trade and migration. However, the events of this era, both local and global, would test Hong Kong's resilience like never before. By the 1900s, Hong Kong had firmly established itself as one of Asia's leading ports. The completion of the Kowloon-Canton Railway in 1910 further connected the city to mainland China, boosting trade and migration. The economy thrived, with industries like shipbuilding, textiles, and finance growing rapidly. But this growth came with challenges. The 1920s and 30s were marked by labor unrest, as workers protested against poor wages and harsh conditions. The 1925 to 1926 Canton-Hong Kong strike, one of the largest labor movements in Chinese history, crippled the colony for nearly 2 years. The strike highlighted the growing tensions between the working class and colonial authorities, as well as the influence of political movements sweeping through China. Hong Kong also became a refuge during this time. As political turmoil and civil war engulfed mainland China, thousands fled to the colony seeking safety and opportunity. The city's population swelled, creating new opportunities but also straining its resources. As the 1930s progressed, tensions in East Asia escalated. Japan's imperial ambitions were evident with its invasion of Manchuria in 1931 and the full-scale invasion of China in 1937. Hong Kong, a British colony on the doorstep of Japanese-occupied territories, found itself in a precarious position. The colony became a critical supply base for Chinese resistance forces, with British authorities covertly aiding the nationalist government. However, this support put Hong Kong in Japan's crosshairs. By the late 1930s, fears of an invasion grew, and preparations for war intensified. Air raid shelters were constructed, and fortifications on Hong Kong Island and Kowloon were reinforced. On December 8, 1941, just hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japanese forces launched an invasion of Hong Kong. The attack was swift and brutal. Within days, Japanese troops overran the new territories and crossed into Kowloon, forcing British and Canadian defenders to retreat to Hong Kong Island. The Battle of Hong Kong was fierce, but ultimately one-sided. The defenders, vastly outnumbered and outgunned, held out for 17 days before surrendering on Christmas Day, now remembered as Black Christmas. The fall of Hong Kong marked the beginning of nearly 4 years of Japanese occupation. The occupation was a dark chapter in Hong Kong's history. The city's population, which had peaked at 1.6 million before the war, plummeted to around 600,000 due to executions, forced labor, starvation, and deportations. The Japanese imposed strict controls on daily life. Food and medicine were scarce, and residents were subjected to brutal treatment. Public executions were used to instill fear, and many were forced into hard labor or conscripted into Japanese war efforts. Despite the hardships, acts of resistance emerged. Underground groups worked to sabotage Japanese operations, and secret networks helped smuggle information to Allied forces. These acts of defiance, though small, were a testament to the resilience of Hong Kong's people. On August 15, 1945, Japan announced its surrender, ending World War II. British forces returned to Hong Kong shortly after, re-establishing colonial rule. The city lay in ruins, its economy shattered, infrastructure devastated, and population traumatized. The events of the early 20th century and World War II shaped Hong Kong in profound ways. The city endured immense hardship but emerged stronger, its people showing extraordinary resilience and determination. As we look back on this chapter, consider the lessons it offers about unity, perseverance, and the human capacity to rebuild. What might Hong Kong's story during this era teach us about navigating challenges in our own time? The end of World War II marked a new chapter for Hong Kong. The city, battered and broken by years of Japanese occupation, faced the monumental task of rebuilding itself. This challenge was met with an influx of people, a surge of refugees fleeing the chaos of mainland China. The Chinese Civil War, raging from 1945 to 1949, brought waves of migrants to Hong Kong's shores. As the Communist Party emerged victorious in 1949, even more families and individuals crossed the border, seeking safety and opportunity in the British colony. By the early 1950s, Hong Kong's population had swelled dramatically, reaching over 2 million. Recognizing the need to support this growing population, The British administration launched ambitious initiatives to modernize Hong Kong's infrastructure and social services. Housing was a priority. The construction of resettlement estates provided homes for thousands of families, transforming barren hillsides into vibrant neighborhoods. Transportation networks were expanded to connect these new communities with the urban centers. The construction of roads, bridges, and ferry terminals facilitated the movement of goods and people, while investments in public utilities like water, electricity, and sanitation improved living conditions. Hong Kong's industrial transformation began in the late 1940s, driven by necessity and ingenuity. Small workshops that had once produced goods for local consumption began to scale up. By the 1950s, textiles, plastics, electronics, and toy manufacturing had become key pillars of the economy. Refugees played a critical role in this industrial boom. Many brought with them expertise in manufacturing and access to trade networks in mainland China and Southeast Asia. Entrepreneurs established export-oriented businesses, capitalizing on Hong Kong's strategic location and deepwater harbor. The city's reputation as a center of commerce and innovation grew rapidly. By the 1960s, Hong Kong was known as the factory of the world, producing goods that reached markets across Europe, North America, and beyond. The city's recovery during this period laid the foundation for its later rise as a global financial center. The entrepreneurial spirit of its people, combined with strategic investments in infrastructure and education, turned Hong Kong into a beacon of hope and opportunity in Asia. By the mid-20th century, Hong Kong found itself at a crossroads. With an influx of refugees from mainland China and limited space, the city faced an unprecedented challenge: how to house and support this growing population. Among the most iconic solutions, though unconventional, was the Kowloon Walled City. This densely packed area, measuring just a few acres, became home to over 30,000 people. Originally a military fort, the walled city was left in a legal gray zone after World War II. As refugees poured in, it transformed into an unregulated settlement, a hive of activity, commerce, and ingenuity. Life inside the walled city was chaotic, yet vibrant. Narrow alleyways were illuminated by makeshift lights. Businesses thrived in tiny spaces, and families lived stacked upon one another. It became a self-contained ecosystem with its own informal rules. Despite its reputation for lawlessness, many residents described it as a place of community and survival. However, by the 1980s, the government decided that the walled city had outlived its purpose. In the early 1990s, it was demolished and replaced with the Kowloon Walled City Park, a serene space that honors the site's complex history. In the 20th century, few individuals left as profound an impact on global culture as Bruce Lee. Born in San Francisco in 1940 to Hong Kong parents, Lee spent much of his childhood in Hong Kong, where his journey into martial arts and acting began. From a young age, Lee was immersed in the vibrant yet turbulent streets of Hong Kong, which shaped his outlook on life. In the 1960s, Lee moved to the United States, where he studied philosophy and began to develop his own martial arts philosophy, which he called Jeet Kune Do, the way of the intercepting fist. But it was his return to Hong Kong in the early 1970s that cemented his status as a legend. Films like The Big Boss, 1971, Fist of Fury, 1972, and Enter the Dragon, 1973, not only captivated audiences, but also elevated Hong Kong cinema to the international stage. These films were more than action-packed spectacles. They were cultural statements, showcasing themes of justice, resistance, and the strength of the underdog. For Hong Kongers, Lee's characters symbolized resilience and pride, a reflection of the city's spirit. Bruce Lee's impact went far beyond cinema. He shattered stereotypes about Asians in Hollywood, paving the way for future generations of actors and filmmakers. He also redefined martial arts, introducing it as a form of self-discipline, personal growth, and artistry to millions around the world. Today, Bruce Lee remains a cultural icon. His image adorns murals and statues across Hong Kong, and his philosophies continue to inspire martial artists, filmmakers, and thinkers globally. But his legacy is not just about what he achieved, it's about what he stood for. Bruce Lee embodied the idea that barriers, whether cultural, physical, or ideological, are meant to be overcome. His words resonate as strongly today as they did decades ago. Be water, my friend. Does Bruce Lee inspire you? Is it his mastery of martial arts, his philosophy, or his ability to break down barriers? Share your thoughts with us. Recognizing the need for a larger and more modern airport, the Hong Kong government began planning a new facility in the 1980s. After years of debate and preparation, construction began on Chek Lap Kok Airport, located on an artificial island off Lantau Island. While plans for the new airport were underway, Kai Tak continued to serve as Hong Kong's lifeline to the world. It remained a beloved institution. With its unique location and challenging landings cementing its place in aviation history. On July 6, 1998, Kai Tak Airport handled its last commercial flight. The emotional farewell was marked by a mixture of nostalgia and excitement as Hong Kong transitioned to its new airport at Chek Lap Kok. The final flight, a Cathay Pacific Boeing 747, departed Kai Tak and landed at the new Hong Kong International Airport, symbolizing the end of an era and the beginning of a new chapter. Today, the site of Kai Tak Airport has been transformed into the Kai Tak development, featuring residential complexes, parks, and a cruise terminal. The checkerboard used for the famous landing approach remains a nostalgic landmark, visible from Kowloon City. For aviation enthusiasts and longtime residents of Hong Kong, Kai Tak remains an enduring symbol of the city's spirit. It represented Hong Kong's rise as a global hub and its ability to adapt to challenges with innovation and determination. The story of Kai Tak Airport is more than just a history of planes and runways. It's a story of how a small airfield grew to become an integral part of Hong Kong's identity, connecting the city to the world and leaving a legacy that continues to inspire. The handover of Hong Kong on July 1, 1997, was more than a transfer of sovereignty. It was a profound moment in global history. After 156 years of British rule, Hong Kong was returned to China under an agreement that promised to preserve the city's way of life, setting a precedent for governance and diplomacy in the modern era. The seeds of the handover were planted decades earlier, with the realization that the 99-year lease of the new territories, agreed upon in 1898, would expire in 1997. By the 1980s, it was clear that Britain could not retain Hong Kong Island and Kowloon without the new territories, as the three regions were deeply interconnected economically and socially. Negotiations between Britain and China began in earnest, culminating in the 1984 Sino-British Joint Declaration. This landmark agreement established that Hong Kong would return to Chinese sovereignty in 1997, but under the principle of one country, two systems. This framework, devised by Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping, promised that Hong Kong would retain its legal, economic, and social systems for 50 years, ensuring a high degree of autonomy. It was a bold and innovative solution, aiming to reconcile two vastly different political systems, capitalist Hong Kong and socialist mainland China. under one national identity. The years leading up to 1997 were marked by both anticipation and uncertainty. While some Hong Kongers welcomed the handover as a long overdue reunion with the mainland, others feared the erosion of their freedoms and way of life. Mass emigration became a defining feature of this period, as tens of thousands of families sought new opportunities abroad, in countries like Canada, Australia, and the United States. Despite this exodus, many also chose to stay, confident in Hong Kong's resilience and future prospects. The British administration, under Governor Chris Patten, worked to strengthen Hong Kong's institutions during its final years of rule. Patten introduced democratic reforms, expanding voting rights and increasing public participation in governance. These measures were controversial, with Beijing viewing them as an attempt to complicate the transition. Meanwhile, infrastructure projects like the construction of the new Czech Lapkok Airport symbolized Hong Kong's ambitions for the future. The city was preparing not only for a change in sovereignty, but for its continued role as a global financial hub. On the night of June 30th, 1997, the world watched as the handover ceremony unfolded at the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center. The event was a carefully orchestrated blend of British formality and Chinese symbolism, reflecting the gravity of the occasion. As the clock struck midnight, the Union Jack was lowered and the Chinese flag was raised, marking the end of British colonial rule and the beginning of a new chapter under Chinese sovereignty. Prince Charles, representing Britain, and Chinese President Jiang Zemin delivered speeches that emphasized hope, continuity, and cooperation. For many, the ceremony was a moment of pride and optimism, a peaceful transition of power that respected Hong Kong's unique identity. For others, it was a poignant reminder of the uncertainties that lay ahead. The 1997 handover was a historic moment, not only for Hong Kong, but for the world. It was an unprecedented experiment in governance, blending two vastly different systems under one national identity. In the initial years after the handover, the one country, two systems principle seemed to work as intended. Hong Kong continued to thrive as a financial center, maintaining its free market economy, independent judiciary, and vibrant civil society. The Basic Law, Hong Kong's mini-constitution, safeguarded freedoms such as freedom of speech, assembly, and the press. The city's role as a gateway between China and the world grew even stronger, with foreign investment pouring in and new industries emerging. However, tensions began to surface as early as the 2000s. Efforts by the Hong Kong government to implement national security legislation under Article 23 of the Basic Law in 2003 sparked massive protests, with 500,000 people taking to the streets. This was the first major indication that the people of Hong Kong were deeply invested in preserving their freedoms and autonomy. As the years went on, the relationship between Hong Kong and Beijing became increasingly complex. The city's integration with mainland China brought economic benefits, but also political challenges. Beijing's influence over Hong Kong's governance grew, leading to concerns about the erosion of the high degree of autonomy promised under the Joint Declaration. The 2014 Umbrella Movement, a massive pro-democracy protest, thousands of citizens demanded greater democratic rights. The situation reached a boiling point in 2019, with massive protests against a proposed extradition bill. These demonstrations evolved into a broader pro-democracy movement, reflecting deep-seated concerns about Hong Kong's future. In 2020, the introduction of the National Security Law brought sweeping changes, criminalizing acts of secession, subversion, terrorism, and collusion with foreign forces. Critics argue that this law has significantly curtailed freedoms and autonomy, while the government insists it is necessary for stability. Through all of this, Hong Kong's people have shown incredible resilience. The city remains a hub of innovation, creativity, and financial power, even as it navigates these challenges. How do you see the relationship between Hong Kong and China evolving? Can the one country, two systems model survive, or is it destined to fade? Share your thoughts with us in the comments. Today, Hong Kong stands as one of the world's most dynamic cities. Its skyline is a testament to its ambition, while its economy continues to rank among the most competitive globally. But beneath this prosperity lie questions about the city's future. Economically, Hong Kong remains a vital gateway between China and the world. Its financial markets are among the largest and most active globally, and it has positioned itself as a leader in fintech and innovation. However, the city faces increasing competition from regional rivals like Shanghai and Singapore. Socially, Hong Kong is at a crossroads. Generational divides are evident, with younger residents often advocating for greater freedoms and reforms, while older generations focus on stability and economic progress. Housing remains a pressing issue, with skyrocketing property prices making it one of the least affordable cities in the world. Culturally, Hong Kong continues to innovate. From contemporary art to avant-garde theater, the city's creative industries are thriving. Its international film festival and emerging digital media hubs are evidence of a city that values both tradition and modernity. But what of its future? The year 2047 looms large. This date marks the end of the 50-year autonomy promised under the Sino-British Joint Declaration. Will Hong Kong retain its distinctiveness, or will it be fully integrated into China's political and economic systems? The answers to these questions will shape not only Hong Kong, but also its role in the global order. Can it continue to balance its rich history with the demands of an ever-changing world? As we come to the end of our journey through the extraordinary history of Hong Kong, we are left with a story that is as complex as it is inspiring. A tale of resilience, reinvention, and enduring spirit. Hong Kong has always been a place of contrasts. From the ancient fishing villages that dotted its shores to the neon-lit skyscrapers that define its modern skyline, it has balanced tradition and innovation, Eastern heritage and Western influence, adversity and ambition. History has shown us that Hong Kong is no stranger to challenges. Whether it was the hardships of British colonial rule, the devastation of World War II, or the uncertainties of the 1997 handover, this city has faced each trial with determination and emerged stronger. The resilience of Hong Kong's people is at the heart of its story. They have transformed a small island into a global financial powerhouse, nurtured a rich cultural identity, and stood firm in the face of political and social upheaval. Each chapter of this journey, from the Opium Wars to the rise of industry, from the Cultural Renaissance to modern challenges, offers us insights into the strength and adaptability of this unique city. As Hong Kong approaches 2047, the year when the one country, two systems framework is set to expire, the city once again stands at a crossroads. Questions about autonomy, identity, and integration loom large. But history gives us reason to be hopeful. Hong Kong's legacy is one of transformation. Its ability to reinvent itself time and again has been its greatest strength. If the past is any indication, the city will continue to evolve, finding new ways to thrive while holding on to the spirit that makes it uniquely Hong Kong. before we part, I want to take a moment to reflect on something personal. Earlier, I mentioned the feedback from our community, especially Haka's thoughtful critique of my narration. This time, I made a conscious effort to slow down, to give each moment and detail the time it deserved. So, how did I do? Did the pace feel right? Was my explanation of these complex and often challenging historical events clear and engaging? Your feedback means the world to me. So please let me know in the comments if this approach worked better for you. What part of Hong Kong's story resonated most with you? What lessons do you think the world can learn from this incredible city? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your perspectives. History, after all, is not just a collection of events. It's a dialogue, a living narrative that we all contribute to. By reflecting on the past, we can better understand the present and shape the future. Thank you for joining me, Phileas Kronos, on this journey through time. Your feedback, support, and curiosity make these explorations possible. If you've enjoyed this story, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Timeless Tales. And one last thing, don't forget to hit the bell icon so you never miss an episode of our historical adventures. Until next time, fellow time travelers, stay curious, keep exploring, and never stop seeking the stories that make our world so endlessly fascinating.
She was beautiful, beloved, and broken. She lit up every room, but died in the dark. The world said it was an accident, but some accidents are set in motion. The palace watched, the press chased, and somewhere in between, Diana vanished. This is not just a story, it's a question. Who killed Diana, and why do we still not know the answer?
Chapter 1: A legacy older than the Windsors. Before there were castles, crowns, and cameras, there was cloth. The Spencer family began not as kings, but as merchants, wealthy wool traders in 15th century England. But wealth opened doors, and the Spencers, sharp and ambitious, stepped through them. By the time of the Tudors, they were no longer tradesmen. They were landowners, lords, and courtiers. Serving monarchs, hosting nobles, making history quietly but with purpose. Their rise was not sudden, but it was steady, and it would place them within arm's reach of the throne. Few remember this. Diana was not just a commoner who married a prince. She was already aristocracy. Through an illegitimate line, she was descended from King Charles II himself. That meant that, in a twist of royal irony, her bloodline was, on paper, older than that of the man she would marry. But no title shielded her from fate, and no bloodline guaranteed happiness. In the heart of Northamptonshire stood Althorpe, a house of quiet halls and heavy portraits. It was the Spencer family seat for generations. To the world, it symbolized prestige. To Diana, it was both cradle and cage. She played in its gardens, but wandered its corridors alone. She dined beneath chandeliers, but longed for warmth that no marble floor could offer. Althorp shaped her. It whispered of tradition, duty, and silence. Diana's world fractured when she was just a girl. Her parents' marriage crumbled, her mother left, her father became distant, swallowed by grief and protocol. There were nannies, yes, and uniforms and ponies and castles. But there were also questions that no child should have to ask. Why did she leave? Was it my fault? Is anyone coming back? Diana learned to smile early. It became her armor, and later, her prison. She was born into privilege, but without a title of her own. She wasn't a princess, she wasn't a duchess, she was a Spencer, and that meant history was behind her. But destiny was uncertain. She read about queens and saints in school, but she also knew what it felt like to cry behind closed doors. Diana was not just waiting for a fairy tale. She was hoping someone would see her, really see her. She didn't want a crown. She wanted connection, but history had other plans. Chapter 2. The fairy tale begins. She was just 19, shy, soft-spoken, and suddenly the most photographed woman in Britain. When the cameras found her, they didn't just capture a girl, they created an icon. Tabloids watched her every move. Paparazzi followed her every glance. The world began to fall in love with her before Charles ever did. But fame comes with a price, and the spotlight never blinks. In 1981, the engagement was announced. The heir to the British throne would marry a sweet, aristocratic nursery teacher. But behind the smiles were shadows. He was still in love with someone else. She was still trying to understand who she was. When a reporter asked, "Are you in love?" Charles answered,
Whatever in love means.
and something inside Diana paused. July 29th, 1981, over 750 million people watched. Diana in a silk gown, a 25-foot train, a glass carriage, and a crown of expectation. It looked like a dream. But her eyes told a different story. In the pews sat her future, her duty, her isolation. And as the bells rang through London, the myth was born. That sentence echoed for years. Whatever in love means. It wasn't just a slip, it was a signal, a prophecy in plain sight. Even on her wedding day, Diana felt unsure, not of herself, but of the man beside her. He looked at the cameras, she looked for comfort. The fairy tale dress, the crown, the cheers. But behind it all was doubt. She had become a princess, but not yet a wife. She had joined the firm, but not found a family. The world saw a royal romance. Diana saw a palace of mirrors, and in one of them, she barely recognized herself. Chapter 3. A prison in the palace. The palace was grand. But it was cold. Diana entered a world of titles and rituals, but found no warmth behind the golden walls. No one hugged, no one asked, no one listened. She waved to crowds and came home to silence. She tried to love, to understand, but Camilla was never gone. Not from Charles's heart, not from their marriage. Diana knew the phone calls, the glances, the absences. It was a bit crowded, she would later say. 3 of us in this marriage. Behind the grace was grief. Diana struggled with bulimia, with loneliness, with herself. She hurt in private. She cried in secret, and she screamed quietly into the void of royal life. The tiara didn't make her whole. The palace didn't make her safe. And then came William, then Harry. In her children, Diana found light. She held them tightly, broke tradition, kissed them in public, took them to theme parks. She didn't want princes. She wanted boys with hearts, with laughter, with freedom. She gave them what she never had, unfiltered, undeniable love. The world kept watching, and Diana kept smiling, at hospitals, at galas, at funerals. The smile became her shield, but behind it was a storm. She was living 2 lives, one for the cameras, one for the mirror, and both were slowly breaking. Chapter 4: The Queen of Hearts. She was no longer just a princess in pearls. She was becoming herself. On her first solo tour, she lit up Australia. Crowds wept. Children ran to her. The cameras followed, but now on her terms. She wasn't walking behind Charles anymore. She was walking into the world, alone and radiant. Diana went where others would not. She held the hand of a man dying of AIDS. She walked through active minefields in Angola. No press script, no palace permission, just empathy. She saw what others ignored and gave dignity to those the world had forgotten. She didn't do it for attention. She did it because it mattered. But her light threatened shadows. The royal family didn't know what to do with her anymore. Was she an asset or a danger? The press turned brutal. Stories, lies, surveillance. Diana had become more than a royal. She was now a brand, a force, a symbol. And symbols are hard to control. In 1996, it ended. The marriage, the fairy tale, the illusion. Diana lost her title, but found her voice. She was no longer Her Royal Highness, but she was still mother, woman, fighter. The crown stayed in the palace, but the people stayed with her. It wasn't a title from the queen. It was a name whispered by millions. The people's princess. Not because of protocol, but because she listened. Because she cared. Because she hurt and healed in public. She became the beating heart of a silent nation, and the world had never seen anything like her. Chapter 5: Death in Paris. It was summer. The cameras followed her across the Mediterranean. On yachts, in airports, at villas, and always, by her side, was Dodi Al-Fayed. Was it love, or was it an escape? After years of betrayal, silence, and scrutiny, Diana wanted warmth, spontaneity. A man who chased her, not headlines. But with Dodi came something else. Security, chaos, surveillance, and the lens never looked away. But Diana was a commodity, a photograph of her sold for thousands. In Paris, they couldn't breathe. Cameras flashed through windshields. Motorbikes followed every turn. The Ritz Hotel became a fortress. She was hunted by people with cameras instead of knives. And she knew one wrong move and they'd devour her. It was just after midnight. A black Mercedes, a decoy plan, and too much speed. Henri Paul drove them away from the paparazzi into the Pont de l'Alma tunnel. Moments later, silence. Screeching metal, shattered glass, and then nothing. Diana was still alive, barely, but the impact had done its work. The world didn't know yet, but history had just changed. The news broke before sunrise. Princess Diana, dead at 36. The world gasped, and then it wept. Candles were lit. Teddy bears were left at gates. Millions mourned someone they never met. And Buckingham Palace, it said, nothing. The Queen remained silent, and silence became scandal. Why no flag? Why no words? For once, the people didn't follow the monarchy. They demanded the monarchy follow them. It was not just a funeral, it was a reckoning. More than 2 billion people watched. 2 boys walked behind the coffin, William and Harry, grieving, rigid, shattered. Diana's brother spoke and shook the pillars of the palace. Elton John sang, and the world cried. It wasn't a state funeral. It was something stranger, deeper. The funeral of a woman who had become everyone's. And in the end, it wasn't silence that defined her. It was the sound of millions saying goodbye. Chapter 6: The Legend Lives. She was buried, but she was never gone. Murals appeared. Candles burned for weeks. Girls were named after her in dozens of languages. Diana became more than memory. She became myth, not through fairy tales, but through the ache she left behind. She walked in pearls and shoulder pads, and suddenly the world followed. She turned pain into presence, sorrow into style. Pop songs remembered her. Designers invoked her. Magazines never stopped printing her name. Diana lived on in every tribute, not because she asked for them, but because people couldn't let go. She left behind 2 sons, and the world watched them grow. William, the future king, duty-bound, careful. Harry, the rebel, raw, searching. Both carried her image. Both carried her absence. They loved her, but grieved her differently. And in the divide between them, the world saw Diana's shadow. The monarchy moved forward. But Diana never truly left. Her face appeared in interviews. Her name echoed in critiques. Her story was retold, refilmed, refought. She became a question the crown couldn't quite answer, and every time the firm stumbled, people asked, what would Diana have done? She was gone long before her time, but maybe she was always meant to live beyond it, because Diana was never just about royalty. She was about humanity. She wasn't a queen. She didn't need to be. She became something rarer, a reminder of kindness, of courage, of imperfection, of love. Princess Diana, still remembered, still missed, still eternal. She was more than a story, more than a crown, more than a tragedy. Diana was a mirror, reflecting what the world hoped for and what it still grieved. Thank you for walking this journey with us, for remembering her not as an icon, but as a woman. If this story moved you, share it. If it made you feel seen, carry it. And if you wish to honor Diana's legacy, explore our limited edition Princess Diana, the People's Crown collection. Each design was created with care, carrying the spirit of what she stood for: compassion, strength, and truth beneath the surface. Link in the description. And if you believe these stories matter, join us, subscribe, and push the little bell icon so you don't miss our next adventures. Comment, speak her name, because history is not just what happened, it's what we choose to remember. And some names should never be forgotten. Thank you. From all of us at Timeless Tales, until next time.